just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to ready for my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. If I heard that if I heard that if I heard that if I heard that
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
everyone, I'm Nemo, and I'm joined here by Super Grandmaster Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, currently ranked 17 in the world.
Hi.
Hi. Do you care about your ranking?
I don't really care about my ranking anymore.
Fair enough.
When I come back to top 10, maybe I will care more.
So you only care if you're top 10?
Yeah, or even better than that. But I think in general, I never cared as much as maybe other players. I care more about doing well in tournaments and winning them.
Fair enough. Do you think you'll win this one?
If I don't believe I can win a tournament, I might as well not come.
That's a good mindset. What percentage would you give yourself to win?
Not high, but like with 16 players, of course, Magnus is big favorites, but between 5 and 10%.
That's what Anish said as well. So, well, Anish actually then went back and said he's had 0.65, but
yeah,
you're just doing the pure math.
I would just give myself more chances than Anish then.
Okay, sounds good. That's the final answer. How do you feel about Team Vitality currently leading for Esports World Cup?
Yeah, I saw that. That's great. I actually saw live games they won in
Mobile Legends.
Mobile Legends, yeah.
Yeah.
So I saw the finals live. Yeah, it's great, and I know we have one of the very last games is Counter-Strike, and well, it's not a guaranteed win, but it's definitely a game where we're doing well, and hopefully I can bring some good
1,000 points to Team Vitality after
yes,
chess?
and with Javokir maybe next.
Oh yes, Javokir. Do you feel like you guys are part of the team, or are you kind of competing against each other as well?
I think it will be both, but so far we're in the same team. But if we have to play against each other, of course, I mean that's the format. So
yeah, sounds good. All right. Speaking of playing, you have to pick one of these blindfolds. Okay, good choice. And you'll be playing blindfolded while I ask you some more questions. How confident are you in blindfolded chess?
I'm all right.
You're all right?
Yeah.
Okay, 3 + 2.
Yes.
Let me know your moves, and good luck, Maxime.
Good luck.
All right, I'll play E4.
C5.
C5, you're the third person. Knight to F3.
D6.
6.
Let's go knight off.
D4.
C takes D4.
C takes D4. Oh, I might as well just pre-move it. Knight takes D4.
Knight F6.
Knight F6. Knight to C3.
A6.
A6. Okay, bishop to E3.
Yes, knight to G4.
Knight to G4. Oh
Yes.
no. Bishop to G5.
H6.
H6. Bishop to H4.
G5.
G5. Bishop to G3.
Bishop to G7.
Bishop to G7. H3.
Knight E5.
Knight E5. F3.
Knight BC6.
Knight BC6. Bishop to F2.
Yes, knight G6.
Knight G6. Queen to E2. D2.
Yes.
Sorry.
I assume so. Let's go Queen A5.
Queen A5. Have you done any special preparation for this tournament?
Just what was necessary.
Cryptic answer.
Yes. No, of course not. Of course I've prepared. There's a lot at stake.
But nothing you want to reveal to us, I take it.
I mean, it's a lot of the usual. So looking at openings, playing some training games, and feeling confident.
A3.
You said A3, yeah?
Yeah, A3.
Bishop E6.
Bishop E6. Did you play 10-minute games to prepare?
Not really, but I played the 2 online events, and I played a lot of no increment blitz.
No increment blitz.
Yeah.
What's your favorite no increment blitz time control?
Yeah, in general, 3 is the most. 3-0 is the most nice.
So even faster than 10. So
Yeah.
You should be ready.
Yeah, 10-0 is a walk in the park.
Okay, to walk in the park. I like that description. Bishop E2.
Knight F4.
Knight F4. I'm worried about this. I'm not really sure what I'm playing. Okay. Let's see. If I short castle tactics, sure feels like there is. Okay, I'm gonna go short castle.
Knight takes D4.
Knight takes D4. Oh no!
I have a choice of tactics also.
Oh my gosh, this is so bad for me. Bishop takes D4.
Should I go the The flashy one.
Yeah, go for the flashy one.
Okay, bishop takes d4.
Bishop
Check.
takes d4 with a check. Okay, queen takes d4.
Queen takes c3.
Queen takes c3, and there is a beautiful fork coming in. All right, I'll go b takes c3.
Knight takes e2 check.
Knight takes e2 with a check. King to f2.
Knight takes d4.
Knight takes d4. C takes d4.
Rook c8.
Rook c8. When did you start playing blindfolded?
Probably at 6 or 7 years old.
Rook fc1.
Bishop c4.
6 or 7?
Yeah. So
Wow.
basically, like
C3.
most of the time, it feels the same when I'm playing blindfold compared to normal chess. I've been advocating also for more blindfold tournaments because I think it's fun for the audience.
Did you used to play Linares?
You mean Monaco? I was not.
Oh, Monaco.
Yeah, I was not invited there. I was too young when it stopped. But I played in Beijing
Rook
one
H1.
time. They had which one?
Rook h1.
So from c1 to h1, you want h4, yeah?
Yes.
f5.
f5. All right, king to e3.
Okay. I guess pawn takes e4.
Pawn takes e4. Do you think you would beat all the other players here blindfolded? F takes e4.
Not necessarily, but I would do well. King g7.
King g7. So if you started playing chess at age... if you started playing blindfold chess at age 6 or 7, when did you start playing chess?
At 5.
At 5. Wow, and you were playing blindfolded chess 2 years later? Rook a to b1.
b5.
b5. All right, this bishop is very annoying. I probably should not have lost my bishop, yeah?
Yeah, it's not a good thing. How much time do I have left?
You have 1 minute 46, and I have 1 minute 14.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're doing well. Rook to b2.
Rook f7.
Or rook f7. Okay, rook to f2.
Rook takes f2.
Rook takes f2. King takes f2.
Bishop d3.
Bishop d3. This is not good. This is not good. Have you shared any opening prep with Javakir, or are you guys sort of doing your own thing?
We did some training games, so naturally we played some openings we prepared for.
Nice. Rook c1, by the way.
Bishop takes e4.
Bishop takes e4. All right. Pawn to g3. G3.
Yes. Rook f8 check.
Rook f8 to check. King to e3.
Pawn d5.
Pawn d5. Wow, this guys, don't ever lose a piece against a super grandmaster. I'm in a world of pain. Okay, rook to g1.
Rook f3 check.
Rook f3 check. King to d2.
Rook d3 check.
Check. Do you feel like being part of an esports team makes it so there's more pressure? Like there's other people kind of involved, or king e2?
I think with this time control, you don't really feel the pressure because you have to focus on finding the good moves in a short time. Rook takes pawn c3.
That's fair. All right, you know what? I resign. Good game. Thanks,
you.
Maxime. Yeah. Wow. Do you like seeing chess in the Esports World Cup?
Yeah, I think that's great. When I heard the news in Australia, I was, really hyped, and I think also it's the thing is it's kind of natural. It's two very similar words.
Yeah. If you had to play competitively in another esport here at EWC, what would it be?
I don't think I could. So that's the issue.
It's purely hypothetical.
Yeah. No, I guess I would love to be good at League of Legends.
League of Legends. Okay, awesome. I like hearing that answer. But thank you so much, Maxime.
Thank you.
And good luck.
Yo, what's up, Tanya? You alright?
Man, James, I'm losing my mind. I am obsessed with chess. It's taking over my life. I'm dreaming about it. I'm talking to people. I'm thinking what chess piece they are.
Wow.
Chess patterns everywhere. I think I need a break, man.
Tanya, breathe. It's okay. I've been there before too as well. We all have this time where it's just too much chess going on. What you need to do is take a break, breathe. What I like to do is I like the horseback ride. I like to go, watch some Netflix, or maybe go to the gym sometime. Maybe eating ice cream with my friends. Tanya, yo, you alright?
I need a break. I need a break.
What? What did I say? What did I say?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back for day 2 of chess at the Esports World Cup. We're coming to you live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where things are heating up here on the second day of chess action. Some dreams will be crushed, some keys will be crushed, some players are going home, but others are looking to book their ticket into the top 8 and the quarterfinals. I'm your host, James Dash, and I'm joined in the studio today by IM Yovi Hauska and GM Maurice Ashley to kick things off today. Yovi, I'm coming to you first. What a day we had yesterday, but today only gets more intense.
It's going to get dramatic because today it is do or die time, as you mentioned. 4 qualifying spots available, 8 players, they're going to go home.
4 players sitting pretty already in the quarterfinals there, Maurice, but there's 12 fighting for just 4 spots here today. I mean, that's not great odds.
It's as brutal as it gets. You don't like this when you're a chess player, but you love it when you're a fan, and especially when you're analysts like us watching on the side. This is what it's supposed to be. Heart palpitations, and a single mistake could be the end of your ride here in Riyadh.
And I think yesterday's play was a great example of how unforgiving the format is and how explosive the format could be. Here we have a number of the players arriving in fashion, in style, courtesy of Jamil Motorsports, treating them like the stars they are. But I think the big question is who recovers from the way that they fell down yesterday? Who's riding a high maybe from a performance that they didn't expect as an underdog?
Yeah, absolutely. Because as Marie says, any mistake is going to be costly here. So absolutely going to be up to the players. Some players had devastating matches, I would say. They were completely outclassed, didn't have a chance. Others, it was a lot closer. So I'm going to expect players such as MVL to have a good chance.
And also, who just settles into the environment, right? Because that was another question for us coming into the day yesterday, Maurice, was it's the stage, it's the lights, it's the prize money. This is an environment and a circumstance that most of these guys are unfamiliar with, maybe bar a couple. And so who really can take learnings from yesterday, come in with a better heart rate, with more solidity?
It's a good question because you would think that maybe the youthful players, they're kind of used to this kind of dynamic esports, crazy world. But the veterans have been there, done that. People like Nakamura will say, you know what, okay, I lost yesterday, but I've been around a while. Expect him to show his stuff. And I think that when you're a veteran, you're just going to ride on that high and that experience that I can get it done.
Well, as you know, here at the Esports World Cup, it's not just us 3 who are delivering you all the action. So let's take a moment to check in with Mike Klein, the man who's always on the move, see what he's up to.
And we are not just here determining the first ever chess champion at EWC. The teams are playing for the all-important club championship. You can see the standings from last year over here. Team Falcons won going away. Interestingly, Team Vitality finished in 4th place, and at present, in 2025, those standings have been flopped. Everyone's chasing Team Vitality, while Team Falcons is in 4th place. But Good news for the Falcons. They already have one player through to the knockout. Alireza Farusha gets the day off today, courtesy of him beating his teammate Hikaru Nakamura, while nobody from Team Vitality is guaranteed a spot in the knockout because both MVL and Yavakir Sindarov had a loss yesterday. If anybody that had a loss yesterday suffers one more today, their key will be crushed and they'll be going home. Everything to play for. Day 2 of chess at EWC.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
It's not just personal pride you're fighting for, it's the pride of your esports club. Here's your STC Club Championship update. As you can see there, Team Vitality sports a 400-point lead over Gen G Esports, but by no means is that an insurmountable lead, because just here in chess alone, you get that top prize, that's 1,000 club points. So you're looking at teams like Falcons 1950, right? You're looking at Team Liquid, who finished second last year. They've got some moves to make, but they've got the kind of players who can do it.
Come on, if you're Team Liquid, you're thinking we got Magnus, we got Fabi, we can get it done. Fabi, of course, is on the bubble, but Magnus, absolutely the big dog, showing that there's a reason why he's the best player on the planet, and you could tell he's going to think, I don't care what anybody else does, I'm going all the way for that 1,000 points.
It is kind of an interesting setup. We've got 2 members from Falcons and Team Liquid. One of each has gotten through, so now they're sitting on the sidelines cheering for their teammate. But, I mean, what a service this would do for either of those clubs in the total championship race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just to get those 1,000 points, as you saw, 400 points, you know, not that much difference. And as Hikaru is there in the mix, right? You know, Hikaru, Alireza, Team Falcon, and Magnus Carlsen, Team Liquid. So, I mean, absolutely anything can happen. But yeah, the heat is on for players like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to get through to the qualifiers.
Fighting for team pride, fighting for club pride, but they're also fighting for personal pride and a heck ton of prize money. Let's take a look at what's in store for these players if they did manage to take the top prize here in chess at the EWC.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champion selects 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
There is so much on the line here, and the 16 players who came to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, fighting for that top prize on your screen now. Of course, 4 of them already sitting pretty in the top 8, but for the other 12, they're fighting for just 4 spots. Look at this prize pool. Look at this prize pool, $1.5 million, $250K for the top prize. Just by getting here, you're going home with a cool $50,000. But every single inch you climb further in this tournament, the prize money just mounts and mounts and mounts.
Yeah, absolutely. 50,000 for just entering the tournament, 65,000 for those people who get through to the quarterfinals. So that is definitely an extra motivation. I mean, that's like a year's wage, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If you were one of those 4, you already jumped halfway up that board just yesterday alone. You're already thinking about going home with 90K.
That's just ridiculous. Let me tell you right now, that's easily a first place prize at a lot of the biggest tournaments in the world. So to them, to have this opportunity, these players think that they've died and gone to Riyadh.
Yeah, that's exactly what they've done. And so much of this, right, is because we've now taken this world of chess, we've taken the world of esports, and we've slammed them together. To think, just 3 months ago, most of these guys weren't even a part of an esports club, and now they are. Let's take a look at the journey that esports and chess have gone on in just this short time.
I feel like a football player, you know, because I love football a lot. It's a similar feeling, I would say.
Navy truly is helping me, and it's great, exciting to play for them.
They help a lot. For me, it's very easier to, I don't need to organize everything myself. Thanks for them, I don't need to think about this, and it's much easier for me. We have a great team here with us. When I came here, everything was set up and everything was managed. Any questions I have or anything that I need, they provide. So this is fantastic that they make everything ready for me to focus on chess.
Team Liquid has been great so far. Been very impressed with what they do, how professional they are. I've already learned a lot from them in terms of preparation for the events and what they do.
So I think there are a lot of possibilities for getting support. Having those possibilities is definitely a good thing, and it can only be beneficial.
My team really support me. I feel that every detail is good organized.
I was very happy to be part in this team. We are speaking with Maxime. If anyway I will not qualify, I want to stay here and support Maxime. I'm very happy to have my partner here, and we will show our best.
Having Hikaru in my team is fantastic because it puts us in a very good situation. I think we are one of the favorites, so we talk a lot, even last night in dinner, and to make some game plans and these sort of things.
Great to hear the perspective of all of the players, but Yovi, the thing that jumps out to me is the repetition of the word support.
Right. I tell you what surprised me the most, the fact that we have Ali Reza and Hikaru working together, giving each other advice in order to make those all-important qualifying stages and pick up those points. And it's just absolutely astonishing to hear.
And Maurice, I think typically, chess thought of so commonly as an individual sport. Well, yes, there are some team competitions. This idea of bringing guys in together, building that support system around them, making it so that they don't have to take care of all their travel arrangements and everything like that. Maybe you can speak to how this can be a big part of growing the game of chess.
The funny thing is, you hear the word team and they say team, and they kept saying that over and over again. As individuals, we're used to taking care of everything ourselves, and you're separate from these guys. They're your competitors, not your friends. Here you see the kind of camaraderie being shown and spoken about, and I'm looking going, what? You're friends with that dude? Do you traditionally think you're talking behind his back now? But now they are showing that clearly they have to change their mindset as they enter this world of team esports.
Well, taking a turn at returning to the chess itself and what we saw yesterday, here's what Kadia has in store for us. Top plays from yesterday, and of course, the first of which sports Hikaru Nakamura up against Yavakir Sindarov. What an exciting finish this was. A bit of a blunder here for Sindarov in the time scramble. Does give away the checkmate in one. You can see the reaction on his face there, but that's kind of the reality, again, of playing 10-0 chess.
That was a shocker for all of us. I saw that mate on the board. Not used to seeing that from top players.
Yeah, absolutely. And there you saw Magnus there. He's in vintage mode. He's just doing what he does best. Just making sure that he grinds out his victories and just forces the opponents to blunder. And it's just Magnus giving us masterclasses time and time again.
And in this game, Aronian came with it. We love this one. 42 years young, but showing the youngsters how to get it done when he smashed his rook down on C3 and busted open that kingside, dropped his knight in the middle of the board, and there was no chance after that. Levon just cruised, showing his class. There's nothing Yesipenko could do but just bow down to the old master.
Yeah, that's a respectful handshake. Even a smile on his face as he goes down to Levon Aroni. And here's a picture of the first half of the day yesterday. As you can see, it was that surprise right out the gate, Maurice. I think that's the big thing when I take a look at these 6 results. It was Yesipenko who took our expectations and threw them out the window in the first match of the day.
Yeah, I got to say, I had to eat crow because I had Nepo going down, but Yesipenko showed it right away. He got in here just on basically luck when Fedoseev didn't make it, but he said, hey, I'm in with a shout, and his ending with that queen and rook with seconds left on the clock, he was able to pull it off and finally deliver that mate. In this kind of chess, normally you'd say resigns, but excuse me, there's no time on the clock. You better checkmate me. And that is exactly what happened to Nepo, one of the top contenders, we thought, but the youngster showed that anybody could lose or win here in esports.
Gotta respect the fight from Nepo there with the time as a win condition. But yes, Yesipenko, he's given the shot and he says, I'm gonna make the most of the shot that I was given in that one. Let's take a look at the results from the second half of the day yesterday, because we had 12 total matches in play. And as these ones fly up, I'm gonna go ahead and turn to Yovi on this one. It's that team battle, right? It's that team battle.
Like the Team Falcon facing off against each other. Hikaru, Alireza, they said that they were helping each other in this event. Well, over here, they had to fight it out. And they sure did, because they took it to Armageddon. I mean, here, it was just this crazy battle with Hikaru just desperately trying to flag Alireza. And Alireza just had seconds left on the clock. And he's one of the fastest players around. And he had to find a way to force that draw to get that Armageddon win. And here you just see him throwing in some checks. It looked like maybe Hikaru might actually do it in terms of the clock, but it was around about here where, Alireza just shows us his genius. He finds a way to trade off those rooks, force that draw, and yeah, there you see laughter there from Hikaru. He knows.
Yeah, nothing to do but to show a sign of respect, to have the smile on his face as he falls down to his teammate there. That left us with only one more matchup to play at the end of the day. It was Magnus Carlsen up against Jan Krzysztof Duda. And Maurice, there was an opening for Duda in that one. As we already know the results here based on the screen, but he had his shot, just couldn't get it done, perhaps against Magnus Carlsen.
Everybody says those same words all the time against Magnus. Of course, you had your chance. You have a great position, but Magnus defends like a genius. If he had won the game, of course, they go to Armageddon, but it is Magnus we're talking about. He's such a great front runner that you cannot afford to make any errors whatsoever. All Magnus needed was a draw, and he was able to pull it together in this game and knock Duda down into survival mode. We see here, Magnus is just that guy. They all know if you have a chance, you've got to get it done. Otherwise, he's going to show why he is indeed the GOAT.
Look at that liquid jacket. Ahmed Yaka. Let's go. That's glorious. I love to see the branding.
Stylish,
yeah. Pretty
yeah.
nice, but also proving our point as to why he was one of our 2 favorites alongside Alireza. Those guys are already up in the quarterfinals. Of course, it was Hikaru who had to fall down to a favorite himself. He still has a pathway today. Sets us up for a brilliant day, too, and I can't wait to see what we have. But first, let's take a look at some of the reactions courtesy of Sony PS5. Look at that. We got the fist bumps. We've got the growls, the snarls.
The frustration there from the players. It's all about those emotions.
You normally don't see these faces at chess tournaments. People are poker face. Usually we don't want to show anything to your opponents, but the energy, the tension, the drama of the moment, they all feel it, and it was showing on their faces during the competition.
Well, that brings us to the picture that we entered the day with. Here's what Group A looks like. We had Levon Aroni already booking his ticket to the playoffs, and then, of course, Andrei Yesipenko, he drops down awaiting the winner of Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Vladislav Artemiev. That will be one of our first matchups of the day. But it's this guy right here, again, who's probably having the best month of chess of his career.
He was in boss mode yesterday. The way that he outclassed Yesipenko, that, I tell you, is a tell there from Levon. When he's happy, when he knows he's won, he stretches.
especially after winning freestyle in 200K. He's thinking 250? Hey, why not graduate? He's showing that he's ready to go and take the fight.
And he just does it in style every single time, and I think that's the big thing. I want to keep seeing him play his style. Arjun Erigaisi, though, not to be outdone. Another really formidable player. I think this time format really suits him as an aggressive, creative player. And he got it done as well over somebody that we were talking about could be, a contender ultimately in MVL.
Yeah, absolutely. MVL, he really came to the first match in impressive form. Arjun Erigaisi, he's so quick, so aggressive, and it's ever so tricky. You have to be there with your A game if you want to beat this gentleman.
And that's the world number 5 right there. That's the world number 5 showing his stuff, Arjun Erigaisi, as he promotes through to the playoffs. Group C, let's take a look at that one again. It was that team battle between Hikaru and Ali Reza. Goes to Armageddon. Ali Reza will get the day off and the ticket to the top 8. Hikaru, he awaits the winner of Sindarov versus Wei Yi. But Ali Reza Faruja, this is the guy that it's no surprise, I think, that his name was thrown around early and often when it came to playing with the mouse and playing fast.
Exactly. You put a computer screen in front of him and a mouse, he could probably play right hand, left hand with his toes. I mean, the guy is so fast. It's unbelievable. And everyone knows that he is a serious threat, including Magnus, to win this whole thing.
That's next year's event, is the foot chess. We're going to get that one out on the boards. Magnus Carlsen, of course, the world number 1. He showed us why he has that title and has had it for so long in Group D. He does it in very much the fashion that we're used to, though. Grinding end games and looking to force his opponent into one singular mistake, and then he pounds.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also saw that he's capable of finding those brilliant moves as well, able to sacrifice the queen when he wants to do that. But he was facing Jancislav Duda, a warrior. That is his handle, Polish warrior.
He was a warrior, but sometimes being a warrior isn't enough to overcome the titanic figure that is Magnus Carlsen. Now, we kicked off our entire event here with the Aramco player power rankings. We're going to pull those back up, but with a few notable changes. And I want to get Maurice's opinion on this. Our favorites, that's all stayed the same. You agree?
As
they
it should.
still belong.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Nako may have taken some blood on the chin, but let me tell you, he's the favorite whoever he plays today.
Exactly. And if you're going to fall down to somebody else, it better be a favorite. That's exactly what happened. So let's go straight to quick shot, though, because it was Nakamura who took a loss. Let's see how Nakamura is recovering, let's say, from a loss to a teammate. This is yesterday. Quick shot and Hikaru Nakamura.
Hey everybody, I'm joined by Hikaru after a very difficult set against a fellow teammate. Before we talk about the game, how are you feeling after the match? You seemed to experience every feeling under the sun in your face throughout the course of the game, including, it seemed like you were laughing at the end, at the last move. How do you reflect?
Well, obviously I was quite tired. It's been a long day, and I just messed up the opening. It's that simple. Later on, Ali Reza gave me an opportunity to maybe get back into the game, but overall, other than a little bit of luck, it was never meant to be in that final game. So it's unfortunate, but that's how the tie breaks work, and at least I'm not eliminated yet.
Yeah, got a lower bracket opportunity ahead of you. What is it like playing up against a teammate? Obviously being fairly familiar with one another in what could be a deciding match.
I think it's unfortunate that we were paired against each other, that we're in the same bracket, but Magnus made that choice. So it's a little bit unfortunate, but nonetheless, you're in a situation where you have to play. But again, one of us is through, and hopefully I'll make it through tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely seems to be, it's something that a lot of people would expect. As somebody who's been around the chess scene for a very long time, you were actually the first chess player that I learned about as an esports commentator. 5 years at least, multiple organizations. How have you seen chess growing? I consider you to be the OG esports chess guy, and now it seems like there's a lot of colleagues.
You're picking an interesting time to ask me that question. I think there's been big peaks. To be frank, I think at the moment we're in a bit of a downturn, or not anywhere near where we were during the heart of 2020. That being said, ultimately chess is in a much better place than it was pre-pandemic. So it's obviously good to see that there are so many people considering chess content, but it's also good to see there are fans here as well.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Best of luck in the lower bracket run. Back to you at the desk.
Thank you so much, Quick Shot. I love the call out that Hikaru Nakamura, he was one of the trailblazers to a degree when it came to associations with esports organizations and kind of bringing chess more into the digital sphere. But now we move on to the contenders. And this is where we've dropped a couple people out. MVL and Nepo, they have been dropped out of the contenders list.
You're insane.
Well, okay, tell me why.
MVL and Nepo? Are you mad? Those guys are amazing players. You can't count them out. They're still in this with a shout.
We're ruthless here, Maurice. You know, you make a mistake, that's it. You get booted off the list.
I think the reason why you're a contender is because you could take a punch, get knocked down to the floor, and get back up off the canvas and say, I'm still here. And I think that's what we're going to see today.
Heck yeah, I love that mentality, and I hope we see that today. And you know what? We'll put them right back in that contenders list if they show back up. And it was Arjun Erigaisi who took one of their spots. He was previously in the dark horse list, and now as we drop down to the dark horses, that's where you'll still find MVL, so saying that he's still very much in contention. Yesipenko, Duda, though, I think a couple names that are jumping into this conversation for dark horses.
Yeah, absolutely. MVL yesterday showed he was in great shape in his first match. Also, Duda winning against Fabiano Caruana, and he's going to be awaiting his fate today. But of course, you mustn't underestimate the youngsters. You know, I've got a strong belief that this format does favor them.
And I got to say, Arjun, he's one of those young players who never seems to get the respect he deserves. I think it's time you put some respect on his name because he is one of the top players in the world. But if it's the Indian crowd, it's always Prague or it's always Gukesh who gets the love. It's very rarely this youngster who is showing to everybody, I belong at the elite level and I'm going to smash the people you think are going to beat me.
Exactly that. And this was those final moments of the Duda versus Fabi match. Again, a bit of a surprise for us. This happened on Stream B. So really, when we saw the results, we went, wait, what? Fabi already got knocked down into an elimination situation. That was pretty crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy because it all fell down to what Fabi calls one really stupid blunder. Like, it just went wrong. And chess is like that, right? But the players today, they can't afford to do that. So today's going to be all about precision, being resilient, and bringing the air game to the tables.
All right, so then let's talk about today by taking a look at the schedules. First, we're going to start with the Stream B schedule. So that's not our stream, but make sure that if any of these games are the games that you want to be checking out, that's the stream you're heading to. Of course, we'll have Mike Klein giving us updates all throughout the day. So today's schedule over on Stream B is going to kick things off with Anish Giri versus Nihal Sarin. How about that one? That, I think, already is promising some fireworks. Obviously, Anish Giri and Nihal coming in through the last chance qualifier.
They're going to be terrified. I don't know how you keep your nerves together. You talk about one stupid blunder. Guess what? You get one, but you don't get two because otherwise you are going home. So this is an incredible matchup right away, and they just got to get it done.
And this, of course, is our stream. So as you saw there, it's Nepomniachtchi versus Artemiev that will be kicking off the day. We'll later follow it up with the likes of Noterbeck, Fabiano, and such. You see a lot of TBDs. That's because we have elimination matches to kick things off before moving on to the next both qualification and elimination match to close out the day. So again, 12 players fighting for 4 spots. 8 guys are going home today.
Yeah, they're running the gauntlet, aren't they? You know, I'm just taking a look at this. You know, whoever wins this then has to face Yang Krzysztof Duda, and only then do you get into the qualifiers. God, it's gonna be intense.
Man, it's gonna be ruthless. That's the setup. It's just absolutely ruthless, but the players just have to get used to it and get the job done.
You got to leave it all out there, and let's talk about the first 2 who are going to have to do it. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Vladislav Artemiev. We got a quick look at Yesipenko there. I guess this was the matchup yesterday, but talk to me about the matchup between these 2 guys, Artemiev Nepo.
You know, he had to play his countryman, did Nepo versus Yesipenko is what we're seeing here. But now he's got to play another one in Artemiev. You got to think, well, I got to play my homies? and one of us has got to go home. It is absolutely rough, but it is the way of the draw, and we just got to accept it.
All right, now, but if I look at these stats, this is already looking well in the favor of Nepo. So let's talk about maybe why that is, but also where are the openings for Artemiev?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say that Nepo is on paper the favorite. You know, he is, after all, World Blitz co-champion. You know, he's one of the best, fastest players in the world. But Artemiev, he's ruthless. He's got ice cold blood in his veins. You know, really, he is one cool customer, and he's tactically really, really sharp.
Now, a lot of times, I feel like the answer is get it done on white and just hold firm on black. But do you think that's something you can rely on, or do you have to kind of go for it in both games if you're considered the underdog?
It all depends on what you got in your pocket, back in the laboratory, the game or line that you've been saving for just the right moment. You haven't shown it to anyone at all. And you're thinking, you know what? today's the day I flick this out and shock the world. That's what happened with Yesopenko yesterday. That's how he stunned Jan in that first game with the black pieces in a line we all thought, like, this is super dubious. And I think that's what gave him the momentum to go in and win the match. Maybe Artemiev has some kind of thing in his back pocket with the black pieces that he can do to Nepo, and vice versa as well. Nepo knows he better deliver or else.
Kind of brings me back to that whole conversation about the esports and the support that they have. What is the support looking like from yesterday to today in framing towards each of these matchups? They didn't know who they were playing until the results from yesterday came in. I just want the prediction from each of you. Who's taking it and why?
Nepo, shop.
Nepo!
All right, double predictions on Nepo there. That's all we have for you. The stage is set, the stakes are set for our first matchup of the day. Let's get into the arena, though, to kick off day 2 of chess at the Esports World Cup.
Everyone's tough in the tournament in general, but yeah, my group probably is one of the more difficult ones. Notre Dame is really strong. I think it's basically just a very close match.
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing to lose in that way, but my group is extremely strong. Fabi, there's Magnus. I'm looking forward to play much better.
For sure, Jan, very strong player with big experience. It will be not easy to win, but at least I will fight him.
We've had many matches. I think they always tend to be quite close. I need to avoid major blunders, that's the main thing.
Yeah, I was still to myself, I think I need to play not so fast and find best moves. Try to don't think about this game and prepare to my next game.
He's not an easy opponent to face. I will try to handle the last chances.
I've lost a match to Nihal in the qualifier. He's not most best opponent for me either. It's an uphill battle.
Anything can happen. I think this event, like, all players are really strong. That's how sport goes, I guess.
Day 2 of the competition continues here at the SNB Esports Arena. 4 players qualified and 4 more looking to rise above the rest.
Emotions ran high, day 1. The glorious feel of victory to the agonizing pain of defeat. And you can expect the same on day 2. We're losing players. We're losing keys. He's losing sleeves.
Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 of the day. First elimination match at EWC, presenting chess. Please welcome Aurora Gaming versus Team Spirit. Jan Nepomniachtchi taking on Vladislav Artemiev. Our first match is going to be an absolute banger. One shot at survival. One will keep their key for now, and the other will see it crushed.
Fellas, today's the day. Whoever loses is going home. There's no coming back. This is do or die for both of you. How's that got you feeling?
I think that it will be a very exciting match, a big fight. I hope that it will be enjoyable. I will try play my best chess, yeah. We'll see.
Jan, how are you feeling coming into this key and tournament life on the line?
You lost something.
His sleeve, absolutely he did.
I lost a little bit more.
Yeah!
I mean, look, my sleeves are gone, but your key's still here.
Yeah. Okay, no way I can, I should play on for a win, and there is, no second chance for now, so I'll do my best.
Well, we'll see what these players have to show us with their tournament life and their key on the line. Gentlemen, place your keys into the pedestals. get yourselves in those seats. Our first game of the way is underway. Let's see who will continue on to the next stage of the competition. Casters, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, folks. You've left a sleeve on the front there. You might want to go pick that up in a second, Sandstorm. That was incredible stuff. Aurora Gaming Team Spirit in our first, there we go, in our first lower bracket match of the day. The Key Crusher is coming into play today. We have had second chances, but this is it. One of these two players will get eliminated in less than an hour from now, quite possibly. How are we feeling about this?
This is tense, but this is what the players have been training for their entire lives. These high kind of pressure moments, high stakes moments, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's played world championships. He should be mentally prepared. He starts as the favorite. Artemiev with a lot to do, but anything can happen in this format.
This is just like we've never seen before, right? High stakes, high pressure, high drama at the biggest esports stage in the world. And we start in a position where 12 players today are facing elimination, no second chances. You know, you've got to win the match for Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's going to be his speed, his thrilling chess versus the steadiness that Artemiev brings on the board. One of them about to be knocked out, the other continues their path to try to make it to the quarterfinals bracket. Action starts now.
And that's one of the things I love about the group stage format and the way things pan out in this way. Losing on day one doesn't mean you're out of the competition, but you do have to run the gauntlet to make it back. The winner of this match doesn't qualify. It gives them the opportunity to redeem themselves, and they still have to win another match before they can progress. But they have to cast that out of their minds now, because everything that matters to them is on this board.
And here we go. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi who starts with the white pieces. We see a Roy Lopez, a Spanish opening. This has been part of his weaponry, his arsenal for so many years. It's a traditional opening, but it's also an opening he played yesterday in his unsuccessful match against Yasipenko here. What do you make of it, Tanya? Solid start to this encounter?
Definitely. One thing we know about Jan Nepomniachtchi, the position barely stays solid for too long. You know, it's blistering speed for him, but he also thrives under chaos. He likes to bring in those calculations, those complications on the board. On the other hand, for Artemiev, it's really going to be about trying to steer the battle more towards a positional ground. That's where Artemiev truly shines, you know, provoking Jan Nepomniachtchi to take those brash decisions. Still a very controlled player, and usually this explodes when we see one of the center pawns moving forward and some trades and open lines. It's brewing, it's about to happen, but still a few moves away.
Now let me ask you guys a more general question. Yesterday, not just with Jan, but with many players, I think it's fair to say that there was a lot of chaos, but not necessarily always going the way the players would necessarily expect. There were a lot of risks taken that didn't pay off. And that's not just Jan, that's a whole bunch of players yesterday. It felt like it was a bit of a theme for the day. I'm worried, couldn't something backfire if he goes for the fireworks now?
Yeah, I think that explains his choice of opening. It's a very quiet start to this game. Yesterday, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he was hit twice in both games by opening shocks from his opponent, Yasipenko. And it feels like just the way he's playing, super quick so far, very kind of slow. It feels like he just wants to work his way into the game and at least try to be a bit more in control. Nepomniachtchi definitely wasn't at his best yesterday. Artemiev actually played pretty decently, was unlucky to get knocked down in an Armageddon.
But at the same time, just to give Jan credit here, really quick player, thrives on the chaos. He's also played 2 World Championship matches. I mean, Tanya, he knows how to shift gears. That was a problem for a couple of players yesterday, knowing when to pull back on the aggression and when to play more positional chess. Jan has no such issues basically ever.
Yes, and I think intuitively he wants to try to create dynamics, and this is exactly what I was talking about. You know, it's Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's not going to stay solid for too long. That pawn break does arrive. Now you've got a bishop trade being offered, but I like how Artemiev's handling it. He's going counter for counter. He also moves a center pawn forward. The bishop's tension between that. A knight under attack. It looks like with the king in the center, the black king in the center, the complications of the line do open up, might favor white just a little bit more.
Yeah, if Black had one more move, had this exact same position, but had castled his king, we would be talking about Artemiev here fighting for the advantage. But for now, Nepomniachtchi has a small window of opportunity before the Black king escapes from the middle of the board to try starting an attack. And there we see on Artemiev's screen, he's pre-moving. He's assuming that the bishops are going to get traded, the dark squared bishops there, and he's going to take back with his queen instantly. Very easy pre-move, no risk attached to that one. It will only happen if there is a bishop trade, and there we go. He saves a few seconds in the process.
So we've got a pair of minor pieces left on the board for both players. Black needs to castle, but other than that, things look, I mean, there are 2 pawn islands for each player. The pawn structure is slightly different, I suppose, but there's nothing about this position that's jumping out at me going, oh my goodness, in 2 moves, this is going to be chaos, this is fireworks. This all seemed, well, rather okay, rather normal, but now we're castling opposite sides of the board.
And that usually means a race to each other's king. This last move threatens a pawn on the board on the other side. The queen's moved 1 step forward, and a7 is a soft spot here. I'm expecting Artemiev to slide the king over to b8 to defend that pawn. And like you said, it felt like a slow start. But with kings now on the opposite side of the board, we can expect pawn storms, one on the right flank and the other going for the left flank.
And stylistically, it should, on paper, favor Nepomniachtchi, who's a much more dynamic player. Artemiev is more strategically minded, very positional, likes to keep control, avoid too many tactics. He's an endgame specialist, Artemiev. But for now, it is hard to envisage anything going too wrong in terms of the king positions, since there have been so many exchanges so far. A first frown from Jan Nepomniachtchi reacting to this knight retreat, maybe hinting that the black knight wants to jump further towards the white king, maybe a bishop for knight exchange in the air.
Maybe you can help me understand that. I thought the knight on d5 looked like a great piece because it was stopping white from moving that b pawn forward to b4, for example, because the pawn on c3 would be under attack. Retreating the knight to me seems like an interesting choice if the knight isn't being attacked.
Yeah, I think it was just a very concrete move. The white knight was also attacked by the black bishop a move ago just before it jumped away. So maybe trying to go for that trade. Maybe the black knight was trying to jump forward to the g4 square to try and hit the white queen. Watch out for that idea in the near future. But for now, it very much is just a case of slowly improving, a bit cagey. This last move prevents that idea you mentioned of the white pawns stepping forward on the left flank.
Tanya, it feels so weird to be talking about slowly improving your positions, tweaking the positions of your pieces, when the players have castled opposite sides. Like, in my brain, I'm expecting fireworks in a couple of moves, but in reality, it is a lot slower than that, isn't it?
It is, but I still feel like it's brewing, you know? You still have a lot of majors on the board. You've got your queens, rooks, and I like how all the pieces are in the game. Very often, one of the mistakes that we make in chess is we kind of tend to forget one of the pieces.
Right.
You know, they're left undeveloped. But look at this. The bishops, knights, the queen beautifully placed. A threat on the board currently. Once again, Jan Nepomniachtchi slides up with the queen, attacking a soft pawn on g7. So black needs to find a way to defend it. And it's not ideal, you know, because you'd either have to make your rook passive or your knight passive. You can't move that pawn forward. The knight on f6 would be hanging. So not an easy decision. I like how Nepomniachtchi is creating a threat every move.
Yes, it feels like even though the position is relatively equal, we're fighting for initiative right now. I think it's fair to say even the knight to h5 is Artemiev saying, I want you to be responding to a threat that I'm producing so that I have the freedom to do what I want to do. But Nepomniachtchi isn't allowing him that opportunity right now.
Yeah, this is the third, fourth move in a row that Nepomniachtchi is starting to create threats. And for Artemiev, his knight clearly a bit offside compared to its counterpart in the middle of the board. The white knight looks beautiful. I would say this position is easier to play for white. Maybe that's why Nepomniachtchi has a 2-minute time advantage right now. But he doesn't repeat moves, Nepomniachtchi. He goes for the black pawn. This is going to tie up the black pieces. It's looking very nice here for white.
I love that little maneuver that he's done with the queen in the last few moves. You know, first he attacked the pawn from the g3 square. Then he slid up to h4 and finally getting this on point, again creating a threat, exactly like you mentioned, costing Artemiev time on every single move. And the one thing I'll tell you about Jan Nepomniachtchi, for him, the clock is the ultimate weapon.
Yes, like this game has been... Viewers at home, don't mistake when we say the position is slow and positional, we don't mean that the players are necessarily playing slowly. We mean that the build-up to all of the pieces coming off is relatively calm. It takes place gradually over a long period of time, over a large number of moves. But Nepomniachtchi is playing very quickly. He's got an over 2-minute advantage now over Vladislav Artemiev. And even though these are slow, principled moves, he's building up that advantage on the clock.
And if you talk to me about these two players before the match here, I would say, on paper, that is his biggest weapon, Nepomniachtchi. He's known to be a speedy guy, a speed merchant. Artemiev is very good when low on time, but he often does fall into time trouble much quicker than many of his opponents. He's always down at the 1-2 minute mark before the endgame starts. yesterday, that's what cost him in the Armageddon.
I think the problem is as well, like, even if you're amazing with 1 or 2 minutes on the clock and you thrive under pressure, it's very difficult to say you're better with 1 minute than your opponent is with 6, right?
No, absolutely, and it is one of his biggest strengths. And I'm absolutely gobsmacked with what has just happened on the board. Jan Nepomniachtchi played 5 back-to-back moves with the queen on pretty much the same squares. And then now he finally decides to retreat with the bishop. And, you know, he made small improvements, not only on the board, on the clock as well, within those 5 moves. He forced Artemiev's rook to a very passive spot. And look at this. From a passive spot for his own bishop, he's now rerouting it to greener pastures, to better diagonals. Artemiev, meanwhile, does push the pawn to h5, controlling some squares on the right side of the board. And I'm wondering if that light squared bishop will land on the longest diagonal on the board, f3, and then try to create play on the other flank.
Yeah, that bishop would be very, very well placed. Maybe with his last move, though, Artemiev is hinting that he might push more pawns forward towards the white king, first hitting the white queen in the process, the black g-pawn. We're looking at this move right now. This is what he plans, I think, on his next turn. So maybe we'll see Jan Nepomniachtchi try to cut across that. Maybe the white queen will dance a bit more, move away, so it doesn't get hit with gain of time.
Yeah, well, finally, we're starting to see the pawn storm come through, because since they castled on opposite sides, it's been 6 moves since white hasn't advanced a pawn on the queen side, black hasn't advanced a pawn on the king side. Between a4 and h5, there's a 6-move gap where none of that happened. Now it's finally getting rolling.
White's been busy shuffling the queen on these 3 dark squares on the right flank of the board, you know, where it finally lands on the same square thrice already in this game. Queen to g3 falls back, so he moves away from the threat you were pointing out, sort of preempting it. Now black can't push the g-pawn because the knight on f6 will be hanging. So Artemiev, 1 rook tied down, moves the other rook to the open line.
And when we describe this position as slow, it's because a queen trade didn't look likely. Maybe now the outline of it appearing. Knight trade didn't look likely. Bishops destined to remain on the board for a while. Rooks weren't looking at each other. So piece trades were not imminent.
Oh, I'm trying to make knight trying to make knight checks work on c6.
It's a double question mark. That was a blunder.
Your idea there, John, was actually very strong. If we can pull up a board and show what was just missed there by Jan Nepomniachtchi, he shakes his head. He realizes he misses it. He could have won a pawn. If we just rewind 1 move, we're looking on the green board here, the analysis board. Knight takes pawn on f7. Would have won due to
the other way.
Pins. Let's show this. If the queen now, the tension between them, if the black bishop takes this knight, the rook falls and you cannot recapture as the black queen is pinned on the diagonal. And likewise, if you take with the black rook that knight on f7, then the bishop would fall, and white would have just been a clear pawn up. This would have been a winning tactic for Nepomniachtchi, but he missed it. He moved too fast.
I was looking at knight c6 checks rather than knight f7 checks. That's amazing.
Amazing. He realized immediately, Jan Nepomniachtchi. We saw him shaking his head. He's in the mindset of playing extremely quickly, and his position still looks very healthy, very decent, but big missed opportunity. Could live to regret that 1 moment.
It was that moment, you know, and that's the big question. Will he find another chance? And I think Jan Nepomniachtchi, because he spotted it, and this is the thing about chess, right? If you miss something, hopefully it doesn't come to your head. Hopefully you've just missed it for the rest of the game. It was clear that Jan realized that opportunity is gone. And that's something that can play in your mind over and over again. So Jan needs to keep that behind. It's still a very healthy position for white, but perhaps an opportunity for Artemiev to come back as he offers more trades.
That is one of the things I personally find the most difficult in chess. It's so easy to have instant regret when you spot your own mistake, but the goldfish memory has to kick in. Like you say, Tanya, it's so important to cast that aside and go, look, there's an objective best move here. My job is to find that. Doesn't matter if my last move was the best on the board or the worst on the board. Right now, I just need the best move.
And we saw a question mark appear next to black's last move as well. A second mistake from Artemiev after that earlier chance. Now he has a dilemma. He wants to take this bishop back with his queen, but there's also a threat of the white rook taking the black knight due to a pin along the g-file. Suddenly, black's pieces are overloaded. If you move the black knight out of the way, then the f7 pawn might be dropping.
That is so uncharacteristic. I mean, Artemiev making that first big blunder, missed by Jan, and then just a few moves later, just 1 move later, another second big inaccuracy. He does invite rook takes knight now, and that cannot be a miss. That can't be a blunder. Artemiev, what's the trick that he's got up his sleeve right now? Rook takes knight would be a whole piece up.
Yeah, you can take this knight with white. This is the move Jan Nepomniachtchi is looking at, calculating right now. That rook is poisoned. I believe he's going to try and use another pin of his own, Artemiev. The black rook here is going to slide across and put pressure on the white knight. It might be holding together, but it's holding together by a thread. And he's down to 2 minutes. Here we go. Rook takes knight. You cannot retake because the white queen would deliver a killer blow on the back rank. Queen takes rook would end in checkmate. That rook is poisoned, but the fact that he's thinking under 2 minutes now, bad news for Artemiev.
Absolutely, because then that's a sign that this isn't part of some great tactical combination that you've thought of the entire sequence of moves, but actually something that you had a blind spot on. He goes with the best alternative, lines up, triples down on that knight at the center of the board. You know, you could slide your rook back and defend it, but that would have invited the black pawn forward, again creating big threats. We see the trades, but at the end of it, white's got that interest. You have that extra pawn. It's 5 versus 4 for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, note how both kings are cornered right now. No king likes to be fully cornered with no air to breathe. And there are back rank checkmating ideas for both sides. That is why Jan Nepomniachtchi put his rook right next to the king, cuddling up there in the corner. And he knows he's done the hard work. He's won a pawn. The conversion stage, though, is not going to be easy. It's just queens and rooks. And if the queens come off, rook endgames have such drawish tendencies.
It's also a very healthy pawn to have won because you've left black with 2 weaknesses. They aren't connected to each other. So Jan Nepomniachtchi also has a lot of targets for the long run in this game. You know, active queen, active rook. I'm expecting the other rook, which, like you said, was cuddled up with the king, might join the party on this F line and start targeting the F7 pawn next.
I was going to ask you guys about that in the endgame, where the black pawns on the F file and the H file, if everything else came off, feels like it's a lot harder to play with than white's connected pawns that are still on the 7th rank.
Definitely. Those isolated pawns, huge weaknesses long term. Queen trade, maybe that helps black in some scenarios, but white still with an advantage. Rook trades help white. Look at this, they're fighting for the first rank now. So many heavy pieces on the first row. Given a question mark, but I think a very healthy, safe, practical move from Nepomniachtchi. It's all about the clock though, under 1 minute, the clock goes red. Artemiev, he's in a race against time and he just hasn't left himself enough on the clock, it feels like.
And not enough on the board as well, right? That's a 1 pawn deficit, still continues. Yes, the queen moves back, it's eyeing the pawn on b2, but it also needs to stay connected to its own rook at the back rank, so a threat that can be avoided. That pawn could not have been picked up. Artemiev centralizes his queen. I like how Jan is playing on both sides of the board. You know, he first won a pawn on the right flank, and now he's going for Artemiev's king. b5 at some point will come on to open the rook lines.
Yeah, he goes the other way with a pawn. Either way here, it does look fantastic for white. b5 push pawns. There's another pawn hanging on the edge of the board. The black h pawn could be picked up in the near future. Artemiev, he's just been too slow. He should know that Jan Nepomniachtchi, his biggest weapon is the clock.
What Artemiev is trying to create is a threat on that g2 spot next to the white king, trying to get the rook and the queen to combine for some attack. This is playing for tricks, but that's what he has to rely on. Queen trade offered, but Artemiev says only on my terms.
Okay, to take or not to take, that is the question. He keeps the queens on the board, the white rook threatening to infiltrate on the back rank. That would end in a checkmating attack if the white rook gets in, blocked. But it won't be holding the gate here for too long.
Get the b pawn up the board. When you're on the attack, you need open lines for your rook. Either b5, c6, these are the ideas that are running on Nepomniachtchi's radar right now.
That's the big idea here, isn't it? It's not the fact that the pawn is being given up on b5, it's the fact that if you take it with the a pawn, then the rook can sweep across to a1, and that creates another avenue of attack. Now, in this position, the black queen could technically take that pawn, but if you do that, the rook comes down to f8 instead. Either way, black's in a pickle. He's found it.
It's on the board. This is about to be Jan Nepomniachtchi's game, and he does pick it up. It's not a checkmate just yet because the rook could block it, but Jan Nepomniachtchi's seen it all the way through. Now he's threatening a threat on the back rank. Rook d8 coming in.
It's game over. The white rook is about to land on d8 and win the black queen. Artemiev only has 20 seconds. He needs a miracle here. He might just be hitting that resign button. Jan Nepomniachtchi has done the hard work. That last rook maneuver, so classy.
This is a classic Jan Nepomniachtchi's masterpiece that we're seeing being played out, and that's going to end in checkmate. Queen and queen checkmate coming on next. Jan Nepomniachtchi takes the win.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, 2.5 minutes, plays 10 seconds at the end of that blockbuster first game. Draws first blood here. We have checkmate on the board, and vintage Jan. Incredibly quick play, but an incredibly slow position. What a wonderful way to start off his account today.
Yeah, that was the perfect match strategy. You can tell he dreamed about this. He planned it the night before. He knew Artemiev is a bit too slow in the middle game. He waited, and when his moment came, he did strike. He won a pawn. He had the time advantage as well, and that just added up to too much for Artemiev to bear.
It was incredible to watch. Positional pressure from the start, putting threat after threat in this entire game, forcing Artemiev into those early things, forcing him into passivity, and then when the opportunity presented itself, Jan Nepomniachtchi with brilliant tactical style, keeping the pressure on the clock, keeping up the pace. Just a beautiful checkmating finish right there to start the day.
And let's talk about the T word, the big theme in that game, time. Because, look, Artemiev is a fantastic player when he gets low on time, but you have to ask yourself, there were multiple opportunities created by Jan Nepomniachtchi, specifically when Artemiev went below 3 minutes, but that was just the execution. The build up to it, the queen maneuvering, forcing Artemiev to think, that's really what sucked up 3 to 4 minutes of his time. What you saw at the end, the fireworks, that was the result, that wasn't the process.
Yeah, you would think actually that Artemiev in this next game needs to be a bit more direct. If the clock is going to be a weakness for him, he needs to make sure the game is in its closing stages when he does drift below the 3-minute mark. They say in chess, especially in no-increment blitz chess, that a pawn is worth at least a minute. In that case, it was Nepomniachtchi with the extra pawn and with the extra several minutes. And Artemiev, he needs to learn from that one game.
Clock handling is going to be absolutely critical in this game too. For Artemiev, he starts with the white pieces. He needs to make sure that he's able to survive the early onslaught on the clock by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Again, try to steer it towards those positional long battles where perhaps Jan's the one who goes for those complications which can backfire. He tries to enforce them with his own intuitive style. So pull Jan into those waters rather than just going down on the clock and allowing him all over the board.
Right, so 1c4. I think the first time we've seen 1c4 on this stream in this event. So a little bit of a different approach to what we have been used to seeing on the stream so far. Let's see what this brings.
Yeah, the English opening is a staple of Vladislav Artemiev's diet. He's been playing this for a long, long time. He likes these tense positions, super flexible pawn structures. This actually resembles a reversed Sicilian defense. Exactly the same ideas for both sides. White has 2 pawns in the center on the E and D files, black with just the 1, but black has much more active piece play. The white queen now comes out after a knight trade. It is a bit worrying though for Artemiev that Nepomniachtchi with black is playing so quickly. The problem here with such direct play is that sometimes you walk into your opponent's preparation. Jan Nepomniachtchi has played 2 World Championship matches against Ding Liren and Magnus Carlsen. Both of them have this as well in their repertoires. Maybe a bit of a misstep in the early stages.
And again, Jan's trying to get his kind of position right. He wants to next push the f-pawn forward, get a big center, f5 coming in next. The rooks are now connected. The f5 pawn will not stop there. He's looking for more breaks. So it feels like black's the one who's fighting for space here with this last move. Also feels a little bit sort of more advantageous with the white central pawns, one of them weak on d3 as well. Jan should be happy with this opening outcome.
White king moves. That does look mysterious, but there were ideas of a black knight jumping out of the way, tension between the queens, and the black knight hopping in with some nasty checks. That explains the white king sliding into the corner, but not a happy move. That's a very reluctant decision. At least it didn't cost him too much time. Just the 45 seconds there. Shorter thinks than in the previous game.
Well, I want to latch on to what you said there, David, because we've had Nepo playing several World Championship matches against this sort of setup. He's playing really quickly. He knows this like the back of his hand. What was the alternative to Artemiev? Like, was going back to what he is familiar with? It's really difficult to imagine that's a mistake.
Yeah, it's tough against these world-class players. They very rarely have weaknesses in their openings. To be honest, I don't think that he's even wondering. Yeah, it's even crossing his mind, Artemiev, about whether his opening was a success or not. He just wants to focus on, at some point, landing a first surprise. He's been able to so far. Beautiful move there from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Big trap on the board. You cannot go and grab a pawn with the white queen, as the black rook will just close the door, slide across and trap you. That might just happen anyway with the black rook. There we go, getting active across the board, a rook lift.
Love those rook lifts, comes in with a threat. Might force Artemiev to place his bishop to defend that pawn. I think the biggest mistake for Artemiev so far has been those two big blunders in game one. You know, the first one was overlooked by Jan, but after the second one, there was no coming back from it. I think at this stage, at this elite level that the players are playing, that level of inaccuracy, of allowing your opponent to gain material, it rarely goes unpunished.
I'm a little worried about the theme from game one seeping maybe into game number two here, though, because the theme from game one was Nepo in the middle game, maneuvering, making these small improvements to where his pieces were, and making Artemiev think a lot. The gap between them is about to increase to 1 minute in terms of time. Nepo's not only playing quickly, he's making small moves, small adjustments, nothing explosive, not offering any trades. It feels like he's just trying to do exactly the same thing. If it ain't broke, why fix it?
Exactly. We've sussed out Nepomniachtchi's strategy. It's just a case of whether Artemiev has as well. These two do know each other very well. They've been on the Russian team together for many years, internationals for a long, long time. And Artemiev, a former European champion. But, okay, this last move does feel a bit odd. The black rook losing time, going back where it came from. Feels like Nepomniachtchi may be sacrificing accuracy for speed here.
Very mysterious for me. You know, in game one, it was Jan's queen dance, which was shuffling around. And this game two, he goes for a similar idea, but with his rook this time. What's even more surprising for me is he voluntarily lines it up with the white bishop on e2, kind of inviting Artemiev, giving him that opportunity to push that central pawn, which looks like a weakness, to d4, opening up some diagonals for his bishop, but also targeting the black rook. The speed with which Jan chose this move. Incredible stuff.
And look at how much of a think Artemiev is in right now. Because Jan basically just said, yeah, this position's screaming d4. Why don't you go play it? And Vladislav's sat there going, hang on a second. He can't have missed something that obvious. What is the preparation here that I'm missing?
Yeah, I don't think he's missing much. d4 looks logical. It looks strong. He just needs to decide. He actually sets it up. He gets his rook on a line that might soon blow open. But it feels indecisive from Artemiev. I think just, again, he's aware of the clock. He's a minute and a half down. He knows at some point he needs to take action in this must-win situation, but he's afraid to pull the trigger.
Is there an element here of, I don't want to do what you're telling me to, essentially, from Artemiev right now?
Yeah, chess players are stubborn. We hate we hate walking into the opponent's plans.
I'm just amazed with what Jan's done over the last two moves. We're talking about a rook lift. This is a rook unlift. You know, he goes all the way back to the starting square, but it's a way to improve the position. He realized that the rook had done its job there, had no future. He takes it back, connects it to the other file, also defends that a5 pawn. For Artemiev, I really think he needs to take that chance. At some point, you have to blow the center open. And I wonder if that was a bit of a missed opportunity there.
I thought we would get the queen back to b5 for a second so that we could have rook a6 again, just for the lulz, but that doesn't happen. We've got a rook on the c file now. Still no d4 from Artemiev. I refuse to do what you are telling me I should.
Yeah, sooner or later, though, if he wants to take any action, he might have to blow open the center, Artemiev. He just wants to make sure he does it on his own terms. He needs, though, to keep time in the bank. He's under 6 minutes. Nepomniachtchi is just playing super safe, super stable maneuvering moves. Look at that. The black rook's gone back to the corner. The black bishop's landed back on its starting square. He's just waiting for the action to unfold, and he knows the extra 2 minutes are going to count when that happens.
And that's the key, right? He's doing it so fast. He's forcing Artemiev to take his time because the ball is in Artemiev's court to try to make this position chaotic to get his winning chances. You need to, at some point, be able to do that. Meanwhile, Artemiev, no d4 still on the board, does get the queen back to the square where it's hitting the b pawn. I don't know how much of a threat it really is with the bishop lined up on d5. It feels like it's got to be defended indirectly, picking that up, knight d4 jumps in the air. So perhaps a threat that for now can be ignored by Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, that white queen might just find itself trapped if it finds the courage to go and grab a pawn. But for now, it's in the air, and an interesting decision there from Jan Nepomniachtchi. The white queen, no way home. Here, Artemiev might be forced to try and blow open the center before his queen gets trapped.
That is a scary spot to have your queen on. You know, you think you're being aggressive with that placement, but it might be too far gone. Absolutely no square to return. If there's a threat on that queen, you lose it on the spot. So he does finally get the move in.
There we go.
Creating an escape route for the queen to come back to as well. d4, a decision that had to happen sooner or later.
I mean, that took an awful lot of convincing, to be perfectly honest. This position's been screaming for d4 for a while now, and Artemiev's been thinking of opportunities, of ways to defer that, maybe to take Jan a little bit more out of his comfort zone, or at least out of the preparation that he had for this game. Finally, though, d4 has been played, and the position is about to open up a bit. We're taking with the e-pawn as well, so white still has a central pawn, but it's now very much isolated.
Yes, and I don't think this is what Artemiev planned all along. I think he just panicked there because the white queen needed an escape route, needed to get back. Now a queen trade offered. Any endgame here looks very safe for black. He needs to win here with the white pieces, Artemiev. I think he's going to try and run away from that trade. Oh, he does go for it, but now the white isolated pawn in the center, the white d-pawn, is going to be such a weakness long term. Easily blockaded. That means that the white dart squared bishop as well, eternally trapped.
This is just beautiful for black, right? You've got that bishop you pointed out. The knight from e7 can maneuver itself to certain squares like the f4 one, start targeting the g2 pawn as well. Knight g6, knight f4 is an idea that comes to mind here. First, he just consolidates the position of that bishop in the center. A power piece. If anyone's pushing in this endgame, if anyone's got the edge, it's got to be Jan Nepomniachtchi. And to say the least, he needs only a draw.
It is worth pointing out that, of course, the white bishop on c3 is babysitting the pawn in the middle of the board. But to be fair, the black bishop on f8 is also doing a similar job. So both players are now going to be entering a phase of just trying to improve the positions of their pieces back to a little bit slower positional play. The problem is Artemiev can't afford for that to happen in a must-win situation.
100%. And also, you know, you said the pieces are fine, the pieces are in balance, but the pawn formation, not at all. It's white with the 3-pawn island, the d4 weakness, an easy target for black, and already Jan setting that up. You know, he lines the rook against it, so something to play for. Meanwhile, a super healthy pawn structure for Jan Nepomniachtchi himself. Much easier to play faster if you're black here.
Yeah, you can almost pre-move just putting the black knight in the center on an outpost that cannot be touched. Maybe there'll be a knight trade long term, but any exchanges only guide black towards safety. White knight actually goes the other way. Bit of an odd circuit, odd direction for it. But yeah, bishop's coming off, helps black to get closer to the draw. Knight's coming off, also bring you closer to safety. This is a dream position for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And he just keeps improving it, slowly but steadily. You know, he's focused on those central squares, the center pawn, but he also creates space for his king to move forward. He's also eventually threatening the f-pawn, f5 advance, to kick this bishop out as well, to activate his own pieces further. That pawn might not stop there. It might move even further up the board. Preempting that, Artemiev falls back.
Oh, this is torture. You just can't improve your pieces with white. You have no pawn breaks. That is so important in chess, in middle games, in end games, being able to blow open the position with your pawns, open lines for your pieces. Here, all of white's pawns are pretty much stuck. On the queen side, in the center. On the king side, you can push, but it doesn't really help anything. This is very, very difficult to find a useful, productive plan.
Full control. And speaking of productive plans, you know, the way Jan has placed his pawns, what he wants to do is also double up on the D line. He's made it possible by pushing the white bishop back to play the rook to d7 and get the other rook into the game, you know, the one that's had this entire journey, this whole game that it has.
It's taking a rest right now.
It's taking rest right now, but that's the plan that's in the air. He first attacks the white rook. Also a beautiful bishop, making sure that the other rook cannot come to the defenses of that central pawn.
Yeah, white's pieces look very discombobulated compared to black right now. Really difficult to get the rooks onto the same file. You can't move across the c3 because the knight's protecting. You don't really want to swap off the light-squared bishop because then black's light-squared bishop has this absolutely beautiful outpost in the middle of the board, and you spend more time trying to get rid of that. The other rook can come up to a5 to defend it as well, so you don't even need 2 moves to defend it again. This is black tying white in knots right now. Like, it's so much easier to come up with a plan if you're playing with the black pieces.
It's Dante's Inferno, right? The deeper you look, the more problems increase for white, layer by layer, level by level.
The seventh circle of Nepo.
It's all about getting 1.5 points, getting first past the post, but it's all about those outposts on the board. It's the black bishop sitting pretty, can never be moved, and that square you've been mentioning as well. d5 can never, ever be challenged. Dante's Inferno continues.
It does the suffering for white here, and to know that you need a whole point, you need to find winning chances. You know, how do you even do that? I mean, you mentioned breaks. The only idea that comes to mind is on the right side of the board. For Artemiev, you have to think about start advancing those H or G pawns to create weaknesses. He first improves the position of his rook.
Okay, let me ask you guys maybe a bit more of a tricky question. Black's got all the outposts, right? Absolutely beautiful. He can choose to put a knight on d5, a bishop, do whatever he wants. But that in itself doesn't win the game. You have to turn that into the winning advantage, right? Into the final push. Where is that turnkey moment for Nepo here?
Well, I don't think he needs to. I don't think he'll even be looking to. He's just going to improve his pieces. He's going to sit. He's going to maximize. He's going to put his king on a better square. Right. His rook's now perfect. And then he's going to say to Artemiev, you need to win. Come at me. You've only got 2 minutes on your clock.
So what you're saying is the clock is the turn key that Nepo is using here, just like in game number 1.
Exactly. Consistent strategy. It's paying off so far.
His whole career, not just here at the EWC. I mean, we've seen Nepomniachtchi constantly put pressure on the clock. That's really part of his game plan, regardless of where he's playing, who he's playing against. The one drawback of that sometimes is that he tends to rush a decision, and then that blind spot happens where you might miss it. But the problem with what we have in front of us is missing something looks impossible here. It's such a beautiful in-control position where everything's just defended. So, you know, for Artemiev, he almost needs a miracle to equalize this match and take it into an Armageddon.
And Artemiev's move there, the previous turn, the white rook sliding across, was given a question mark. It's simply because that's a blind alley. You can go up a couple of squares with the white rook, but that's just a one-move threat that will be easily defended by a black rook. And, okay, it's going to happen. It's unfolding on the board. That white rook just looks a bit silly now. Doesn't really have a purpose. White cannot improve the other pieces. He's just trying desperately to seek some ray of hope, but it just doesn't exist here for Artemiev.
And the clock goes tick-tock, right? 1.5 minutes now to him, and it's easy for Jan Nepomniachtchi to continue that improvement path. That knight from b6 can eventually land on the c4 square, a nice juicy spot, and it's not going to be easy for Artemiev to defend his counterpart, the pawn on b2.
Now, to Artemiev's credit, he's looking for ways that all of his pieces can be somehow involved in playing some sort of threat. Maybe that rook lift is going to go some way towards planning a knight c1 after the king moves across to stop the back rank check or something like that. I don't know. He's looking for more active pieces, more active squares for his pieces, but at the same time, it feels like a series of very isolated threats. It doesn't feel like there's much harmony among the pieces. There's no natural follow-up because look at the rook on a7. How can that work with anything else?
Well, he's trying desperately to break through here. This is a pawn sacrifice, that pawn likely to be captured. He's just throwing that pawn away because it was tying down the white knight anyway, and the white knight wants to use more active squares. This is pure desperation. This is his last roll of the dice, Artemiev. It's 1 minute against 3.5 minutes, though, and he's about to be a pawn down.
Yeah, this is panic, right? And you can take that pawn, it won't be the only pawn. Once again, the b2 pawn hanging can be picked up on the next move after that. It does take Jan by surprise. You know, so that could be a plus of this last move that Artemiev's played out on the board. As Jan, he thinks I'm expecting him to take a couple of seconds and then eventually capture the pawn. For white to jump with the knight to the center of the board, yeah, it's really hard to play this position when you know a draw isn't enough. You have to make those objectively bad decisions just to keep practical chances alive.
Yes, and it's a very difficult thing to do as a chess player, right? This complicates things. I know it's not the best move, but it's what I have to do to give my opponent the maximum percentage chance of doing something that goes wrong. I will also say that Artemiev has, I would fear Artemiev's poker face because his facial expression has been completely the same, whether he's at 1 minute or 9 minutes. You can see his eyes constantly darting around. The calculation never stops.
This last move, given a double question mark, a huge mistake. That could have been the last opportunity for Artemiev. The white knight should have actually, from e2, should have gone back to kick away the black bishop. It was a bit of an odd move, knight retreats, but now the white knight doesn't really achieve much. Nepomniachtchi back in full control. He didn't go a pawn up, but he soon will. The black knight about to grab a pawn on b2. It actually goes the other way, a bit of an odd decision, but he wants to land a check with the black rook. He's closing in for some potential drawing ideas with some checks here.
He just wants to wrap this game up. He's not playing for the win, he's playing for the match win, and not just the game win here. So the king falls back, attacks the rook. I mean, I have to say, from a mat strategy, this has been flawless by Jan Nepomniachtchi, you know? Coming in with that first game, playing with the white pieces, maximizing all his chances on the board, getting that beautiful checkmate in. And with black, such a controlled performance in this game too.
Yeah, already a silent draw offer. The black king has just moved back and forward. He's offering to repeat the position Nepomniachtchi. Of course, Artemiev will not agree to that, instead moving his own king forward, but 33 seconds. How on earth are you going to win this game with just 30 seconds on your clock? Still a packed board, still level material. Black has protected everything. I expect here Nepomniachtchi to continue just waiting, putting pressure on that clock.
I don't think you do. I mean, this is incredibly hard, and now Nepomniachtchi not only putting pressure on the clock, but on the board as well. He brings that rook in, slides it to the first rank, threatening some knight checks, forcing the white king. And look at that, every single move, a draw offer by Nepomniachtchi, an offer to repeat the position, something that Artemiev would love to do, being worse, but just can't afford to do it.
A big decision there. A rook trade was offered. If you'd recaptured there, the white pawn would have become very, very strong. So now the black king, will it continue to move, or will this check be blocked? Nepomniachtchi's lost a bit of control. He's going back with his king. This is the best position Artemiev's had in a while, at least in practical terms. But 23 seconds as a knight trades off for bishop. Black rook goes behind now to remove white's very strong pass pawn on d6. And it looks like he's guiding it towards safety yet again, Nepomniachtchi.
This is 100% the best position Artemiev had. He's now going for the other pawn, and if the rook joins the party, there can be threats against the black king. This has just gotten messy. 17 seconds on the clock.
Wow, if the times were level, if the clocks were level here, it's a great chance for Artemiev. He's fought so hard in this game. The white knight looks actually very tricky, hitting the black rook, threatening some forks in the air, but just no time, 13 seconds. Against a minute. Surely now it's hopeless, and a draw by agreement. Artemiev gives up his chances and leaves the competition.
The match score 1.5 to 1/2. That is enough for Nepo. The draw was offered. Artemiev accepts it, knowing that that is match defeat. Nepo reigns supreme and will advance. Artemiev will therefore be the first player to have his key crushed on this ace ream.
And what a performance by Jan Nepomniachtchi. You know, you could see it at the end of that game with his expression, just how relieved he was, because out of nowhere, Artemiev did manage to create some complications, managed to create those chances. The rook pawn endgame, a big surprise, got pretty messy in these last few moments. Jan Nepomniachtchi trying desperately to trade off those rooks, which eventually did happen, securing the draw, securing the match victory. But in the end, a few surprises thrown in on that. But overall, brilliant play in the two games by Nepomniachtchi.
Absolutely. He's torturing his opponent into submission there, and Jan Nepomniachtchi showing not only his speed but his experience as well in spades. He is going to be a strong player to potentially make it into the quarterfinal, but there's one step left to go. Let's hear what he has to say after his opening match here.
Yeah, I'm here with Nepo after that decisive win. And I'm not going to lie, man, you were up on time every single game by quite a bit. The last one got into with a minute. Pretty decisive, deceptive moves. Was winning by that much time like part of your plan coming into this, or what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I was just trying not to fail miserably like yesterday, so that was my only plan.
That's a great point, because you are actually playing the man that took you down yesterday in the next round. You're playing Andre. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Hopefully it goes better than yesterday once again, but we'll find out soon.
Guess we will.
Yeah, that we will. But before that, we have a little prize for you. You will be the first person here at the EWC competing at chess to crush your opponent's key. Are you excited about it, or what's going through your minds?
Can I delegate this to someone?
No, bro, you gotta crush the key!
You have to do it!
You are crushing his key! Destroying him! He's going home on a plane! Sorry, bro.
Yeah. Chill.
Apologies.
Okay. I will if that's needed.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope your key lasts longer than my sleeves. Let's head on over back to the studio and get ourselves ready for the second match of the day.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi who comes out on top in our first matchup of the day. Earns himself a rematch, a revenge match, if you will, against Andrei Yesipenko in just a few minutes' time. But we got to talk about how he got it done here, Maurice, because I think this is the Nepo that was in the contender category.
Absolutely. Nepo showed why he was a world champion contender. He played that kind of boss chess and just had a majestic performance, especially in that first game where it didn't look like it was that devastating an edge for him until he got to later in the game when he played this amazing move b5 and opened up that king and delivered checkmate. This is the Nepo we expected to see.
Of course, still had to get it done in the second game. He goes up with a decisive lead in game number one. Game number two only needs the draw. I think what Tyler keyed into, he's playing quick. He was playing smooth, Yovi.
He was playing confidently and he was in control right from start to finish. You know, he was never in any problems whatsoever. I just got to echo Maurice's words. You know, he was in impressive boss mode than the first game. I mean, that really stuck out.
And how about that? The reticence to the idea that now he has to crush one of his opponent's keys. I mean, it's interesting for these guys. I think something very unique to chess typically is even when a matchup is over, everybody gets together. You start talking about the game. There is this camaraderie and respect between opponents, but now we're kind of forcing a more adversarial element into it.
I think it is tricky for players who are used to being gentlemen and cordial. You keep a poker face. You don't jump up and down when your opponent loses. Crushing keys, what's up with that? So being forced to bring that out of himself, that kind of aggression, definitely looked like it scared Nepo a little bit on screen. And he's telling the guy, calm down, bro, calm down. I don't need to get that route. He wants to delegate it to somebody else. No, you're going to have to do it yourself.
Maybe for next year's EWC, we'll have a dedicated key crusher for those who want to pass the responsibility off. But I want to go back to that moment you called out in game number 1. Let's just get it up on the screen, play it through so those at home can maybe really understand and appreciate the beauty of the B5 find that you called out.
It was an excellent moment for Nepo in this game. He had this nice bind on the king side, on the attack with Black's king in the corner, and he realized this was the moment to open up that king, and he was calculating just right this second. He's like, that's the move I want to play. It looks really good. Doesn't quite work though. You've got to work through all the mathematics of the move, because if you open up that king, you could end the game. And you see there, that's the main point, is to bring the rook over, but it had to go even deeper than that. As obvious as that move looks, you have to go one step deeper, because after the pawn captures, that check is not going to be enough. So when the pawn took check, the rook blocked, but boom, that rook swinging back to that file that the rook vacated. Now the rook's coming down to the back rank to hit both the king and the queen. That is just unstoppable, and he knew it. Leaning back, Artemiev was done in that position and had to accept the checkmate.
Those little intermittent moves, right? Positioning the rook to achieve something. Now it slides back for the killer blow. We also saw an interesting commitment to multiple rook moves in the second game, Yovi. And for me, what a switch up that was in terms of understanding what he needed to play for and the patience that he was willing to put on display.
Yeah, absolutely. He understood, right? Especially there in the middle of the game, that he understood he just needed to wait. And he didn't need to do anything, didn't need to provoke Artemiev. Instead, he forced Artemiev to react. And do you know, Artemiev did not handle the clock well. He was the one with no time on the clock, and that, in the end, was his downfall.
I mean, that's going to be, I think, perhaps the story of the day, right? Who can live up to the moment, not just in the chess itself, but when it comes to clock management, when it comes to nerve management. And Nepo, he doesn't get much time to refocus and reframe for his next matchup because, again, the format only gets more brutal. You get the win in your first game today, you step right back on stage and you got to do it again for qualification.
Time is a third competitor. It is not your friend. It's how you actually manage it that will dictate a lot of what makes people victorious. And here, poor Nepo has no time to go against the young man who smacked him yesterday, but his revenge on his mind.
Our Group A picture is almost complete. Again, Levon Aronian getting it done yesterday to advance to the playoffs. Andrei Yesipenko, he's awaiting the winner of this matchup. It was Jan Nepomniachtchi who will take it. He slots over into that decider matchup, playing for the final spot in the quarterfinals out of Group A. It's a rematch. I think the question is, what did he learn from the first time out against Yesipenko?
Well, he learned it's all about the opening, right? Because Yesipenko came incredibly prepared and basically outgunned him there. So Nepomniachtchi has to decide, he's got to play his own game. He's got to force the pace, and he's got to be precise.
He's got to be precise. Can he do it? Is he showing you better form today than he was yesterday? Is he making you more confident in that matchup against Yesipenko?
I got to tell you, not really. He looks a little bit tired. He looks a little bit stressed. He wants to live up to this moment. And Nepo, there's a tendency sometimes to make mistakes that cost him. He's still the favorite in my opinion, but he's not the prohibitive favorite that I saw him as yesterday.
And then what about on the other side? I mean, obviously Yesipenko, he had the opportunity to watch this game play out and maybe take some learnings from that. He also, of course, had to take a loss as we're getting our look at the first key crushing moment. It's something he didn't necessarily want to do, but it has to be done here on the eSports World Cup stage.
You gotta love it. Look at Nepo.
It's so brutal, right? And he's doing this to a friend of his teammate, in every sense of the word.
Oh, and it's so slow. It makes it worse. Oh!
You're not just crushing a key, you're crushing a heart, your friend's dreams. Go home, buddy boy. That's it.
Goodness.
But he is now the boss that moment.
Absolutely brutal. The bags are packed, but here we have, arriving now, Yesipenko. He's about to dive into that rematch here against Jan Nepomniachtchi. We'll be right back in a couple minutes to walk you through it all before they step on stage to do battle. Catch you here in just a few.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Grandmaster Vladislav Artemiev, who lost against Jan Nepomniachtchi. He won the first game, and what happened in the second game? Were you able to get any chances at all?
Probably it was a very tough match for me. Unfortunately, I have troubles in both games. First of all, I think that time management not so good for me. But it's a usual story. It's very hard to find a way balance between speed and quality of moves. But okay, Jan was better, it's clear, and objectively no chance for a match, I think. Okay, in the second game, objectively, I have some possibilities maybe in the end, but I have only 20 seconds or a little less, so no chance here.
Much like life, balancing time, yeah. And what about your overall experience here playing under these big lights and the bright stage? What will you look back on after you leave here?
I think that organization on a very good level, everything is nice. I'm really happy to be here. I feel that we have excellent friendly atmosphere, and about format, maybe personally me, I will choose increment 1 or 2 seconds, but okay, it's understandable. So, okay, it's fight. We have the same conditions. So, if I will have possibility in future, I will return, of course, yeah.
We hope to see you back, and that's part of the event. No increment, no added time. It makes it fun. It makes it more challenging. Thank you for your time and for participating, Vladislav Artemiev.
Thank you very much. All the best.
Thanks, everyone.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, where we've already said goodbye to Vladislav Artemiev, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, after taking him down, has earned a rematch, a revenge match, if you will, up against Andrei Yesipenko. But that's not the only result we've had over on Stream B. Anish Giri falls down to Nihal Sarin. So Anish Giri as well. Key crushed, dreams crushed, and Nihal will move on to play MVL for qualification. As we come into the studio here, we're welcoming in GM Ben Feingold to join us to break it all down. How about this one, Ben? Jan Nepomniachtchi, he earns himself that rematch, but now he's got to get it done against the guy who knocked him down to begin with.
You know, they were going to crush my key and make sure that I didn't do any more commentary or analysis, but I got the key back and I ran away with it.
Nice.
So I'm hiding it on my person. Don't tell anybody. So that I can do more analysis. Yeah, that was Jan really finding his form, because the first match didn't look like Jan at all. That looked like that Yesipenko was just the better player, and I'm sure Jan is relishing the fact of getting revenge against his countrymen.
Yeah, definitely relishing in the opportunity to do that, but let's talk about how he gets it done, or rather how Yesipenko can kind of, let's say, recreate the magic that he had yesterday to knock him down.
Yeah, yesterday Yesipenko had a mixed day because, yeah, his strategy worked great against Jan Nepomniachtchi, but he got crushed at the hands of Levon Aronian doing exactly the same thing. So he's going to have to be that moving target. He's going to have to switch things around, change approaches, and maybe just rely on the fact that Jan might be a little bit tired after that match.
That's a good point, right? Yesipenko had the ability to rest and just watch his opponent put a lot of effort out there onto the stage. We just took a look at that game one, seeing the final moments of it, Queen versus Rook endgame, and it's Yesipenko who does manage to find the mate in the end. Very impressive. But how about that, what Yovi just talked about, that you probably can't bring in the exact same strategies day to day against the same opponent.
No, that's right. Jan's going to have to change up the opening strategy based on what happened yesterday. And what's funny is this is like the world of sports that I watch in the United States. One side rested, one side though is not rested, but they feel the game. They've been playing the game. So Jan has no rest, but he's just played the time control they're going to play right now. And maybe Yesipenko is going to be sloppy because he hasn't played in a whole day. So we're going to see if what's better, the rest and relaxation, or the people who have just played like Jan and they're ready to play again.
Well, which side would you rather be on?
I personally like the rest. I think Yesipenko has the advantage there. because there's a lot of decisions to be made, and especially in the quick time control. So I think advantage Yesipenko, but I'm still giving the nod to Jan. I did yesterday, and it cost me. I'm gonna burn my bridges.
Doubling down.
I'm gonna double down and go for Jan again.
Okay, but where are you on that?
What do you think, Jovi?
Yeah, on that conversation. Would you rather be in Jan's position, already feeling the groove of being on stage and the time controls, or you rather be rested?
I would also rather be rested, but I have to say that Jan had a relatively easy, stressless match there because he took control in the first game, and so he won't have that adrenaline pumping through his veins. Instead, he can just more or less take 5 minutes to take a breather and then get ready. And I think that experience, that fact that he's played the time control, is going to help him.
We already had the prediction of Nepo here. Are you aligning with that? Do you think just, again, the kind of player that he is on paper, as well as what he's already shown us today, indicates that maybe he's in better form than the form that lost?
My head says Nepo. My heart is going to go for the underdog, Yesipenko.
Okay, but you said to a degree, if Yesipenko's going to do it, he has to find a different strategy, because the recipe to kind of to dismantle what he won against Nepo with yesterday was already put on display. So what would be that recipe?
Well, it would be first up finding a really good opening strategy. And what you want is actually something that is going to force Jan to burn the bridge on the time. You want to force him to be active. You want to force it to be a little bit uncertain, unclear, no direct path to the victory. So I'm expecting something like that from Yesipenko.
Is he the kind of player who can do that? Because Jan was moving with patience, but smooth and quick still in his first game of the day today.
No, Yesipenko definitely is capable of changing it up and getting an advantage in the opening, playing quickly. Although, after watching his match with Aronian yesterday, I don't know if he's feeling it anymore. It was a one-time thing against Jan, and now Jan's going to get back into form. I don't see Jan losing 2 matches to Yesipenko the first 2 days, so I'm still on the Jan bandwagon.
All right, there you have it. It all comes down to this. We're closing out the picture here in Group A. After falling down to his opponent in just a moment, Jan Nepomniachtchi earns that rematch, and they're about to dive onto stage here for that final spot out of Group A into our top 8. Let's head out there and meet our competitors.
A rematch of day 1. Both of these players are no stranger to this stage.
But this time, the stakes are higher than before, Tyler. This time around, a spot in the top 8, or your key gets crushed once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring them on down for our second game of the day and our final one of Group A. You know these two people. You love them. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi representing Aurora Gaming versus Virtus Pro's Andrei Yesipenko. A spot in the top 8 on the line. Can Jan exact revenge, or will Andrei assert his dominance one more time here in the SNB arena?
Andre, I'm coming to you first. I know you're a man of very few words. So I'm just going to ask you one. Yeah, I'm asking you one simple question, bro. What have you done, or how are you going to keep your key safe today?
I will try what I did against Jan in the first match, and will not play like against Levon. Yeah, that's what I'll try to do. Yes.
Jan, how are you going to make sure that the result from yesterday doesn't get replicated in today's games? You already got a win on the stage. Can you get another one?
I hope so, but you can never be sure.
Well, let's wait and see. Boys and girls, another best of 2 on the line, a spot in the top 8. Gentlemen, you know the drill. Keys onto the pedestals and get yourselves in those seats. Our second game of the day is going to be underway. Casters, we wait for you to see who will make it to the top 8.
Thank you very much, Sandstorm. Thank you, Tyler. This is it. It's the decider match. It's the qualifying match here from Group A. Yesterday, we have to talk about the history going into this match. The first game between these two yesterday, if you haven't watched it on stream, very, very tense draw, but Yesipenko was the player on the front foot. And the same thing happened in Game 3. Yesipenko kept pushing, and he broke through on the 3rd or 4th attempt. It almost looked like what we saw Jan just do on this very stage moments ago. Which way is it going this time?
Yesterday was so impressive from Esipenko. The pressure, the intensity, the opening preparation, he had it all, and he had the technique to finish. It did feel like Esipenko was at his best yesterday. He was at 100%. Jan was off it slightly. Jan wasn't at his best. Today it feels like Jan has woken up slightly. I think he does start as the favorite. Revenge on his mind.
I mean, this is amazing. It's a script you could not have written. You know, Esipenko delivering the first shocker here in Riyadh, being an underdog, taking down Jan Nepomniachtchi in that opening match. And then as fate would have it, they meet each other again, and this time it's a decider. You know, both want that qualifying spot. Jan Nepomniachtchi wants a revenge as well. This one's screaming grudge match energy.
Game number 1, grudge match energy, opens with E4, E5. It's a Petrov to begin with, so we're going to try and close the door as black. Jan Nepomniachtchi here trying to keep things calm with the black pieces.
Wow, and it's the 4 knights defense, all 4 knights coming out very early, and a knight landing in the middle of the board. This is known to be a bit of a tricky one. It's just like yesterday, Esipenko's aiming to shock Jan, surprise him early doors. Look how he's trying to blow open the center, but a pawn sacrifice here.
And I have to say, I mean, Esipenko, when he was talking to Tyler earlier on the stage, he sort of said it, right? He wants to do the same that he did yesterday against Jan. And what did he do? He got that early surprise, the opening prep in. Andrei Esipenko, he's known for that deep and sharp prep. He's sort of taken Jan into this position. You said pawn sacrifice. He does grab the pawn. Once again, Esipenko sacrificing a pawn for the initiative here.
Yeah, and this is a very trendy variation, so I think it's more likely, as we see with the speed here, that Jan Nepomniachtchi is prepared and has studied this, as opposed to yesterday when he was clearly on his own very early and had to freestyle. As Esipenko, the pressure is on him. He has gone down a pawn, but white ahead in development. He needs to find compensation here to justify that investment.
This is certainly very explosive out of the gate here. Move 7, and already we're seeing both players continuously tussle, but Esipenko trying to get Jan out of his comfort zone. Even if that doesn't succeed, the statement of intent here feels really clear.
It is. The intent is that if you're white, you've given up a pawn and you're playing for these open lines and diagonals. At some point, he wants to neutralize the tension. Esipenko does by going pawn takes pawn, get the rook lined up against the black king and put pressure on those weakened pawn structure that will happen eventually after the trade. Also notice the activity of pieces, a knight on d5, the bishop on b5. You've already got your king to safety. Jan Nepomniachtchi still a couple of moves away to finish development.
Yeah, still a couple of moves away. The black king needs to get out of the middle of the board, needs to castle, and there we go. The threats are the only way to slow black down. First here, attacking the knight in the center, but so many more targets behind. And we might see some trades now of minor pieces. Will it be knights for bishops, bishops for knights, knights for knights? You have a bunch of choice here, but either way, a pawn capture will blow open the file towards the black king.
So in exchange for that pawn, Tanya, I can see knights can be traded for bishops. So we can retain the pair of bishop. We've got bishop takes knight instead. What is white looking once the dust settles from this? Because we could talk about the 4 or 5 different choices that white would have had here for quite some time. What I want to know is, what's the desirable end result?
I think the desirable end result for Andrei Esipenko would be to regain that pawn, which will be at the center of the board, and get a material imbalance, a piece dynamic, where perhaps white is left with the bishop and black is left with the knight. So imagine if white trades the knight on d5 for the bishop on e7. The bishop, which will be captured right now on c6, as we see it being played out, takes the knight on f3. Once all of that's dissolved, and you get that extra pawn back, white's left only with the dark squared bishop, Jan Nepomniachtchi is only left with the knight on the board, and then you're fighting an open position where long-range pieces are stronger. So perhaps that's where Esipenko's advantage or a positional edge might lie.
Yeah, and the move you pointed out, Tanya, apparently here is the only way to avoid being significantly worse here for Jan Nepomniachtchi as black. Anything else gives white a decisive advantage. You need to play bishop takes knight to remove one of the attackers of the black central pawn. Otherwise, the center blows open and the white knight will be ready to pounce. That would spell disaster for the black king. He finds it, the best move.
I'm so surprised that a position where it looks on the surface like there are multiple options, but you said it, David, there's an only move there to take the knight on f3. It's a lot sharper than I gave it credit for.
And there we also have it, what we were talking about. Esipenko has won that pawn back.
Yep.
He's got a 6 versus 6 now, but compare the pawn structure, the pawn formation. More weaknesses for Jan Nepomniachtchi currently. Meanwhile, the bishop versus knight dynamic on the board.
Yes.
What is it? It's not a blocked position. It's not a closed position where knights usually flourish. It's an open board. The bishop has beautiful long-term diagonals to land on. Pieces to attack, pawns to target. So I think this is actually an opening edge. And Andrei Esipenko doing what he does best. Incredibly opening preparation. Making sure he's got that time on the clock as well. And once again, it's advantage, Esipenko advantage, underdog.
And advantage on the clock. Jan played so quickly in the last match. By this point, he was possibly a minute or more up. He's actually currently about, at the start of this move, he was down on the clock. He's only just crept ahead again. So really respecting his opposition here and really taking his time by the looks of things compared to the last match.
Yeah, and Andre looks like he's playing with a bit more freedom than he did in the second match yesterday, his unsuccessful clash with Levon Aronian, where he just seemed a bit off. There were some one-move blunders. Here, he's been playing very quickly, aided by great opening preparation, but he cannot allow himself to fall too far low on the clock. That's a great move. Keeping the white pawns on light squares, the bishop will go on dark squares, and the white bishop on this long diagonal is going to cut across the board. This is going to be a fantastic home for it long term.
I actually love the way Andre's handled this match so far, the opening so far here. He's playing against a guy who's a master of intuition. He's a master of fast decision and pressure play. But the position's pretty simplified. A lot of trades have happened. It's sort of more of a strategic fight. You're not going to get those tactical battles in this kind of a piece dynamic that we're seeing right now.
Sure. Wow, and he's just so willing to give up pawns, Jan Nepomniachtchi, in these types of positions. That last move surprises me, or at least the last couple of moves. White here, at will, can win that pawn that has just advanced. It does require a trade of the beautiful white bishop for the black knight, but once those pieces disappear, the pawn in the center is doomed. You can just take it with your rook, maybe even with the white queen. He doesn't pull the trigger yet, Andrei Esipenko. He fixes the black pawns on that queen side on dark squares, maybe hinting that he's going to keep the tension as long as he can.
And the other advantage of a move like that is if the majors get traded off, if the queens come off the board, and even if the rooks come off the board, because that weakness has been fixed on a color complex, same as the white bishop, you always have targets to play for. In fact, I think an endgame is close to winning for white here for Andrei Esipenko.
Yeah, get those queens off the board if you can. The problem is now there are two threats. Not only is that black queen attacking a pawn, but the white queen is almost trapped. If black gets one more move, slides a rook across, no way home for the white queen. I think Andrei Esipenko, maybe a small slip up there. He might have missed that this is an option. He needs now to be very, very resourceful.
Tricky Nepomniachtchi.
Potentially, I guess, maybe removing the knight frees up d5 as an escape square for the queen. I'm looking for alternatives to chopping the knight off the board, but does that just work? I'm worried about the doubled pawns. How does that affect Nepomniachtchi's endgame?
Yeah, I think while queens remain on the board, opening up the black king is a good thing for white. The black king could become weak, but if queens disappear, doubled pawns, maybe not the most important thing there. Not going to be a game changer. He does remove the knight, as you mentioned there. The white queen at least now does have a way home. He takes a pawn off the board. So now it's becoming all about calculation. White is a pawn up. The black queen can start getting greedy as well. This one, it's going to be a race to see whether Nepomniachtchi can create counterplay before white's better pawn structure pays off long term.
It might even become a race to black's king, right? You've got the majors on the board right now. The G line opened up. The rook sort of threatening to fly over, give a check if that pawn is captured on c2. I mean, if I'm playing black right now, I'm looking at ideas of rook g4 check, the queen sliding back to f3, building up on that attack. Let's see how this plays out. And we've got the check on the board. First big decision, where do you place your king?
It's a 50-50. Towards the corner tends to be the safer option, but according to the computer right now, going the other way was the only way to survive. Now your move, Tanya. Checkmate in one is threatened. Exclamation point given. Queen takes pawn, traps the black king in the corner. This could be a game changer. How is he going to hold this now?
And Jan Nepomniachtchi played the most natural move in the position. That's where you feel your king is safest. And it turns out to be a massive blunder. Now Jan doing the rook lift. He did that in the previous match as well to defend the pawn laterally on f6. How is Andrei Esipenko going to build on this attack? He gets a third power play in, pushes that h pawn. It wants to march right up the board as close as it can get to that black king.
Very logical. Also creating some breathing space for the white king. Now the white heavy pieces, the queen and the rooks, do not need to be tied down to the white king. It will kind of look after itself now, and it will be the turn of white to start attacking. The black king lacking defenders.
Now, the pawn on f6 can be defended. All of the major pieces can potentially defend on f6. So logically, when you think about how to open up a chess position, you're looking for that second weakness. You're looking for that additional way to prise open the position and really put the game beyond doubt. Where is that second weakness here for white? Is that the pawn on c7 or something else?
Well, that's definitely a long-term point, right? What you mentioned, the pawns. Look at the horrible, the ugly pawn structure that he has. But more importantly, the black king. And look at that. He gets a third piece into the attack. That's the breakthrough. Whoa, and that gets marked a blunder. I am surprised by that. I thought that was the most natural move in the position, attacking the pawns, heading to the black king.
But he's rushed, and now Jan Nepomniachtchi does have a small window of opportunity. He can take this pawn with his queen, offering a queen trade. It actually defends this pawn as well. It's still going to be a very difficult endgame for black to hold. It is white in the driver's seat, Jan Nepomniachtchi on the defensive, but he could have been patient. He could have just defended that pawn that was attacked. Long-term, totally crushing position. Jan actually gives a check first, driving the white king away, and now offers that queen trade.
A big decision, because you really want to hang on to your queen right now. You know, just seeing the black king caged up in a kill zone, any check would end the game on the spot. You want to keep the majors on the board. Will Andrei Esipenko go all out, say, fine, take my pawn, I still want the queens on the board, I'm still going for checkmate? The fact that he's not rushing with the trade to capture the queen, to capture the pawn, I think he might want more.
Is it bad that the first move I started looking at was queen e4? I need to stop playing so much speed chess. That's not good at all. I'm sure there are objectively much better moves than that. But that's a fun little trick that you have in this position, isn't it?
Yeah, and let's show this on the board. The white queen stepping into the center. Do not take this queen. It might be a bit of a joke, but it's actually a very strong move because white now will lift a rook up to the back rank. Black can throw a rook in the way to block, but it will just end in checkmate. The black king caught in the crossfire of the two white rooks. Beautiful trick there.
There must be a more objective, stronger move, of course, than playing for tricks. You absolutely ignore my one-shot tendencies.
Yeah, maybe the black queen would have dropped back to block on the e6 square. In the meantime, the queen's actually coming off the board, as they might have done in this variation anyway. And now Andrei Esipenko has to win it all over again. The advantage almost gone. Huge missed opportunity. Felt like he had his priorities wrong. Instead of going for checkmate, he's trying to collect pawns.
He got so close, doing everything right? Getting that advantage out of the opening, converting it into a big mating attack against his opponent. Now it simplifies into this endgame. He doubles up the rook. He's got a draw in his hand right now.
Yes.
Although there is a check coming on that h4 pawn. Gets picked up, defends h7 as well. You can trade the rooks further, get one of those two rooks off the board. Jan Nepomniachtchi can place his own rook right next to the king. I think this is heading towards a draw now. Jan Nepomniachtchi, the worst is over.
Yeah, he just needs to be accurate here. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's got one black rook attacked. He can counterattack with his rook here. Or he can just save this rook that is just hanging on the side of the board. He can bring it back, bring it forward. He should be safe enough with the extra pawn temporarily for black. Still, I think white's position easier to handle with the active rooks. But for Esipenko, so many missed opportunities. Even if he just put that white h-pawn on h3 all those moves ago, he would have been winning this endgame. Instead, the pawn dropped with a check. If he kept the queens on, he would have been winning. If he blocked any checks, he would have been winning. But ultimately, it's fizzling out towards a draw now.
Now that the eval bar is chilling out a little bit, and Jan Nepomniachtchi is also looking a lot more chill, being able to find the equilibrium in the position, to what extent are the clocks going to be playing a factor in this game? Is this one of those games where actually a tiny mistake under pressure turns a drawn situation into an insta-loss? What are we looking at?
Possibly the clocks are going to play a role. I think they actually help Jan Nepomniachtchi here. It feels like the type of situation where if there isn't really a winning plan, Andrei Esipenko might be forced to pull the brake and go for the draw before he ticks too low on the clock. 40-second difference, though. 3 minutes should be enough for both sides.
I agree with that, but I also feel like you have to factor in the position. Compare Esipenko's rook on the 7th rank to Jan's, much more active, a better pawn formation. The white rook's already tying down a Jan's rook to defense. You know, the king's ready to march up as well. The position looks like it's still completely in control for Esipenko, but not enough to push for the win.
Well, where's the Magnus grind here for white? Where do we find that infinitesimal edge that still looks drawn until your opponent makes that critical mistake that looks innocent? Where can we find that?
think we need to call him up. I've got him on speed dial.
Yeah, okay.
Subtle flex there by David Howell.
Okay, apparently already the path is narrow. Black only has one move here, again, to minimize the damage. I would say it's the most obvious move. The Black King can step two ways towards the corner. Rarely makes sense in an endgame. Stepping towards the center is the best way to wait. The Black Rook actually has to stay as a guardian of the 5th rank, so cannot really move to a logical square. Maybe it can slide across, but here, I think Jan will be forced to find the best move. Waiting with the Black King, White struggles to find a plan to break through.
Well, there is a sort of a deeper dynamic to the point you make, right? Because you could wait with the king to the right side stepping up or the left side. Now, the problem is if you put the king to the right side, you're allowing the white rook to target the f6 pawn by getting behind it. And that's sort of not pleasant to deal with. You move it to the left side, you're allowing the white rook to target the other pawn, the h5 pawn. We might eventually see Black losing one of the... Whoa! He just voluntarily gives up the a5 pawn?
Not just that, but now he has to go back where he came from. First, he defended his kingside, Yasipenko here with white, all the white pawns, the white king looking nice and pretty. The Black Rook has to go back where it came from, otherwise the white king steps up the board. I think we're going to see a very, very classy maneuver from Andrei Yasipenko here. He's suddenly got a winning advantage. It did turn. The Magnus touch is out.
Wow. I mean, I did not think it would happen that quickly. I thought it would happen 20 moves from now. It's unreal to think that that tiny piece of maneuvering swings the eval bar so far, because this still, to the naked eye, looks like it wasn't very different.
I don't know about David, but I think Yasipenko definitely got that speed dial going right there, getting Magnus on the phone. I don't know how this happened, but this is completely winning. Look at that. He forced the Black King to the left, and now he's going for the h5 pawn. The White King is about to march up, win perhaps the second pawn, some checkmating ideas to combine as well. What a huge blunder. And this could be disastrous, absolutely. How do you even save this endgame? King takes pawn. Black does have the opportunity to take the g3 pawn. And Yasipenko, he realizes it. Is he about to push the g pawn one step forward?
Only winning move. He has to save his pawn before the Black Rook comes across. And of course he finds it. Yasipenko, this has been a power-packed performance so far in the endgame. Now he pushes his pawns forward. The White King is doing the hard lifting here. It's going to win a pawn. It's going to be 2 connected pass pawns for White. Black's pawn on the left side on the a-file, irrelevant. Now you can take this pawn, and bang of the table from Nepomniachtchi. He knows he's losing this endgame. There's a check threat here that would force rooks off the board. It's going to be a win for Yasipenko. He's going to do it again.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi, they're reacting on our camera. He can't believe what he missed through in this one. An endgame that he would hold 9 out of 10 times, and the one time he didn't happens to be on the biggest stage.
Wow, the panic on Nepomniachtchi's face. He's down to 1 minute as well. How rarely have we seen this throughout his career, that he's the one lower on time. The White Rook moves back. He's banging the table again and again. Now the White Pawns are simply going to cruise through. You can give a check with the White Rook. The White King can sidestep. This is a winning endgame. Only nerves can stop him now, but Yasipenko's doing everything correctly.
And look at him on camera. Cool, calm, and composed. He's got this, you know, and he knows it. He knows what's at stake for Jan Nepomniachtchi, just unbelievable. I mean, this is a guy who's so strong at endgames. The amount of times he's managed to win and hold difficult endgames, it's amazing, Jan Nepomniachtchi does. And right here, that one move blunder that he rushed through could potentially cost him a quarterfinal spot.
Now the White Rook just needs to find any better position, and it's a win. The White Rook, if it can teleport onto the 8th rank, would deliver checkmate to the Black King. It looks logical to drop it back and around, bring it across and through. This looks like he's about to convert.
Yeah, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, that he was crushing his bottle. He knows that the position, he's getting crushed here in the endgame. Under 1 minute on the clock, Jan trying to set up some tricks, lines up the rook, wants to push those pawns. It's time to start threatening some checkmates here for Andrei Yasipenko. Can he put the finishing touches? Will he get the ball across the net?
Look at that. He was even drawing the path with his fingers a moment ago, Yasipenko. He's bringing the rook in. He's going to be just in time. A rook check, and he's going to threaten checkmate. The Black Pawn is 1 square from touchdown, about to make a new queen, but the Black King is doomed.
He's calculated this all the way through. He knows this is over. Jan Nepomniachtchi knows this is over.
Is he going to hit the resign button? He's cursing himself. It looks like he's talking to himself, trying to motivate his way into playing a few more moves. But look at this. That was the killer blow. Checkmate in 1 threatened. The White Rook stepping up is going to soon win the Black Rook or deliver mate, and it's game over.
And Andrei Esipenko, a subtlety in that rook endgame, proving the prize-worthy 1-0 so far, able to prize the position open from a seemingly equal position. Fantastic stuff there, spotting the opportunity and executing cold. And he takes a 1-game advantage in this series.
This is unbelievable. Andrei Esipenko coming in as a last-minute substitute to Fedosiev, taking down one of the heaviest hitters in the chess world when they meet on day one, and then doing it again in this decider match in their game one, taking the lead. That's 1 foot into the quarterfinals for Andrei Esipenko. And what a power-packed performance this was. You know, in this battle of Jan Nepomniachtchi's tempo versus Andrei Esipenko's theory, once again, the opening preparation coming out beautifully, yet he missed out. And then a stunning conversion in the end game when he got that one opportunity, David.
David, this is almost history repeating itself here, because you cast your mind back to yesterday. It was an equal position, but Esipenko kept pushing, kept finding opportunities, didn't convert the first one, and then went on to win. Guess what? Same thing's happened again.
And again in a rook endgame. He's beaten Nepomniachtchi in 2 rook endgames, both starting from a small advantage but nothing significant. It feels like he's in Nepomniachtchi's head. It's that simple. Very rarely do we see Jan spend so much time on the clock, be so indecisive and make such uncharacteristic mistakes. But it's clear that this rivalry, wow, it's really bringing out the best in Esipenko.
100%. And you could see the anger and the frustration on Jan, you know, in those final moments of the game. He needs to calm himself down right now, because this is the final battle here. It all resides on this one. Jan Nepomniachtchi in a must-win. The match victory that he had against Artemiev right before this, it felt like we're going to see a fire performance by Jan. You know, he's ready to go. Then this is what he faces.
Look, here is the good news for Jan, right? Of all of the players who need to relax, reset, get into the right mental state, Jan is one of the only players other than Magnus in the field where you would say, actually, you've got so much experience and you know how to do this in your sleep that I'm supremely confident this doesn't tilt Jan. He comes back stronger, he comes back fighting. So that's got to play into his favor, but he can't just do that right now because he can't afford to draw, David. This is now must-win territory, so he has to find a way to take that skill a step further.
Yep, he needs to lock in, he needs to forget. Jan has always been a very emotional player, maybe the one thing that held him back, especially in his kind of teens and early 20s. He couldn't quite break into that top 10 in the world. It took him so much longer than people expected, but in recent years he has been much more stoic, much more composed. He needs to bring back all of that composure now in order to bounce back. His last life, his last legs now in the Esports World Cup, and we start with E4, E5, a King's Pawn opening. It's another Roy Lopez, another Spanish. This brought him success in the previous match against Artemiev. Will it do so again against Esipenko this time?
And the opening does develop, and once again for Jan Nepomniachtchi playing with the white pieces, usually the Spanish, you know, the Roy Lopez, it all comes down to these central breaks. You kind of develop first, it starts cagey, starts slow, but the pressure in the center and eventual trades is what opens up the position. I think for Jan right now, it's all about the mindset. One thing is what's happening on the board. He needs to forget what's just occurred in game one, because he's a player who sometimes lives in Tilt City. You know, it's so easy for him to go down that emotional spiral that, David, you were earlier talking about. And that's going to be the hardest part to recover, especially with barely any time. It's
so frustrating being in a position where, we need to be thinking about, okay, what move comes next? This is all theory. How am I maneuvering my pieces? I play the Roy Lopez. I'm sat here thinking, right, what is white going to do next? How is black likely to respond? But you wouldn't be able to do that half as easily if in the back of your mind you're thinking, you're not here to play the opening well. You're not even here to find a brilliancy in the middle game. You're here because if you don't win this game, your key gets crushed. It's impossible to stop that nagging voice in the back of your head.
Yeah, everyone is human. Everyone has ghosts. Everyone kind of gets overawed occasionally by the momentous occasion like this. And for Jan, I think he can do it. I believe in him. I've seen him do it so many times before. But just the manner of that previous defeat, the fact that he lost yesterday to Esipenko as well, that's got to haunt him. And this is the first time Esipenko has paused, by the way. He looked away from the computer screen, looking down. He's trying to recall what he has analyzed in this opening before. And this is the Archangel variation of the Spanish. Black has actually sacrificed a pawn. The white knight has gone greedy. It's grabbed a pawn on b5. but it is a bit vulnerable to the black bishop, to the black rook, so there are often tactics here in the air, and it does feel like Yesipenko, with the opening surprise yet again, with the 1 minute advantage that's now dropped a bit, and another opening success. He seems to know exactly what to do against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
He really does, but I think he needs to pace up, because when you give up a pawn like that right out of the opening, you want to kind of prove your initiative. And look at Jan, you know, he keeps shaking his head, not because he's not liking what's on the board, but because it's still in his mind what's just happened in game one. And again, one of the hardest psychological battles, because Jan's not only playing a very in-form Esipenko, but he's also fighting his own self.
And if anything, that is the most telling thing that we've seen in game number 2 so far. Jan might not have shaken all the cobwebs off yet from game number 1. He's still irritated by that loss. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to affect his play, but you have to ask the question at that point. There are visible signs of that frustration. Are we sure that's not going to affect it? It happens in every sport.
And often the great champions, the very best in the world, you do see them shake their head, you do see them maybe suffer from injury in some sports, but they always find a way to pull through when the key moment, the crunch moments occur. And those clutch wins are so, so vital. For now, he's grabbed a pawn. He's putting the onus back on Esipenko to find a justification.
Very big think here from Esipenko, going down to below 8 minutes now. Of all the moves to send him into the tank like this, I didn't realize it would be H3.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all it takes, a quiet move. Often when you study with computers, when you prepare openings, you look at the most forceful moves, the most direct attempts.
For sure.
Often it's a long sequence, calculation involved, required. Esipenko there, kind of with his hands gesturing, he's like, I know I've frozen, I just need to speed up. As the heart rate still relatively calm for both, but it's that type of position that could explode.
Yeah, Esipenko is willing himself right now to make a move. And the thing is, this position, I think this has been a very successful start for Jan's campaign in that comeback win, because the imbalance is already there. You have an extra pawn. Esipenko has to prove his compensation, has to prove why he just gave it away. And when your opponent goes into a 2-minute think, he's not feeling that much confidence about doing that. So we see a pawn trade in the center with Esipenko trying to get some squares for his knight to eventually jump to. Jan Nepomniachtchi takes that vulnerable knight to recapture, now also eyeing the f5 square. The thing is, this requires concrete play from Esipenko right now.
Yes.
He can't go into a strategic positional mode.
There's a couple of things he's still thinking about, of course. The rook on b8 can potentially be eyeing up the bishop on b3, depending on how these trades go as well. So it's not a case of, you can just take that with whatever and not have to think about it. He's busy calculating out what's going to happen after these trades take place. But when the dust settles here, a decision has been made effectively to liquidate, and a lot of the tension that was in the position has gone. Presumably, that benefits Esipenko more as the player's in the lead?
Yeah, although he was a pawn down temporarily, so this last move, grabbing a pawn back, was the acid test of what Jan Nepomniachtchi has been doing. He needed to restore the material balance, and that white bishop was doomed anyway. It was going to fall prey to the black rook, so it gave itself up for the highest price possible. White, again, a pawn up after that couple of exchanges there. But the black knight, very active. The black light squared bishop about to become very, very strong as well. Looks like great compensation for the pawn.
It really does. You know, that bishop that you highlighted, it can attack the white queen, it can attack the white rook. A lot of cool squares to jump to next. Also, let's point out, the rook, which has just captured the bishop on f7, sits on a really nice open line already. The queen from d8 ready to join in the party from the f6 square. I think this is Andrei Esipenko proving the initiative that we were earlier talking about. Yes, he's down a pawn, but a lot of piece play in the position. And again, it comes down to that tempo by tempo play. You know, the entire sequence of forcing move gets him here.
I'm thinking about like what squares all of the pieces would like to be on, and the light bishop for black, you know, it looks like it could be eyeing up a very juicy long diagonal. The knight's currently in a great place, but is it actually going to stay on b4? And then I ask myself the same question about the bishop currently on c1 for white, and I'm not sure I have a great answer for that. And because the knight doesn't have e5 as an outpost either, I'm also not sure what the answer is for white's knight. So there's a couple of questions to be resolved here in Nepomniachtchi's position.
Yep, some difficult questions. I'm going to kind of predict here that he burns a bit of his time advantage. He's up 1 minute, Nepomniachtchi, as he tries to find a coherent plan, some nice homes for his pieces. Really difficult, to be honest. That white bishop is maybe the problem piece. The white rooks can get into the game, but black's moves on the next few turns are going to come with gain of time. They're going to come with threats.
Yeah, and you know, in this time format where clock is really the 17th piece, you want to be able to make those fast moves, those easier moves quickly, especially putting pressure on your opponent. I do like what Jan's done with the rook, lifting it to a3, laterally defending the knight on f3. So, you know, sort of ready to be an attacker to the c7 pawn by placing itself on c3, but also to assist in the defense of the king side. But as David, you predicted, goes into a think, not easy to decide where you want to place that dark squared bishop. How are you going to handle the upcoming threats on the queen at the center of the board once the black bishop lands on the long diagonal?
And that pawn on b2 in many ways is a bit of a liability for white as well, because while you're busy deciding where the bishop is going to go, you need to remember there is a black rook staring down at that pawn if you stray too far. So that's another question for him to solve.
Yeah, white has two isolated pawns. Yes, it's a pawn advantage for now, but that might well change a bit later. He tries to control the light squares before the black bishop got into the action. Also keeping an eye, the white queen now on that black knight. I like the idea, but that pawn is very, very weak. It's on a light square that will not be able to be defended for too much longer. There we see his idea, queen trade, offered by Esipenko. If the queens had disappeared, the white pawn in the center would have fallen off. Level endgame, and that's only good news for Esipenko needing a draw. But can that pawn still be captured?
That's going to be the question on Andrei Esipenko's mind, because there is a weakness on c7 which is also being targeted, which comes with a hit on that black rook on b8. There are so many tactical ideas, you know. The black can also follow up with attacking that white vulnerable queen too far into the camp. Queen takes pawn is the line that is being analyzed, and I think if it works, if he's able to restore the material balance in the position, Andrei Esipenko, that would be great news. Asset test, queen takes pawn here.
Yeah, looks like he's calculating. He's going to be working this one out for a while. Maybe we can jump in and show what might happen. There was a shake of his head just for a moment, Esipenko, reluctant to make a decision. It looks like he wanted to play queen takes pawn in this position, but then after the white queen goes and grabs a pawn, the black pieces need to be very accurate here. The rook slides to hit the queen. Queen only has a couple of safe squares, and let's say she retreats. The black bishop suddenly jumps out. Big activity for the black pieces. This looks like it's a fantastic attack for black, but it's 3 or 4 moves deep, and he needs to calculate, he needs to be accurate, he only needs a draw. Will he take this risk? That's the big question. What do we predict here? Oh, he takes the other way, Tanya, but now the black knight looking a bit loose.
Is defended by the queen, but that queen can be put under pressure right now. White has the option to push that g-pawn up to g4, attacking the white queen or get the rook into the game. He chooses the safer one right now, but also puts pressure on the clock. I think this is Jan doing Jan things, you know. He might not be thinking about what is the best move, but how can I play a fast move that comes with a threat and forces Esipenko into a think?
Yes, what creates the most complications? What disrupts my opponent's plan the most, even if it doesn't necessarily advance my own plan? What gives me the biggest possible time advantage in case this becomes a scramble? Because Jan Nepomniachtchi now has an over 2-minute advantage on the clock, and the longer this goes on, the more pressing that's going to become for Esipenko.
But I'm loving black's position. He's consolidated the knight on the center of the board. He's defended that c7 pawn. The black queen is ready to shift files here, ready to shift a line, you know, get itself on that g6 square, attack the white king, set up some pinning ideas and threats. Meanwhile, that knight on d5, just make sure that Jan Nepomniachtchi cannot get to attack any of the weaknesses in the position. That's a powerful piece right there.
Yeah, that knight is glorious, covering 8 very important squares. And let's see, after this rook slide, whether Esipenko can keep up the pace now on the clock. I have a feeling Jan, his best strategy is to do what he did against Artemiev and hustle on time now. He needs to just keep the status quo, keep the queens on the board, and make sure that Esipenko cannot complete this game in the next 3.5 minutes of his time.
He's feeling the pressure a little bit more. His heart rate's gone up to between 10 and 20 beats per minute, higher than Nepo's, and that sort of happened gradually over the last minute or two. You can see it starting to rise for Andrei.
For both these players, right? For Jan Nepomniachtchi, there's so much on the line. He comes in as one of the big favorites in the Esports World Cup.
Absolutely.
And to think that you're playing against the underdog in that first game, loses to Andrei Esipenko, then coming into this decider match, this is not a reality that Jan was predicting for himself, you know. Gets that first win against Artemiev, loses the first game against Esipenko, and again on the back foot here. This would mean elimination for him. This would mean bye-bye to Riyadh for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
He was the seed in this group. He was the big favorite. And especially with this clash of generations, He sees himself as the better player in this clash against Esipenko. It's that simple. So a huge amount of disappointment if he doesn't win. But the white knight was attacked by the black rooks. It moves away to hit the black queen. It looks very clumsy, the placement of that white knight. I'm surprised it didn't go centrally a moment ago. Suddenly the white queen is a bit overworked, defending her rook, defending her knight in the corner. This looks so scary suddenly for Nepomniachtchi.
The main differences between white and black in this position are the placements of the pieces and how they're working together. I'm looking at the rooks, I'm looking at the queen defending the knight on the other side of the board, and then you take a look at black's pieces. The rooks bearing down on the f2 square, the bishop threatening h3 in some circumstances. Admittedly, the rook on a3 is doing a great job there, and the queen helping out with the attack. Everything just seems so much more harmonious on the black side of the board.
Yeah, beautiful knight as well. So much better than white's sidelined horse on the h4 square right now. Ooh, he slides his rook across. This feels wrong. Although the idea is good, we see a question mark appear. That white queen is so stretched, so thinly right now. Oh, it just feels like as soon as she gets hit, she'll lose protection over her rook or her knight.
You could start chasing that queen, and let's see if Andrei Esipenko finds a way. I think an understandable move, even if it gets a question mark. Give Jan one more move. He wants to plant the knight to g6, try to dislodge some of those great pieces that you pointed out for Esipenko in this position. But will he get the time to do it? Or will Esipenko find a way to really start targeting and chasing that queen down the board? He's got to be feeling the pressure as well, right? Getting a quarterfinal spot would mean so much for Andrei Esipenko's career, a career-defining moment for him.
That is such a good point as well, because viewers at home might go, hang on a second, there's a question mark associated with that move. But if white had one free move now and the knight could go to g6, it would look beautiful. Unfortunately, knight b6 has been found, an exclam attached to that move as well, saying, I'm not going to give you the opportunity to do that.
Beautiful move, hitting the white queen. The white queen is defending her knight, defending her rook. You cannot really do this for much longer. If you slide across, you continue to get hit by the black pawns and you will lose material. You might have to counterattack against the black knight that just moved, but oh, the knight trade not helping white either here. It's all about the clock. That is his best chance. The position not going Nepomniachtchi's way. Oh, I'm going to say blunders again. He moves his queen across, but where's he going next?
Oh my goodness, the queen is running out of squares. It's overloaded. It needs to defend the knight. It needs to defend the rook. There's no square that exists that does both. Is Jan Nepomniachtchi about to get knocked out of competition?
This might be his last game of the Esports World Cup. Jan Nepomniachtchi, that last move, so uncharacteristic. He could have brought his queen over to the a6 square to attack the black knight. The game's still alive, but now he needs a miracle. He needs some kind of trap to set for Esipenko, but it just doesn't exist.
I don't see it. You don't see it. Jan Nepomniachtchi doesn't see it. It's unbelievable what is happening here. The queen has no squares to keep everything defended. Andrei Esipenko locked in. He leans in. These could be the final few moments of Esipenko booking his spot into the quarterfinals.
And look at the heart rates here. They're telling the opposite story to before. Suddenly, Jan's heart rate has shot right up, but unfortunately, the adrenaline here might be coming too little too late.
Yeah. That is so surprising. He centralized his queen. Obviously, black's move was going to be to attack that piece, but he's frozen. He's tanked. He's lost all of his time advantage. His biggest ace up his sleeve there has disappeared, and now the white rook in the center is falling.
Pick up the rook. Queen takes rook. Jan Nepomniachtchi playing for tricks, trying to set up something against the g7 pawn with the queen and the rook lined up, potentially the bishop jumping onto h6. But Andrei Esipenko, he rushed through. c5. A counter mistake.
Turn around, and white only has one move. There we go. He finds the best move, Nepomniachtchi. A counterattack against the black queen, and Esipenko's the one to react in shock. Suddenly, a full turnaround. Nepomniachtchi given another life. Back in it.
And Esipenko had 2 minutes on the clock. He had a rook that was hanging. Just pick it up. You know, you need only a draw to advance. How could he have missed that opportunity?
He didn't calculate. There were some details he might have missed deeper in that variation, but look at this. The queens are off the board, and Nepomniachtchi totally winning now. There's a checkmating idea on the board. If he finds it, of course he finds it. Look at those white pieces swarming around the black king. Nepomniachtchi, he's back in it. Look at him on the camera. He knows it. The head bob is back.
He cannot believe it. No one can believe this. Andrei Esipenko is about to get checkmated. He doesn't even have room to come back. There is nothing left. The white rook joining in, rook g6, and Jan Nepomniachtchi does not miss this stuff. Rook takes knight, rook takes pawn coming in with a check. White's beautiful pawn formation. Jan Nepomniachtchi has done the unbelievable, the unthinkable. He's making his comeback, taking this to the Armageddon.
When the dust settles, he will be 2 full pawns to the good. Jan Nepomniachtchi, all of the black pawns are weak right now. They're all going to drop off. Esipenko breathing out there. He's down 30 seconds as well. Coming back in what looks like it's going to be an Armageddon now for Esipenko after being so close to progressing. So heartbreaking for him.
And all he had to do was make the most natural move in the position. Pick up the free rook. And he just rushed through, made that move in 1 second, and everything turned around. This is chess. It's brutal.
Yeah, these top players like Nepomniachtchi, the experience does matter, and you can't just play a few good moves to beat them. You need to beat them over and over again. You need to punch them while they're down, and ultimately it's not working. Black here trying to corral the white knight, but there are some checks to get out of this pin. There we go, the white knight jumps out the way. The black king had to defend its rook, and he's just simplifying the equation here. 3 full pawns extra and a time advantage for Jan Nepomniachtchi. There we go.
That is it. He's back.
The adrenaline was not too little, the adrenaline was not too late, and the experience and class of Jan Nepomniachtchi shining through in game number 2 as he takes the victory, counter-punching his way to an Armageddon game. What an absolutely fantastic show this is turning out to be.
Wow, what a game, what a roller coaster of emotions, and that is sport at its best. That's chess at its best, when you land all your punches, you land all your blows, but your opponent stays in the fight. And this was the key moment. The white queen attacked. Eventually Jan Nepomniachtchi slid her to the left and missed opportunity for Esipenko. He should have just grabbed a rook. He most likely would have won the game, made it through.
And you could see it on Jan's face right now, the realization, you know, he felt it, that this could be those last moments. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, he doesn't give up. He is so tricky, and until he presses that resign button, you have to be extremely alert till the very last move. And that one slip that happened on the very next move, that could potentially cost Esipenko a quarterfinal spot.
And look, right, from a psychological point of view, that is a big turning point as well, because so far, not just in this match, but yesterday as well, Esipenko applies pressure. Esipenko applies pressure. Jan wasn't able to exert his influence the way he normally would have wanted to in these games. Well, guess what? He has finally found a way to change that equation. Esipenko just got a taste of his own medicine in some respects.
Yeah, it's a brand new match. It's just a 1-game shootout now to make it through. And for Esipenko, we see him still sitting at the screen right now. He's going to be reeling. He's going to be struggling to compose himself.
All right, folks, we're going to be bidding for time to go into the Armageddon game, the tiebreaker for chess at the Esports World Cup. If you thought things were heating up before, it's about to reach a fever pitch. We'll be bidding for time and back with the Armageddon game after this break.
This land is calling.
Not the best.
terrible. I was too slow this time.
All of a sudden, the puzzles are getting super hard. 45. I think that's alright.
Okay, whatever.
Oh, no.
So bad. Most embarrassment. Okay.
Decent score.
Okay, I got 53.
Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon, the ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants White more time on the clock, but in return, White must win. A draw secures Black the match point. White will start with 10 minutes. Each player submits a confidential bid with the amount of time that they are willing to play with to take Black and get those coveted draw odds. The lowest bid gets to choose their color, usually Black, and plays with the amount of time that they bid. The opponent gets the full 10 minutes. Let the Armageddon commence.
One player advances to the quarterfinals. The other has his key crushed right here, right now. The stakes literally cannot be higher as we go into our first Armageddon match of the day. It is Nepomniachtchi versus Esipenko, the rematch. Are we going to see a different result this time around?
Quite possibly. And here we see how Armageddon works. The players bidding with time. The winner of the bid, the one who goes lowest, gets the Black pieces. The loser of the bid, the one who goes higher, gets White, but must win.
So I can reveal now that the players have both put in their bids for Black. And the winning bid is 7 minutes 40 seconds. Jan Nepomniachtchi bid less. Andrei Esipenko bid 7 minutes 59. This is higher than what we saw yesterday on stream. How are we feeling about this sort of time, Tanya?
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi wins the bid with 19 seconds. And, you know, he will start with the Black pieces, which means that Andrei Esipenko will have to win on demand. A draw means Jan Nepomniachtchi takes the match.
Right.
But what has just happened in this encounter has been unbelievable, you know. Jan Nepomniachtchi staring at a busted position.
Yes.
Completely lost position.
Gone.
He, you know, didn't just snatch a victory out of the jaws of defeat. He completely crushed it after that. He shut down the game, and now it all comes down to this Armageddon. Anything can happen. You start feeling the stars are aligning for you. You know, luck is on your side. And what does that do to Andrei Esipenko's confidence?
Yeah, you both mentioned regularly, chess is a game of momentum a lot of time, especially psychological momentum. And Jan Nepomniachtchi finally starts exerting pressure just in time for the Armageddon. How worried should we be?
Well, we will find out. Esipenko going for the exact same opening he used with success to defeat Nepomniachtchi earlier in the day. We see a repeat so far of what the players have done, and Nepomniachtchi actually plays a different move this time, chasing that white bishop around the board, speedily moving his knight out the way now. It feels like he's done some homework. Maybe they had a short break in between and Nepomniachtchi had studied this before. I will mention, Esipenko, he's won both of his games with white against Nepomniachtchi. earlier today and in their match yesterday. So he should take some confidence from that. That being said, the 7-minute mark tends to be the sweet spot with Armageddon, and Nepomniachtchi winning the bid at 7 minute 40. That bodes well for him, giving him a decent amount of time, should be enough time if he plays well in this game.
I mean, Nepo could have a minute on the clock. It would be a decent amount of time. He's just a speed monster, right? It's one of his biggest forte, one of his biggest strength. So I think 740, a great bid. And with that, also getting the result odd in. But because their chess, their games have been so decisive, perhaps draw is anyway not on the cards. And look at the position we have. That's absolute fireworks. The pawns have rolled up the board. Black's king is still in the center. White's lost that central pawn as well. This is fire on the board from the very start.
But also, this is dangerous for Jan. You're right. He is the speed master. But for some reason, I don't know if it's playing the player, not the board. I don't know what it is. He used so much more time against Esipenko than we've seen in other matches where Jan is so fast, he has that massive clock advantage. That hasn't existed, frankly, against Esipenko. So starting with less time is super double-edged for him.
Yeah, whether this is Esipenko's last game in the Esports World Cup or not, I've loved watching him. The openings, he's so brave. He's playing these offbeat ideas that are rarely studied, sometimes even brand new ideas, and going head first for maximum complications, not fearing his more experienced rivals. And it's paid off so far against Nepomniachtchi. He's had opening successes game in, game out. Again, White here, the eval bar says, big advantage, but he is a pawn down, and he needs to find something concrete to compensate for that.
And that's been awesome to watch, and especially given the time format here with no increment, not only in the Armageddon, but the main games as well. This is where you want to get these offbeat surprises in. Even if there's a way for the opponent to turn things around, it's hard to find it with just 10 minutes on the clock. So a really practical approach here by Esipenko. And in this last move, he decides to trade pawns.
The eval bar didn't like that as much. It felt like there was an advantage for White somewhere. I couldn't see where.
Oof.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Rook coming in. Hello, what's going on here? That's a double exclam. Of course, if you recapture the rook, the queen swoops in via b5, presumably, and that regains the material. But very much on the front foot here is Andrei Esipenko.
Beautiful rook sacrifice. First double exclamation mark of the game. Nice to see the fans enjoying themselves out there in the arena as well. Ultimately, though, that rook sacrifice only regains the material he gave up earlier. So we're back to equality in terms of pawns and weaknesses now around the board for both sides. Black with a very strong knight, though, in the center. That gives Nepomniachtchi something to play around. And 2-minute deficit intact. He needs to keep that advantage, Esipenko. He needs to either trade rooks here or slide the white rook across, bring it to safety. He can also use the white queen, go grab a pawn. A lot of choice, but he needs to play quickly. He needs to put pressure on the clock.
I have a question for you. Where is safety for the rook right now? Because this looks weird, doesn't it?
It looks weird to the white rook. There are 2 safe squares across the board. You can trade off. That would make a lot of sense as well. But maybe you want to keep your active rook. So sliding towards the center. There we go. I would say the other logical choice here, because it does hit Black's pawn on
yes,
d5.
Yes, that's right. And then the pawn on d5, you sort of respond with, yeah, rook takes e5, and suddenly things look a lot more calm.
And there's also a bishop hanging, right? So the queen is tied down to defending that piece. So he first moves that bishop, but it doesn't defend enough because you've got the knight and the rook both targeting that central pawn.
Right.
And I think Esipenko could potentially just pick it up. You'd be up a pawn, but he does wait. It's a bit of a cagey, weird approach here, It gets the cross as well. b4, giving up a pawn.
Yeah, that's an odd choice. He wanted to prevent the black knight coming back to c5. He's taken control over that square. That would have trapped the white rook. I think that would have been Black's response if White had grabbed in the center, but tactics would have actually worked in Esipenko's favor. He's trying to keep his time advantage, which is very logical, but that was maybe one moment to slow down and pause. He could have gone a pawn to the good and at least then had something to hold on to for later.
Yeah, now that the rook's come across, suddenly White doesn't have enough time to capture the pawn on e5, and it's now Black, the player with the initiative here.
Yeah, the Black central pawn on e5, so much more important than the pawn the White queen just grabbed. And not only did the White queen grab a weak pawn, but the pawns behind it now dropping off. The Black rook will feast on that pawn anytime it wants.
You could decide to trade first on e6, then pick it up. Instead, a different approach. He slides the queen to a square where he puts pressure on that rook to e6. This looks very controlled by Jan Nepomniachtchi. And I'm going to say for Andrei Esipenko, it's so much about what has just happened as well. In his mind, he's thinking how close he was to actually just finishing the match off after a perfect played game. The performance in game 2 was just brilliant. It came down in that winning moment when you make a move that loses the game on the spot. That's what's going to cost him the match right now if he doesn't manage to create his chances. He's up a pawn, but he's got these two weaknesses on the b file. The rook on e6 attacked. You can see the pressure on his face. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, he gets a second chance at this match and he's making the most of it.
And isn't this interesting as well, because the eval bar is showing us that this position is relatively equal, but it is, from a practical play point of view, all of the ideas and all of the coordination looks like it favors black. This is one of those situations where, yes, okay, with perfect play, this might be all right, but it's so much easier to play as black, and that's what the eval bar doesn't tell you, how intuitive, how easy a position is to play.
Exactly. The material balance has been restored as well. The black piece is super centralized. White was playing without the bishop and without the rook now on f1 next to the king. So here we see Jan Nepomniachtchi offer a queen trade. It's going to be hard to dodge this. The white queen is needed on the board to protect those two weak white pawns on the b file. This is Jan using Armageddon and the format to bully the opponent.
Yeah, and under any other circumstance, Tanya, with the pawns looking like that, with the scare that you survived out of the opening, there's an argument to say, swap the queens or move it away and accept a repetition or something. And under normal circumstances, you'd kind of be okay with that. But you can't do that here, not in a must-win situation, not in an Armageddon game.
It's a dead man's draw for Andrei Esipenko. He has to find a way to keep the game going. If the queens come off the board, which is what Jan Nepomniachtchi is pushing for the max, that would just completely kill his chances. Yes, that might be objectively the best decision, but Andrei Esipenko even has to keep the game going. Even if it's less than ideal to keep the queens on the board, it's the only way to play on.
And this is the downside too, keeping the queens on the board. Suddenly the black queen is the more active of the two. The black queen is eyeing up some weak pawns. Esipenko's pieces are just so contained right now, very, very passive. And the time advantage down to around 20 seconds. Not looking good for him. Jan Nepomniachtchi looks so relaxed. Ever since that little transition, the black pawns in the middle surviving, Jan has been leaning back, looking chilled.
Tiniest bit of a head shake from Esipenko, and you can see the nervous energy through his body right now. He is struggling after being in control for so long.
I mean, in that second game, we saw him cursing himself. Right now, he's thanking his stars. And everything that's played out right now, look at the clock advantage. He started with less than 2 minutes and a few seconds on the clock, but now it's almost equal. It's almost level. And the position, very healthy for black. Beautiful queen, beautiful knight at the center of the board. Andrei Esipenko with a big weakness on b5. What is that knight on h4 even doing at the edge? No targets whatsoever. Complete control in this Armageddon by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And therefore we need fireworks. g4 out of nowhere. Queen takes b5. Instantaneous answer from black. And we move the queen up to f3, trying to disrupt the pawn structure here for black. Getting an exclam there, just really trying to mix things up and keep himself in the mix.
Yeah, keeping the queens on the board, simply the only hope. You need to go for checkmate. The black king is a bit airy. There are some weak squares around it. So keeping the queen on the board, the white knight as well lurking nearby. That is a great practical try. I think he'd need to find this, Esipenko. This is the only way he's going to save this game. The pawn structure for black as well is under fire. It's being eroded. Those pawns needed to defend the black knight. Suddenly the black queen looks a bit offside. The action happening elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, call a move like g4 brave, call it desperation. It had to be done. It was the need of the moment, and now we're going to see some trades, and right there, the material balance is restored, but white has managed to open up the line of the white rook, centralize the queen, trying to get that knight into the game. That would be the absolute key. That knight on h4 needs to reroute itself, ideally land closer to the black king. If you can give a check from e6, that would be the dream. I see a path. f3, g5, e6. Does white have enough time to do it?
Takes 3 moves. Black in the meantime might be taking some pawns, might be offering some queen trades, but the white knight certainly is the one that needs to do a bit better work here, needs to participate. I'm expecting it to retreat. Andrei Esipenko, he's tanked again, the heart rate high. It's still a small time advantage. There's still hope. He's done a great job of just staying in this game, but he needs to keep the momentum. Oh, this pawn push, that looks slow. How does that improve the position?
It's a move, I think, where he was trying to fight against the threat of a queen swap with queen to b4. He defends the g4 pawn so that if laterally the queen trade is offered, he has the option to move away and keep those alive. Instead, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he picks up the pawn.
It's one of those things where we were busy wondering whether the queen could take the pawn on b2 safely, but by playing a move like h3, it feels like it gave black the time to go, you know what, I will actually take this as well. My queen's offside anyway, but if you're not going to be playing very active, aggressive, assertive moves, then that buys me time to improve my potential endgame position.
Yeah, and in the meantime, this last move, very clever from Jan Nepomniachtchi. He says, yes, you can jump forward with the white knight, but that will lead to a rook exchange. You're running out of ammunition here, and it's just very difficult to get the white rook in the game. He's a great defender, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He always has been, and especially in the candidates matches that he was, and the candidates tournament, he was so successful. He drew so many games from positions of weakness. He held on. Can he hold on here? Black is a pawn up. Lots of checks incoming. White lacking threats, and the white knight forced to retreat. The black queen cuts across the light squares, and there we go, a step in the wrong direction for Esipenko.
And now he's got less time on the clock as well. He's running out of pieces. He's running out of the time advantage. And Andrei Esipenko suffering here. You know, this match could still go either way, but it looks like it's going to be Jan Nepomniachtchi right now who comes on top.
And he couldn't even take the pawn on e5 as well, because that would lead to the minor pieces coming off, and there's even less to play with when he needs to push for a win.
Yeah, the position repeating itself.
He just repeats, a draw would be enough, but Esipenko cannot allow that. To your point, knight takes pawn would lead into certain pins along that file, or a bishop takes knight trade, equally good enough to get that draw in. He needs to keep the knight on the board.
And it looks like he's reduced to pawn pushes here. The white queen cannot move for the black pawn stepping forward. Discovered check. The white knight has tried dancing around ineffectively. Will he push one of these pawns now, Esipenko, to try and ask some final questions? He's now down 30 seconds on the clock. The board, he's down a pawn as well. Looks like everything's stacked against him.
And you've got a feel for Esipenko right now. You know, coming in as an underdog in this match, both times that he faced Jan Nepomniachtchi here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup, and doing it the first time, and so close the second time as well. And this Armageddon has been pretty much a Jan Nepomniachtchi show, right? With the white pieces, Andrei Esipenko hasn't managed to really get that advantage, those complications going.
Oh, and the queen's coming off as well. Esipenko reacts and fist pump already before the game even ends from Jan Nepomniachtchi. He believes that this queen trade is going to guarantee him safety.
From table smashes to fist pumps, it's been quite a journey for Jan Nepomniachtchi in his match, in his battle to make it to the quarterfinals.
It's not over yet. The black bishop is relatively bad, stuck on dark squares, protecting all of its pawns. Yes, the black c-pawn is a pass pawn. It's going to be blockaded by the white knight, though. The white king super active. I think that celebration might be slightly premature. He's still a big favorite. He's a pawn up when a draw is sufficient, but he's trying to force it now. He's bringing his king forward. He's given up a pawn to liberate the black bishop. Tanya, it just feels like the white army here just doesn't have enough to break through.
You want more pawns on the board. You want to make this a fight, but it almost looks like if black's able to give up the bishop for one of the pawns, get the other pawn from the king, that would also end in a draw. And I think that's the idea of defense that was trying to be set up. And look at that, the e3 pawn comes under attack. The knight will be forced into passivity to defend that pawn now. Jan Nepomniachtchi, if king takes pawn, it will be the black king that will start marching up the board. He's doing this perfectly. And Esipenko, I think the realization is setting in that he's going to be out of the competition.
Beautiful from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Really active defense here, giving away the black pawn just to force the white king back. As soon as the black king starts stepping forward, there's going to be no way for white to make progress. The black c-pawn is going to be a decoy later. It's going to save itself and march down the board to deflect the white army. But for now, perfect defense here, perfect blockade. White struggling to break through. Black bishop going to hold everything.
And there it is, the c-pawn moves forward. It is going to be a distraction. The bishop beautifully placed there as the pawn marches up. Jan Nepomniachtchi putting the finishing touches to this one.
And that black c-pawn just so strong. Knights struggle against pawns towards the edge of the board. The black bishop prevents any checks from the white knight. We might see this ending king versus king. The clock, though, as well against Esipenko as the white knight goes so passive now.
Yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi today has definitely used one of his 9 lives. It's unbelievable. One of the wildest turnarounds that I've ever seen in a match.
Esipenko, all he needed to do was grab a free rook in the previous game. It was there. It was hanging. It was looking at him. That victory, and here we see a repetition. That means Jan Nepomniachtchi goes through.
And the grind from Jan Nepomniachtchi clutching that match victory there when it all looked so glum, never giving up, always looking for resources that he can use to his advantage and seizing the moment when it came to him. An absolutely brutal Armageddon game ends in victory for our incredibly experienced and esteemed competitor here. Commiserations, of course, to Andrei Esipenko, who has beaten Nepomniachtchi in the group stage before, but couldn't make it stick in the rematch.
Wow, such narrow margins at this high level. It was just one move. It was one turnaround, and it slipped away from Esipenko. That last Armageddon, super professional from Jan Nepomniachtchi, but nice to see the mutual respect here as they analyze the games, they discuss what just happened.
It's been awesome to watch Esipenko, what he's brought to the EWC. You know, just his performance, his opening preparation, keeping cool, keeping calm. And these were the final moments. You know, this wasn't just a match win by Jan Nepomniachtchi. This was an absolute resurrection. He's staring at defeat. He's staring at disqualification. He's staring at being out of competition. And then that one hope of life comes in, grabs it, and a brilliantly played Armageddon.
It really is all about seizing that one moment, isn't it? Creating those opportunities when there's no increment, when you don't get second chances to seize these. And Jan Nepomniachtchi really allowing his experience and his composure to shine through. So absolutely phenomenal performance there. Squeezes through in the Armageddon. That means he has a second key to crush in an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and hear from him now, live on stage.
What a series. That game one looked a little bit rough. You were visibly frustrated. Game two started. That was an absolute roller coaster as well. Can you walk me through how you were feeling before that Armageddon start and then also during it?
Well, I mean, like, game one, I almost, like, made it, like, to the safe harbor. I should have made a draw, but, I mean, I misplayed, like, endgame badly and, like, gave, like, a 3 point to Andrei. And the second game, I didn't get anything specific out of the opening, so it's a more or less well-known line, and he equalized. And then, I mean, I was trying to keep up the game going, but, yeah. I guess after C5, Rook E5, suddenly I'm okay, but before I was, like, in a big trouble. I mean, like, it could easily end like 2-0, like, so I would go home with a clean sheet, yeah.
Now, going back to that second game, it looked like the game was over, tournament life was over, but walk me through the emotions when you were given that second life in the game.
No, I mean, like, it was very quick. I mean, everything happened very quickly. So let's say after he played like C5, I saw like Rook E5 instantly, so I suddenly found out that I'm not worse anymore, maybe I'm even winning. So that was a nice surprise, but before this, of course, like, I mean, like, he did his homework, so he played good in the opening, so, I mean, yeah, sometimes you need some pure luck to keep yourself in the key row.
Now, first of all, congratulations. You made it into the quarterfinals. Is there anyone that you're looking forward to facing in the next stage of the competition? Or, I mean, we know every single person here that made it to the top 8 is a sensational player in the game. So, anyone you're looking forward to or excited to play against?
I'm looking forward to see my room and my bed, at my bed, mostly. Yeah, because, okay, I almost didn't sleep today. So, yeah, this would be a good start. And then whatever RNG suggests, I'll happily accept.
Well, you know what? We'll give you time. It's time for you to get yourself back to the hotel, get yourself in your room, and relax, because tomorrow you'll be back for the top 8 spot. Congratulations, Nepo, on joining us in the next stage of the competition. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the first person to make it here today to the top 8. Let's head on over back to the studio. We're just super excited here with what's going on the stage. Boys and girls, break it down for us.
$90,000.
Thank you so much, Sandstorm, and rightfully excited you are, because what an explosive finish to this one. Nepo gets it done for a second time today. He'll be crushing another dream and another set of keys here on the stage, the World Cup stage, that is. But my goodness, in the rematch, the fact that he first earned it, then he steps on stage, he weathers a bit of a storm, and then he gets it done in the Armageddon.
Yeah, it was a real roller coaster. You know, what a match that indeed was. I mean, it had all the elements. You know, first up, Nepo losing, and then suddenly here you can see the Armageddon, where he just has to hold his nerve. He's weathering the storm, and it is enough. And wow, hats off to his resilience.
And by the same token, heartbreak for Andrei Yesipenko. Again, the idea that he almost didn't even make the tournament, but he gets that shot. It looked good for him out of day one. In this rematch, he seemed strong early, but to fall down just at the end there.
That was a huge turnaround, and we were all really surprised that Nepo was able to win the second game and force the Armageddon. The Armageddon, Yesipenko looked like a beaten man, and it almost like he knew the match he was in trouble, even though he just needed to win the match. Jan, very resourceful, and many times before, Jan is such a resourceful player. A lot of the other players say that he's lucky, but you make your own luck. And as Capablanca once said, the good player is always lucky.
Exactly right. And this guy is no stranger to big matchups, to final tables. And so, again, it's kind of what you would expect in that way, where you create your own luck. But let's talk about that moment in game two, because by all accounts, Jan was dead in the water. Absolutely dead in the water.
I mean, it was an emotional game. I mean, we were watching and we were up shouting. I mean, it was a great game from Yesipenko there. You know, he's giving up a pawn in order to get his pieces active. And, you know, from here, he just takes control. He keeps on improving his pieces, keeps on applying the pressure to Nepo. And here is the big moment. Oh, my God. You know, just could have taken a free rook.
That's tough. Why wasn't it taken? Can you find any logic behind it? You got sucked into the pace of the game. What happened?
I think he thought the move he played was better than taking the rook. He was always trying to find the absolute best move instead of the obvious move that would solidify his win. And I think he just missed rook e5. And once he missed rook e5, now he's not winning anymore, and it just went downhill from there. And they always say when you see a good move, look for a better one. But unfortunately, he thought he found a better one, but it was a mistake. And he saw he could take the rook. He thought his move was a better move, but it turned out it was bad. And Nepo found his chance after c5, and he played rook e5, and he ended up winning the game. A real tragedy for Yesipenko.
Yeah, the one time the old adage comes back to bite you. Should have just gone for the good move. But that does mean that our picture is complete here in Group A. So let's take a look at it. Of course, it was Jan Nepomniachtchi who would come out here in the bottom bracket over Andrei Yesipenko, that rematch from day one. Levon Aronian, he's been sitting pretty and had the day off today as he advances to the playoffs. Let's check in on Group B as well, because we've had some results there. And you might notice a name that came out of the last chance qualifier over another LCQ qualifier in Anish Giri. That was his first match of the day here for Nihal Sarin. He then promotes into a matchup against MVL, one of the guys we talked about as a contender. Nihal, a dark horse, and he's proving that point that he could be a real dark horse in this. He unseats Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to book his ticket into the top 8.
Yeah, you can see the relief there on Nihal Sarin's face. I mean, he's did it through sheer speed and wit and luck and all you can name. I mean, what a contender.
So the Group B, all about the youngsters in this one. We had Arjun Erigaisi promoting just yesterday. Now Nihal Sarin. What do you make of that? The picture of the different styles of players we've already got in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Nihal actually lost the first match 2-0 to his countryman Arjun, then ended up winning the next two matches. We mentioned him before the broadcast when we started on day one that he was one of the guys to watch out for, that he was a dark horse because he's such a young player. He's so good on the clock. The time control is advantageous to him over some of the other players, and he showed it by beating a real world beater in MVL. So MVL may be MVL, but it looks like Sarin today is the MVP.
Yeah, he's looking very much like the MVP. So let's go talk to the man himself. It's Mike Klein standing by with Nihal Sarin.
Well, we're here with the man who just won 2 matches, Grandmaster Nihal Sarin. We're taking the Walk of Glory. Are you ready to go crush MVL's key?
Yeah, sure. I guess.
Do you think that you're going to be the one that actually gets to press the button?
Honestly, I don't know what exactly that is. So.
Yeah, I think it's my first key crush experience too. Let's talk about the game. Knight versus Bishop, you were having trouble finding the breakthrough. How tense was that?
No, that was quite tense actually. Like, I felt I should be winning. Of course, you cannot calculate with this time. At least I cannot. But yeah, I felt it should be winning, but I could not find the breakthrough. So it was a bit, there were some nervy moments, of course, and also I started to get a bit of I couldn't convert the pawn out. Yeah, I kind of in the scramble I kind of lost this pawn on h4, but then I was very happy to find this b4 move just to take the square away from the bishop, and the bishop is kind of getting trapped. So then, he had to give the pawn to save his bishop, but then I finally get the pass pawn, and g6 is still weak. So.
Right. Now, you didn't get much time to rest after the first match, and that was an absolutely crazy time scramble where probably Anish mouse slipped or something. But you talked with him for like 5 minutes after the game. What were you guys talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I was insanely lucky in that game.
Yeah, you were lucky, but also you were fast, because we calculated you played 8 moves in 1.4 seconds at the end of that game to capture his last pawn.
Okay, that's nice.
Is that a record for you?
I don't know.
Well, it was still pretty amazing. But did he say after the game that it was a mouse slip, or was he trying to trick you or something?
He didn't mouse slip. He just, he started to panic a bit in the scramble. And of course, this is very, very unusual for him. Also, he's pretty fast, actually.
He is, but you were faster. And we're gonna end this, but it's pretty exciting. Let's go crush a key, okay?
Okay.
Grandmaster Nihal Sarin, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
8 moves in 1.4 seconds. That's what it takes here on the World Cup stage to earn your bid into the quarterfinals. It's Arjun Erigaisi who got it done against MVL yesterday to go to the playoffs. Nihal Sarin will do the exact same against MVL today. And of course, that means he gets the pleasure of crushing some keys. It's a dramatic moment, to say the least, and we want to make sure that we catch it all in all of its glory. Let the drama unfold. The key goes in. Man, I want to crush a key now.
I'm not quite sure the chess world is ready for this moment.
I know, it's kind of, it's an interesting thing for the chess world to kind of come to terms with. It's this very brutal, visceral experience that isn't usually seen in the competitive environment.
I mean, they say that chess is a gentleman's game, and this kind of is bringing in a whole new dimension to it.
That key got destroyed.
Absolutely
really crushed that key.
Shattered, and it might find itself displayed below the individual trophy if it's chosen by one of our eventual winners. Here we have Wei Yi, Javokir Sindarov making their way into the studio, courtesy of Jamil Motorsports. They're the next matchup that we have on the stage. We'll be back in just a bit to preview the matchup as those guys prepare to do battle in an elimination match. We'll see you soon.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish he'd seen what I had dreamed before he started.
Well, we are here with Andrei Esipenko, who beat Jan Nepomniachtchi yesterday, but he got the best of you today. I want to talk about the Armageddon game. He underbid you. You had to play for a win as white. You played a tricky opening that I don't even know the name of. Tell us about this knight d5 move on move 4.
Yeah, this line, I also didn't know about this until Daniil Naroditsky. We played some match, and he used to play a lot this line against me, and it's not an easy opening to face with black, so I thought it's like might be a good choice.
Yeah, Daniil Naroditsky, blitz specialist. Of course, you play blitz pretty well too. Now, you beat Jan yesterday. He beat you today. Do you feel like you should get a third attempt at the man?
It's hard to say. It's like this format. Like I don't have any thoughts about this. Yeah.
You're a young man. I don't know if you play other games, but are you going to stick around at all and watch any of the other EWC events or watch more chess?
I'm not sure. I would probably just go home.
Well, thanks for spending the time with us. And you fought so well yesterday to get the upset. Jan got the best of you today, but no shame in that. So thank you, Andrei Esipenko, for your time.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We're midway through the day here with the chess competition. Just a moment ago, we saw Nihal Sarin crushing the keys of some of his opponents as he promotes in to the top 8. But by the same token, we're welcoming GM Maurice Ashley back into the studio, and I've got to come to you on that Nepo versus Esipenko matchup because crushing defeat for the young man.
I got to tell you, I feel crushed, devastated for him. He had a rook right there. Just put the food in the mouth and you can eat, and he didn't do it, and you could see the dejection in that loser interview. He said, I don't even want to hang out. I'm just ready to go home.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine the emotions going through the man right now. Again, like you say, just one move away, essentially, from victory, promoting into that upper bracket, $90,000 when you weren't even supposed to be here, and you had that shot. But now we have to turn our attention to the next two contenders out onto the field. It's going to be Javokir Sindarov, Wei Yi. These guys are playing in an elimination match. Winner will move on to play Hikaru, but we're not even going to talk about that just yet. Ben, how do you see these guys matching up again? I see a lot of green on the right-hand side of the board. Is Wei Yi really a favorite?
I'd say Wei Yi's a very slight favorite, but they're both young players, really strong. Wei Yi's a little bit higher rated. Sindarov's a little younger. So, again, it's a toss-up, and I don't want to jinx anyone because usually when I make a prediction, it's not good for the guy I predicted, but I'm gonna go with Wei Yi. I think he's going to show his class and win the match. What do you think, Maurice?
Well, you know, classical chess, I'd be saying Wei Yi, Wei Yi, Wei Yi. But in this format, youth matters. Sindarov is definitely somebody who's also hungry and I think a bit desperate. So I don't think it's as clear cut, although again, I would go with Wei Yi. But just to be contrarian, you know, one of us has to be wrong. I'm going to go with Sindarov.
What? How could you?
Oh my goodness.
Never,
fire erupts in the studio.
I've been an analyst for at least 2 days and I've never heard such.
Well, okay, what does a win look like for Javokir then here against Wei Yi?
I think it's just bottom line, who holds their nerves. We're seeing that right now. We saw in the last match when Esipenko should have just taken on E2. Now he's devastated. How can you just sit and be cool when all your life is on the line?
And to think, it's not just this matchup. You're then staring down the likes of a Hikaru Nakamura. We know how Javokir wins. How does Wei Yi win?
Yeah, Wei Yi can use his experience and play solid, keep a head on the clock. I think that's the main thing that people have to do in this event is make sure their clock time is good with the no increment. Wei Yi, very solid player, knows his openings really well. I think he needs to get an advantage in the opening with white and black.
Well, there are no easy roads here at the EWC for our chess players. Javakir Sindarov, Wei Yi, next on the stage. Let's get out there to see a battle.
2 groups down, 2 more to go. We now have more players fighting for their EWC tournament life.
So, let's bring them on down. Representing Team Vitality, Javakir Sindarov taking on Weibo Gaming's Wei Yi. Both players still searching for their first win here at the EWC, and it has to come right here, right now. It's do or die in the SNB arena.
Guys, I'm not gonna lie, we are crushing keys today. There's been like 8 crushed so far, or something like that. What are you guys going to do to keep yours safe?
I just wanted to try to handle the last chance for me today.
Sindarov, you're on this stage, tournament life on the line. Walk me through it. Are you feeling excited? Are you feeling nervous taking on Wei Yi in the competition?
Yeah, of course I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm really excited to play here. And yeah, I just wanna play just good chess, and didn't think about this, losing and something like this.
Well, I wish you both the best of luck. Gentlemen, please place your keys onto the pedestals and get yourselves ready. Another elimination match starts right here, right now, and that is the theme for today at the SNB Esports Arena. Casters, the stage and the floor is yours.
Sindarov versus Wei Yi. Team Vitality versus Weibo Gaming. And we are looking to crush some more keys today. It's already been a day of very high emotion. This is a very, very exciting.
And I think the key to this one will be, again, what kind of positions we get. I mean, both these players tactically super sharp. We can expect major fireworks if it gets into aggressive territory. Both prodigies in their own right. Wei Yi right here, one of the youngest ever to cross the 2,700 barrier. Javakir Sindarov became a grandmaster at 12, and their styles promises maximum entertainment, David.
2 fantastic players. They had different paths yesterday. Sindarov came so close against Hikaru Nakamura, blundering that checkmate in dramatic fashion in the first game there. But for Wei Yi, it felt like he wasn't quite at his best. So he will want to make amends. As you say, 2 very, very dynamic players, 2 firebrands who will be trying to assert their wills on each other.
And they're not afraid, of course, of like imbalanced positions, really tactically astute kind of stuff. Even we watched against Nakamura yesterday, Sindarov very happily playing against those crazy imbalances, even though the checkmate was on the board. He was so comfortable in positions that would send most of us wild with confusion. So I'm really excited to see what they're going to be bringing today.
And you should be getting excited, because look at what we have on the board. Wei Yi brings the first surprise. Now, it's not something that's not been played before, but it is still offbeat. Knights before bishops is the general rule of development in chess. But here, the bishop lands on the c4 square first, keeping certain options open. You might even get the f-pawn moving up. Maybe we'll have a transposition, and we see that.
Sindarov heard you. He heard you, and he said, "Now I'm going to play my bishops before my knights as well." He heard you.
Well, it is called the Bishop's Opening. It's a double Bishop's Opening. And will they bring out their knights? That is the big question. Often bring out the white kingside knight, knight to f3. That will just transpose into the Italian game, something that Wei Yi has done before with white, but seems reluctant to do here. Instead, pushing pawns, no knight's defense.
None of the Italian coming on the board, so this is definitely some opening preparation, early opening moves that we're seeing by Wei Yi, and this is so critical in this time format. I like how Sindarov's handling it though. He's not taking the shock, he's not slowing down, he keeps up the pace, he continues with development, also delaying, bringing out his own knight on the other flank before attacking the bishop falls back. I will point out one thing, lots on the line, elimination on the line for both these players in this match. But for Javakir Sindarov, the pressure is more on because he's Vitality, Team Vitality's last hope. Maxime Vacher-Lagrave has not made it into the quarterfinals.
Really
Sindarov isn't only playing for himself, he's playing for his club as well.
Yeah, for the club championships here at the Esports World Cup, a lot is riding on this match. Team Vitality won. Team Vitality needs Sindarov to move forward in the competition, but Wei Yi is such a towering figure to stand in his way. And well, speaking of rules to be broken here, knights before bishops. What happened to pushing the pawns in the center of the board to assert your position early on? B4, A4. I absolutely do not care. And we're seeing some really, really fun opening preparation out of these players here.
Yeah, it feels a bit like freestyle chess here from Wei Yi with white. He's got a big threat. The white pawn, if it steps forward one more square, is going to catch this black bishop embarrassed. No escape for it. You need to create a safe path backwards. That would indicate that black is most likely to push the A pawn forwards to prevent that bishop getting trapped. But just due to the fact that white isn't developed, maybe there are some counter-attacking options. Sindarov here has invested a bit of time, almost a couple of minutes now, in just finding his way to this position. It's relatively unorthodox, and that promises a real fight for us.
This is not something I remember seeing in a chess textbook on page 3, Tanya. What is going on here? Why are we seeing this on the board?
It's the format, it's the demand of where we are here in Riyadh, you know, it's preparation. Where you bringing the fire on, and it's his brand of chess. It might not be the best way to play with white, might not be the traditional approach, but if he's able to get the surprise in, and finally the knight does come out after the expansion on the left side, a more standard approach now, he's managed to gain some time on the clock while doing that. So that's a small opening win.
I mean, 45 seconds, especially when you think about what this game could look like, say, in about 15 minutes from now, suddenly is very much the difference maker. So if you can surprise your opponent, and the format, like you say, really lends itself to giving players advantages who can squeeze these kind of positions out of their opponents and take them by surprise, but maybe we're going to see more of this, and this is going to become the trend as we head into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, he just wants to go his own way, Wei Yi here, and pushing pawns. It does look like
we're
both
going to get so many of those now, aren't we?
The only way forward.
Oh, no, it begins. I'm going to have to keep score on a sheet here. Hang on, I've got my pen out.
Oh, just paying homage here to Weibo Gaming here. But okay, the black king has got safe. The white king likely to copy as we see the play take more normal paths, I'm going to say. This looks like it could have come from the Italian game now, one of the most popular openings in chess.
So from a longer-term pawn structure point of view, yes, okay, this looked wild, A4, B4, we were shoving those pawns forward early on, but strictly speaking, when we take a look at what those long-term structures look like, because you can't take pawn moves back, of course, going into a potential endgame, this actually isn't far from territory that both players would be relatively familiar with.
I would think so. I mean, this is something, but that's the beauty about Italian. That's the beauty about this opening that we have with the knight on f3 and the bishop on c4. There are these little changes. You think you're familiar with everything. You've seen this happen a million times before. But these small pawn moves, sometimes the big ones that we're seeing on the left side, when you castle, when white develops the knight, does he delay it? That creates these tiny dynamics that always forces an opponent to sort of pause and take a think how that has changed the position. The question in this, you know, white has their ideas clear. Knight from b1 will go to d2 next. Eventually, the rook will slide over to the center file. The knight will try to reroute itself over to that f5 square. For black, meanwhile, I think what you want to do is trade off the light square's bishop. You go d6, you go bishop e6. That's how this game will develop.
Yeah, but why is he thinking so long at this early stage, Sindarov? This is still a very standard position. Yes, there are nuances. Yes, there are different move orders you can take that might lead to different paths, but ultimately, you have to trust your instinct. He spent a long old time before blowing open the center. This was his idea. He feels committed already, but this could backfire. Black's knight in the center, not stable. The black central pawn as well could come under fire in the near future. White has so many pawn breaks that you have to calculate on every single move. I do fear that that big time investment might come back to haunt him.
This is a surprising decision, you know, in a position that just did not demand it, and perhaps black does dream of this d5 break in the Italian. Usually when you get it successfully, you've equalized out of the opening. But the problem here is black's still undeveloped, right? With the bishop there, the rook still on a8. The ideas that you pointed out, also white can start targeting an f7 weakness. You could be thinking about the knight jumping to g5, the queen coming out, hitting the black knight, x-raying that pawn on f7, and suddenly black might be pushed to defense after an active looking move like d5. I think Sindarov, not on the clock, but on the board, might have rushed it.
Yeah, I'm looking at, like, queen b3 looks really natural here, for example, and there's no loose pawn for the knight to pick up. You can play moves like bishop e6, then you've got the central pawn you have to worry about coming under attack. The good news is I'm still not 100% sure where the dark squared bishop for white is going to end up in this position. And of course, if you're going to be starting with knight d2, it's going to take a while for it to get to f5. So it's not like there's a 1 or 2 move knockout blow or anything like that. But in terms of keeping the initiative and having the time and space to keep your plans like in motion, this feels a little bit rushed from black.
A little bit rushed. The white bishop actually does find a square. X-ray vision here. It is threatening indirectly the
cool.
black rook on f8 once the b pawn moves forward. That is very creative from Wei Yi. And okay, I'm expecting that black rook to move to save itself. That would be the most natural response. But the continuation sure to get a bit spicy.
This is very interesting because not only is he X-raying that rook, he sort of built a bridge on that A line. You know, he's disconnected the black rook to the white rook, making it possible for him eventually to blow the position with b5. And I think this was his plan. He had calculated, spent those minutes to see this follow up. Now after pawn takes pawn, white will be able to recapture with the pawn because the bishops blocked that A line. There's no rook takes rook.
Ooh, and the bar starts to rise in white's favor. We see Wei Yi's screen. He's about to capture that black knight in the center with his light squared bishop. Bishop takes d5 here. And I think his response will be very forceful. You don't want to give up your bishops unless you get something tangible in return. And Sindarov will have to be on the defensive.
I think I see this. I'm feeling a little bit worried for the dark squares here because the light squared bishop for black is still on its home square. So that rook on a8 is suddenly looking very breezy. If white plays bishop takes knight now on d5, black recaptures with the queen. I guess you've got maybe c4 as an intermezzo, yeah. And then bishop b4 I'm looking at now going, ooh, that's going to make me sweat a bit if I'm playing with the black pieces.
Yeah, and just to show what's about to happen, the black queen is being kicked out of the center. And when she retreats, the pawn will step forward to c5. The black bishop will be forced to retreat to a really stinky square. And now your move, John. Bishop to b4, that black knight looking embarrassed on the edge of the board.
Oh, wow. That's, yeah, that is... I thought that was the idea, but c5 as well. It's like insult to injury at this point from a positional perspective.
You can save this knight, just to mention, by pushing your pawn forward to b6.
What a great bishop you've got there as a result.
And you can even lock it in with pushing a pawn to c6 long term. That black bishop, the dark square bishop, never getting out of prison.
And you're effectively playing the rest of the game. Like, from a material point of view, you're not a piece down, but from a practical point of view, you're just playing the rest of the game a piece down at that point.
That looked absolutely hideous for black. I think that would be also Sindarov. He would hate that kind of a position. I mean, anyone would, but a player of his style, who's always looking for complication, who's looking for combative chess, blocking your own bishop at the edge of the board, your knight also on the rim. This has been a bit of an opening disaster for black. Wei Yi's preparation paying out there for him, and a very forcing sequence of moves. How is Sindarov going to fight this? And the clocks as well, now touching the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, we're only 14 moves in, but strategically, it looks like Sindarov is already on his last legs. We're going to see that variation play out. Unless he's got some tricks up his sleeve, it looks like he's in big, big trouble. Wei Yi not hesitating, pressing his time advantage now, nearly 2 minutes. And just the momentum building for white. Sindarov trying to keep the poker face, but he needs to play quickly. He's not retreating his bishop yet. He's maybe thinking about a knight jump. There we go. Desperation. That bishop was going to get trapped anyway. He might as well try to muddy the waters. He's hitting the white rook in the corner, but coordination problems potentially between the black pieces. I doubt the white rook is going to move. There we go. It's counterattack against the black queen, which is tied down to its knight.
Neither of these players believe in defense. Offense is the best defense for both of them. You know, bishop's attacked, I don't care. I'm going to jump in with my knight, attack your rook. Rook's attacked, I don't care. That knight jumps in, hits the black queen, and you don't have too many squares to stay connected to that knight that you have. So again, you have to get very creative with your defenses here if you're Sindarov.
Does a great job of muddying the waters, though, because Sindarov also asking the question back, saying, hey, you know that rook on a1? Well, guess what? That knight on b1 is blocking progress as well, and I'm going to try and target that. So this is, yeah, very, very creative, very, very confusing for us following as well, because these guys are computing on such a high level. This is really, really solid stuff.
Yeah, very impressive defense here from Sindarov. It cost him a lot of time. He's down at 3 minutes now, though, and it has cost him a piece. White has an extra piece for a pawn, but the black bishop is looking very nice now on the c5 square, potentially jumping into the center to hit the white rook in the corner, and the white knight is hanging. You have some immediate problems to deal with.
The house is on fire. The black bishop is hanging. The white rook is hanging. The knight on g5 hanging. The black queen potentially lining up against the white king idea as a bishop h3 maybe someday in the air. There's so much to take in the position, and I think this is where you need those extra minutes on the clock. Wei looking cool as a cucumber in his green t-shirt, and he's known as the quiet, the silent assassin here. And that's the kind of chess he's been playing. Absolute fireworks. He comes back with that knight, hits the bishop, and it gets a double question mark, a blunder by Wei.
Why? I mean, that makes a lot of sense. It brings the knight out of danger. It can't be immediately captured. It's also targeting the bishop on c5, basically suggesting we want to be resolving all of this. What are we missing that makes that a blunder?
Here, Sindarov has to play extremely energetically. I think he just has to create threat after threat after threat in order to justify the fact he is a piece down. If he doesn't find it here and now, he might just lose this game. And here we see the analysis board pop up. He has to start by bringing his bishop to h3, by threatening checkmate along the g-file. The white knight has to drop back and block that line. Now the bishop drops back to hit the white queen. And the white queen doesn't actually have too many safe squares to use. If she drops back to the c2 square, for example, the black bishop lands in the center, threat after threat after threat. Knight to c3 follows, and at the end of this line, black creates some counterplay, goes for the white king. This is difficult. This is a long, long sequence, and even at the end, the situation is still unclear.
Well, let me talk about this in the context then of the bigger picture, the story that we've been telling throughout this match so far. A couple of moves ago, Sindarov's position looked like Wei Yi was tying him in knots all over the place. It looked like it looked like his position was being tortured. But now with this initiative, it's almost like we've completely forgotten that even existed in the first place. Black's position now with the bishops out, the rooks connected, this looks fine.
It would be, except black's down a piece.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the big problem in this position, right? He's got only a pawn for that extra knight on the board, so he needs to play with energy right now. You can't think about the positional strategic aspects of development, getting the bishops on those good squares. It's long-term completely busted for black.
So, step one, get your remaining pieces as active as possible. We need a step two now for Sindarov in order to find his way back into this game. With 1 minute and 20 seconds, is that looking remote?
It does look unlikely. This was a key move by Wei Yi dropping back his knight. It did look like Sindarov just running out of time, maybe panicking slightly. Didn't kick back the white knight to g3. He could have actually had this similar position just with a move or two more. He kind of played things in the wrong order, and now it's going to take a while. It's still a long road ahead, but the extra knight should count. Black still lacking the ability to create instant threats. Going for it now, but the white knights have access to a beautiful outpost in the middle of the board.
There's two white spots, one of them jumping onto e4, the other jumping onto f3. Knight aren't only the most brilliant attackers in chess, but are also great defenders to their own king, controlling so many squares. And Sindarov now under 1 minute.
Under 1 minute, he was shaking his head there, breathing heavily. Didn't look too happy. His heart rate's still pretty low, Sindarov. Impressive for such a critical moment, but it is very desperate. Wei Yi, he's a complicated? He's also a complicated man, but he's also a calculating machine, and he's going to find his way to try and simplify this position now. And wow, a result already. Sindarov throws in the towel, resigns a piece down.
The remaining pieces found some activity, but at the cost of an entire knight. It wasn't something that he could overcome. Wei Yi takes down Yavakir Sindarov in game number 1 with under a minute left to go. There was no way out. Cool as a cucumber. Wei Yi, oh, look at that. He does sweat after all, as it turns out. He resets for game number 2, but he is looking stoic in that chair right now.
I'm going to say it. I think that was an interesting move to just resign what might appear a little prematurely there by Sindarov. But, you know, he'd had enough. He's a fearless brawler and he hates what he got on the board. Down a piece, no counterplay. He doesn't want to fight on, play on for tricks. He's saying, get on game 2. I'm ready. I want to play with white. I'm the fearless brawler.
And this was the position where Sindarov did decide to give up. Essentially, the White Knight's too strong, an extra minor piece. It was going to be a long game, but ultimately he didn't believe in his chances of a comeback. That does show a bit of weakness. It shows a lack of confidence, but the clock ultimately adding to his miseries there as we get ready for the reverse encounter. Sindarov needs to strike with white now.
He just never got the position out of the opening with the black piece. And I think it's going to be absolutely key to start strong from the very start. 24 moves is all it took Wei Yi to take down Sindarov.
Does Sindarov have a similar surprise in his back pocket that he can bring out against Wei Yi now that he has the white pieces? Remember, it is now a must-win situation.
He needs an opening strike.
What do we think?
A surprise. I believe in him. I have seen him so many times, Sindarov, in his career, come back with some crazy tactics, with some nice attacks. But yeah, it was just the writing was on the wall when he blew open the center, but it cost him too much time on the clock, and he never fought back that one.
Shavakar Sindarov definitely has it in him. He became a Grandmaster at 12. He's had some fantastic wins over the last year. He's really blossomed as a player who plays for those activities, those aggression, regardless of who he's up against. He's absolutely fearless. He was part of the Olympic gold medal winning team for Uzbekistan. You know, he's part of that golden generation from Uzbekistan. He's had some brilliant results in freestyle chess lately, and then finding himself here through the LCQ in a brilliant way, sort of cruising through that to get to the main event. He knows what's at stake, he knows what's on line, and Wei Yi does what we see top players do all the time: play the super solid Russian defense.
So here we go. Game number 2. Wei Yi, absolutely no emotion either way. Very happy to play whatever comes his way. Currently finds himself on match point. All he has to do is draw this game, and he's 3 to the decided match.
And almost deja vu, at least until this last move, as Sindarov meets the Petrov defense. The opening, I would say, of the Esports World Cup so far, he did the same against Hikaru Nakamura, this exact same variation, but Wei Yi switches things up, brings his knight out. Hikaru instead had moved his queen in that position, and a shake of the head already from Sindarov this early in the game. He's been the one caught by a surprise.
That's not good. I mean, he needs to win this. It's a must-win situation with white. Already close to a minute down on the clock, and we've played 5 moves. So this is not the opening surprise, not the turnaround we would have expected. Advantage Wei Yi.
One thing we've seen completely happen all around in this competition is clock, right? Time management. You're playing with white, must-win situation, and you're already down by more than a minute on the clock on move 5 in an opening that's extremely solid. That is a nightmare start. And especially for a player like Sindarov, who looks to put pressure not only on the board, on the clock as well. I mean, Wei Yi's just Mr. Cool today.
And the one thing about top-level chess these days is you can't be too predictable. Sindarov had this opening, this exact variation against the Petrov yesterday. Of course his opponent, Wei Yi, is a professional. Of course he studied it before. You're just a sitting duck waiting to get hit by a surprise. There we see Sindarov burned a minute and a half off his clock, played a move. Wei Yi reacts instantly. He's kind of walked into the opponent's comfort zone here. Wei Yi, great start to this game. This looks like a pawn sacrifice, but ultimately all the center might just blow up, and Sindarov's chances with it.
Wei Yi's used 8 seconds to play 6 moves, and it's Sindarov with white. I mean, that tells you everything you need to know about the opening exchanges here in this game, and it is such an important game. Tournament life on the line at the Esports World Cup for Sindarov, and Wei Yi continues to turn the screw.
That's a bold statement. The speed with which he's playing, it's clear. And that's really hard to face, you know, as a player. When your opponent's blitzing out those quick opening moves, you know you're going down on the clock and you feel like you're in familiar territory of what has been studied by your opponent. And then you're just feeling like a fool. Like, why didn't I change this up? Why didn't I study more? Where is my opening preparation with the white pieces? For Sindarov, needing a win, this has been a disastrous start.
He needs to try something special here. He needs to maybe even play some dubious moves to get Wei Yi out of his opening preparation. It's looking difficult already. Nearly 3 minutes down now. He brings his queen out. That does not look like a happy move. Already the queen is pinned by the black bishop, the knight as well in the way. The black knight has some jumps. Maybe you can take a pawn. Maybe you can jump your knight into the center. Either way, a lot to calculate, but it has at least forced Wei Yi to pause. That is a good sign, at least psychologically.
And I think that's one of the aims, one of the smarter things to do. You know, you think that the main aim is to simply get your opponent out of opening preparation.
Sure.
What can I play that might not be the best move, but I want to play it fast, and I want to make sure I'm not losing anything on the spot, And if your opponent starts thinking, feel like, yes, I've done that. So I think Sindarov's got reasons to be pleased with it, but the problem is it's a choice of plenty for black here. You can grab the pawn, you could jump on with your knight to d4, you could fall back with your own knight. It almost feels like all these moves work beautifully for Wei Yi.
And unfortunately, he's made Wei Yi think a little bit from a position where Wei Yi was already 2+ minutes up on the clock. So rather than get an advantage out of it, really we're just minimizing deficit here and trying to claw our way back. Not the kind of mentality you want 7 moves into a must-win game with white.
Yeah, the other negative for Sindarov is that Wei Yi has clearly studied this opening before, most likely last night or this morning, and the fact that he's surprised by this queen move, Wei Yi will know it's not approved of by computers, he'll know it's not objectively a good move, and he'll want to try to punish it. He actually plays a safety-first move. Understandable, since he's a point up in this match, he brings back his knight. He's eyeing up the white light-squared bishop, keeping everything safe. The white queen still feels uncomfortable in the center, and both sides now most likely to get on with castling.
It looks like the move that you want to make with white right now. Also line up your rook. Sindarov needs to pick up the pace on the clock. I mean, we've seen him do incredible things on the board. He's just 19 years old, but plays beautiful chess, but he has to play fast here. The clock is such a massive factor. We've seen Yan use it as a big weapon, but Wei Yi up on the position, up in the match, up on the clock currently. Sindarov makes a choice, attacks the bishop. One would expect it to fall back on the same diagonal, keep the pressure going, bishop to h5, eyeing that knight, eyeing that central e5 pawn. Or is Wei Yi thinking of an in-between move, or perhaps a more aggressive knight jump?
Yeah, another knight jump is available to black. The black knight could leap forward, hitting the white queen due to this pin. You could also take this bishop with a check before deciding what to do with your own bishop. Wei Yi still nursing the time advantage before ultimately playing the move, I think the most natural move, as you suggested there, Tanya, as we see some physical chess pieces. That's very different.
This is really interesting. So as white castles here, as things start to simmer down just a little bit, I can't help but think often out of an opening, we would say whether an opening was a success or failure for a particular player on the board. In this case, it feels like from the opening moves, even without referencing the board position, the opening was a success for Wei Yi in the sense that he was forcing his opponent to think and make that time advantage. It just shows how multifaceted this competition is.
Exactly. It's so vital that you get your first surprise in, that you have done your homework better than the opponent, that you land the first psychological blow. It's vital for team vitality here that Sindarov recovers from being hit by this opening surprise. And okay, black is now just 1 move away from castling the king. Once the black king gets to safety out of the center, very healthy position for Wei Yi.
And Sindarov, meanwhile, protects his own bishop pair, making sure that that's not an advantage that he passes over to Wei Yi. Bishop b5, pinning that knight on c6. The black knight can eventually fall to a nice e6 square, but a good idea, get your king to safety, unpin yourself. Castle would be the most natural approach in this position. He first starts with the knight maneuver.
Very logical. That is not quite an outpost, can maybe be kicked by a pawn long term, but it's going to be very difficult to destabilize that knight anytime soon. We see Wei Yi's mouse still hovering over that piece after he had moved it, and now surely we will see the black king get castled.
This last move, I think it was also a bit of a necessity, as Wei Yi was targeting the d4 square, another knight jump that was being threatened, which is stopped now. Sindarov trying to get his bishop out. We're going to see the next few moves develop with both players getting their pieces into the game. For Sindarov to create chances, one of the weaknesses that I see is the d5 pawn. Line up your rook against it. Try to target it. Try to get to it. That would be the path that perhaps is on his radar right now. If he wants to go completely crazy, push that g pawn. Go g4, unpin that knight, and bring on the fireworks. It might be required. You're down a point.
Yeah, weakening your own king, but at least getting some action going. Breaking any uncomfortable action from that bishop. I don't know, it still feels like a position that could go either way, but it's just the clock. I can't take my eyes off Javokir Sindarov's clock. He's normally one of the most confident players on the circuit. It just feels like what happened in the previous game, that opening disaster, here being hit by a surprise as well, it's messed with his mind.
He's managing to hold his own on the board, but you're right, the clock could come in and play the decisive factor once again at the Esports World Cup here. Wei Yi only now just dipping below a 2-minute advantage. And we have bishop takes knight, so we are resolving some of the tension in the middle of the board here. But once that gets recaptured, you're also inviting knight takes e5 because the knight on c6 is no longer pinned.
Either you damage your own pawn structure here with white, you take back with your pawn, and just to keep e5 protected, defended, but you ruin your king's shelter, or you take with the queen, drop a pawn. Maybe you can regain the pawn in the center, but you're only inviting liquidation and what looks like a very equal endgame. That's not going to suffice here.
It's not going to be enough for Sindarov. He goes for the more cautious approach. He's going to trade pawns at the center, and now you've got a completely symmetrical pawn formation, and that's bad news for the player who's in a must-win situation. Queen d5, queen trades being offered here. But the one long-term gain for white even in this position for Sindarov is that he's managed to get the bishop pair. If he's able to retain that over the next few moves, if he's able to keep the long diagonals going, might give him a little something to play for.
Do we think that in the long run, though, without the queens on the board as well, that will be enough to find an edge to get a decisive result? Because really, that's what's required here. Wei Yi having a bit of a think, going, well, hang on a second. If you're going to offer me the queen trade, and all I need to do is get a draw out of this game, this must be good for me, but if you see a good move, look for something better. He's hesitating a little bit, but he's just double-checking that this is the way to go.
Yeah. Words of wisdom, unless you're Andrei Esipenko, where he had a good move and probably shouldn't have looked for better.
I think that's great advice if you've got more time on the clock. With a 10+0 time format, you see a good move, you play it immediately. Play it with both your hands. Play it instantly. That does cost you the minutes, and we see eventually c6, it was forking the bishop and the queen. We see a lot of trades, and this is what we were talking about, right? A simplified endgame, like you said. Now the big question. Bishop pair, great, but is that enough?
Yep. On paper, it does look like a small advantage for white. Bishops, they do come into their own later in the game. If Sindarov is going to win this, it's going to have to be a 50-60 move grind, but he only has 4 minutes left on his clock. He will actually want the rooks off here. He might even want a pair of knights off the board, as long as he's left with those 2 bishops. And for now, eyeing up a pawn. There's a pawn hit on the edge of the board. On a7, will Wei Yi take a timeout to defend it, move it, or will he do something a little bit more active? For now, it still looks like Wei Yi in enough control.
That's really interesting, actually. And maybe some people at home will be keen on hearing more about this as well. Normally, when a player's in a must-win situation, you want to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. So how does it favor or not favor? Is this like an exception to the rule where we specifically just want the bishop pair and we're okay with trading the knights and rooks off? Talk to us about which piece trades make sense and why.
Yeah, it is one of the exceptions in chess, I would say, in a must-win situation. And just trading off pieces is when you keep the bishops. It's of paramount importance that he needs to keep the 2 white bishops on the board. You could trade anything else of equal quantity. You maybe want to keep as many pawns as possible still on the board. You need to push pawns later, create passed pawns, make new queens. But for now, restricting the knights, that's a very good move from Sindarov, preventing the black knights jumping forward. Ultimately, with pawns on both flanks, that's where bishops come to life. You will later be able to take advantage of the fact that the knights are short-range pieces.
Gotcha.
He takes control of squares. He also creates a square for his king to get more active, and maybe potentially in the future that f-pawn will move forward to f4, kicking out one of those centralized knights. It's the principle of 2 weaknesses. One of your strengths is your opponent's weakness. In this case, for Sindarov, the strength of the bishop pair, count that as one weakness. To win a chess game, you usually need 2 of them. He's trying to move those pawns, get those breaks eventually in, so that he's able to create that second weakness that he can start targeting on that right flank. So I think f4 is definitely on the cards at the right moment. A threat is stronger than the execution, something that Wei Yi will always have to keep in mind now.
Now, we're taking a look at the potential weaknesses in the position for one player. What about if we flip the board and take a look from the opposite side as well? So we've spoken about how Sindarov needs to be able to keep the 2 bishops on the board at all cost. Now that Wei Yi has swapped off a pair of rooks and the queens, from his point of view, if he wants to absolutely put the nail in the coffin and say there is no way this game can end in a loss for me, what's the plan from this point onwards?
Yeah, it's unclear what the specific plan is, but in general, you need to accelerate the play against the bishops. The longer the game goes on, the better the bishops become. So by pushing pawns on the last move, Wei Yi was threatening to drop a knight into the center. That was stopped. Now he's pushing this pawn, very logical. He's trying to force the issue, push pawns, push the bishops back before the rooks get traded, before knights disappear. The bishops aren't 100% stable for now. So very active play by Wei Yi. You need to be very energetic. I've been there myself, being ground down by these two bishops. It's torture if you just sit there and do nothing. So you have to be very, very much conscious about the fact you need to push like this.
And there is a minor piece traffic jam, right, on that central line with this last move, f5, active play, but it sort of leaves those pieces hanging. And I think for Sindarov, that signals something. You're thinking about how can I put pressure on these pieces. One way to do it would be to slide your rook over to the center line. It anyways is a piece that needs to be activated. Rook e1, or will he try to just stop the advance of f4 by going f4 himself in this position, just saying not allowing you to do that?
Yeah, good call there, Tanya. Bring the white rook to the center and Wei Yi protect all of his loose pieces. That traffic jam likely to be resolved at least sometime soon. But yeah, who will be paying the congestion charges? That's the big question.
That is a very, very good point indeed. It's interesting that we went over to the E line. There was a part of my brain wondering, well, if the rook went to the D file and we're trying to trade the rooks off, wouldn't that make sense instead? We're preempting the f4 from black by moving the bishop back so that you don't need to immediately have to deal with your bishop being under attack once black pushes that. It's interesting that the rooks are still on the board and there's no opposition there on the D file, and the bishop pair's been given up.
Yeah, out of necessity, but that is not a good sign for Javokir Sindarov. Ultimately, the black knight was hitting another bishop, hitting a rook anyway, so the bishop pair was gone, but especially the light squared bishop. I thought he would try to keep that. Black's light squared influence is minimal. Now, especially that white bishop sitting on c1, sitting at home, makes a bad impression.
It's so incredibly cagey, right? You compare every pawn, every piece on the board to each other, and you realize that Wei is super active, more space, and he continues advancing on that right flank. You know, he's threatening all those breaks with one of the pawns moving forward. He can improve the position of his own bishop, slide it in front of his king. Meanwhile, for Sindarov, what is he targeting? Where is he playing? Bishop on c1, stuck at its starting square. The knight looking inactive. Might be time to reroute itself to some greener squares. It does jump over to c4, but not very stable there.
Not stable, can get hit at some point, maybe in the next few moves, by a black pawn. And in the meantime, black's rook looking active, black's knight, bishop perfectly posted up. It does feel like the type of position as black you might start getting a bit optimistic about playing for a win, but it feels like just the manner of the last few moves, Sindarov is sacrificing objectivity for time. Suddenly the clocks are level, dead equal. Sindarov is going to try and flag Wei Yi here.
That has to be the strategy.
I think it does at this point, especially considering that Wei Yi at one point had over 2 minutes advantage over Sindarov, right? We mustn't forget that absolutely fantastic advantage on the clock that he managed to build up at the start of this game. So if that's now been wiped out, okay, the position's not exactly a dream, but at least you've got something to play with. You've got something to cling to.
I think this is one of the best positions that Sindarov has had. Look at that last move. Now this makes sure that the knight on c4 is consolidated. a4 stops the move b5 for a long, long time to come. And Sindarov continues to improve the position of his pieces. It is going to be about flagging. Crazy things happen when players come down to those time scrambles. And usually it's the younger generation, it's the younger ones who come on top of those.
Yeah, both pretty young, but Sindarov the younger of the pair. Wei Yi, in the meantime, cynically trying to get everything off. Look at that. On the screen, we see him making a pre-move. He's getting ready for the bishop trade. If the bishops do leave the board, maybe the black knight can jump in, but so can the white knight. This one, level on the board. The clock, though, ticking, ticking, ticking. Not good for Sindarov. He just needs to move.
He has to move. I mean, that's his only hope. And this is not a critical decision. It's not going to be about finding an advantage here. He does get 2 moves back to back in there. Strikes on the left side of the board. Wei Yi's got the option. Does he push the pawn? Does he capture? Or does he keep the tension? Keeps the tension.
The 1 minute mark has just been hit. The clock goes red for Sindarov. Will he be seeing red at the end of this game? The black knight looking active. We see a trade. He can go a pawn up. The white knight can get greedy and grab that pawn on b6, but the black rook is ready to jump in, and the rook might just jump in anyway. The white king steps forward in the meantime. He's 40 seconds down though here.
This is the one thing he could not afford right now. And look at that, Wei Yi, clinical in his approach, gets the knight off the board. It's a pure rook pawn endgame. Position-wise, objectively, completely drawn. It's a flagging battle.
Rook endgames, they're so well known. They're infamous for their drawish tendencies. All rook endgames are drawn, goes the idiom. But here we go. Wei Yi says, let's keep the rooks on the board. No king and pawn endgame. That adds a bit of uncertainty to the mix. The black rook looking super active. Wei Yi just needs to sit on this time advantage.
And he's got loads of it, right? 30 seconds, 32 seconds right now for Sindarov. Nothing, no tricks to play for either here. Wei Yi takes a small pause. He activates his king even further into the game. A lot easier to be Wei right now.
Sindarov just has no plan. He's going back and forth now. Wei Yi asking Sindarov to find something to do. We see a repetition of moves there. Second time we've seen this position. White's rook is paralyzed. The king unable to really do any damage here. And the black king is the one coming in.
It's coming in. The black rook superbly plays. Nothing can be stopped. Winning on the position, winning on the clock. Wei Yi is.
Wow, the black king is about to start entering. The white rook is fixed where it stands. The black king is just going to go back and forth. Wei Yi's going to bully Sindarov here on the board, on the clock.
But he needs to move, he needs to keep the pace. Don't let the clocks level out if you're Wei Yi right now. Sindarov trying to throw a spanner in the works right now. He presses the panic chaos button. The king steps in, attacking the white rook.
That was pure desperation from Sindarov. The white rook now has to give way, and the pawns are dropping. That left flank is all disappearing. Black's created a pass pawn. It's a shake of the head and a resignation from Sindarov.
And Wei Yi with a 40-second advantage heading into the end after his time advantage was originally wiped out. He built it up one more time to put Sindarov under immense time pressure, and eventually that pressure led to the cracks appearing and a victory for our Weibo gaming player. An incredibly strong and composed performance there, allowing him to get into the qualification match.
Yeah, so smooth in the end. The damage was done in the first game. It was a bit of a miniature there. Very quick, lightning fast victory, winning a piece against Sindarov in the first encounter. This second one, much more cagey, ultimately very, very balanced. Wei Yi turning it in his favor in the last few moves, but it's because he always kept slightly ahead on the clock.
And you've got to do that. You've got to play all the elements here in Riyadh. You know, you have to play the clock, you have to play the position, the player you're up against, and he did all of that perfectly. Clinical performance here by Weibo's Wei Yi in this one, getting that first win in, and with black, he never lost control. For Sindarov, he never got his kind of positions that he thrives in.
Unbelievable how composed he was as well throughout. When that 2-minute advantage was wiped out, did we see a different expression on his face? Absolutely not. Calm at all times, and maybe we can glimpse a couple of secrets into how he holds that incredible demeanor as we head to the stage for an interview with Wei Yi.
Absolutely. Wei, brother, you were calm, cool, collected in both of those games. Game one, you had a big time lead. Weren't sweating at all. Your heart not pumping at all. I was a little bit worried for you. Game two was much the same thing. He made you think a little bit in game two. You were up like 2 minutes. You came back down. Were you ever worried at any point?
Yes, I think after the move G3, maybe I might in some danger. And yeah, I spent some time to scout how to defend. Yes.
So I want to say, Wei, congratulations on making it to, I want to say, your next opponent now. One game away from making it to the top 8. And your next opponent is going to be Hikaru Nakamura. Are you feeling ready for that matchup?
Yes, I have to, but I think Hikaru is one of the maybe most difficult opponent in this event.
Honestly, I agree. Definitely one of the top players here. But I think you are definitely up to the task. So we're going to leave you to get yourself ready for the next matchup. Yet another elimination match underway in just a few short moments. So let's head on over back to the studio and we'll see you guys in a few short moments.
Thank you so much, Sandstorm and Tyler 1. It's Wei Yi coming out on top over Javokir Sindarov, and he did it in just a smooth fashion there, Maurice.
Total control, domination. It just looked like he said, dude, I'm better than you. The guy got in time pressure, couldn't handle the moves, couldn't keep up in game one. And then in game two, after he had to get a victory, Sindarov was just like, I can't break through this guy. He's a great wall of China, basically, and shut him down.
Yeah, honestly, played a lot of this matchup to perfection. There was only that one call out that the host there mentioned. The clock maybe slipping back a little bit towards Javokir in that one critical moment, but Wei Yi navigated it well.
Yeah, Wei Yi was way ahead on the clock in the second game and when he thought things were turning around, he took his time and equalized the position again. Wei Yi never in trouble. Amazing. Became a grandmaster at age 13, it says. That's actually when I heard of Wei Yi when he was a little kid. I was like, how can a 13-year-old be a grandmaster? And so he has a lot of experience, been a grandmaster for half of his life, and didn't have any problem at all with his opponent this round.
Yeah, but how about this? You take down Javokir Sindarov, and your reward is to step into the ring against Hikaru Nakamura. So things do not get easier from here.
We're with the best players on the planet. What do you expect? I don't care who you beat. You know somebody gangster is going to show up next. And there's nobody more gangster than Hikaru Nakamura, except maybe one Magnus Carlsen. This is the number 2 player on the planet we're talking about, a vet who's been around for a long time. Wei Yi knows what he's got to deal with. And I got to tell you, his hands are full.
Yeah, he said it there right on the stage, right? Hikaru is one of the toughest opponents in the entire tournament. That's who he's going to have to get through to earn himself a top 8. But let's also talk about what he's already accomplished. He knocked the second Team Vitality player out of the chess portion of the tournament. That means there will be no point totals going towards Team Vitality, our number 1 in the club championship. It's open season now for these other players to shoot their club up to the top.
Yeah, and for you chess fans out there, this isn't just chess. This is the Esports World Cup, and we're talking about the clubs and which club is near the top. Vitality was at the top, but now they won't get any more points. So it's looking good for Team Liquid and other teams, Team Falcon, that can get points with their players now. So it's not just an individual event; it's a team event, and looks like Club Vitality is not going to be very vital in this event.
At least not coming out of chess. There's still plenty of games to be played here at the EWC. We're getting another look at a dream being crushed. Earlier, it was Jan Nepomniachtchi who overcame 2 opponents, the second of which was that rematch against Andrei Yesipenko. He might be a little reticent to do it, but it's a necessity here on the Esports World Cup stage.
He's looking a little bit more like he's getting into this. Like, okay, I guess I have to crush somebody's key.
Crush that
and
key.
their heart as well as part of the program. Why not? Hey, he's feeling very relieved to have gone through after his match.
I wonder if what's going through his mind there is now that kind of the idea of like, ooh, these are some of the keys I might be able to pick later on and toss them into that resin mold on the bottom of my trophy, because that's one of the things the individual winner gets to do, take 3 keys from people that they took down.
You know, when you win because it came from a second life, they were putting the dirt on your grave, and you said, no, wait a minute, there's life in here. You feel like, hey, maybe it's my tournament now to win. And he's got to have that feeling. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. He definitely pulled it off and took his chance when it was given to him. Maybe this is the chance he gets to run all the way to the championship.
Absolutely. Only a few more spots to be determined in the quarterfinal. This next matchup is going to be one of them. Hikaru Nakamura versus Wei Yi. Then we'll go to the group of death, and we'll decide that a little bit later on in the day. But let's continue talking about Wei Yi. I think if he plays the exact same way that he just played in this, is that enough to challenge Hikaru?
Yeah, I think Hikaru has his hands full here. Wei Yi is very solid, doesn't give anything away. He uses the clock pretty well. I think Hikaru's biggest advantage is going to be on the clock. I think that's what Hikaru's plan is going to be, to get ahead on the clock really early in the game by move 10 or 15, have a couple minute advantage, and try to hope that Wei Yi makes mistakes in time trouble.
Well, Wei Yi, he has more tournament life to play. Unfortunately for Sindarov, it's packing his bags and going home. Let's go over to Mike Klein, who's standing by with Sindarov.
Here, Sindarov, things didn't go your way. After losing game 1, I know you had to go for broke in game 2, but it felt like the pieces came off the board a little bit quicker than you would have liked. Was that the major issue in game 2?
Yeah, after losing first game, no, I think first game it was played completely bad. Yeah, I didn't see anything. Yeah, because I didn't expect he will play second move bishop c4, and yes, I think I played very bad. But second game, yeah, I just want to try to do something, and yeah, of course he's prepared from the opening, and I didn't find anything. Yeah, it's, I think, no chance.
It's a tough day for Team Vitality, and Maxime got eliminated a little bit earlier. Did you have any chance to talk with him at all after his match or before your match in any way?
No, I didn't talk with him. It's really very sad because Maxim first game he was staying completely winning and he didn't win his game, and but me I'm just I'm just looking my game and prepare for my game and don't think other things. But anyway, my opponent also played very good, but in my opinion I'm just playing one of the best games in my life today.
I'm sorry to hear that. But after this competition is over, how will you look back on this event? It's totally different than all the other events you've played in.
It's totally different tournament. I think I'm just little bit tired from chess. I'm playing. I played in Las Vegas here without stop, and last chance qualifier also took a lot of my energy. And yesterday match, completely takes all of my things. But anyway, I'm very happy to being here, and I think I played really not bad. Just last day organizing this tournament and everything is in a high level, and I'm excited from everything here.
Thanks for the time. Even chess can make young men grow tired. I know the feeling. I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
I would say he earned his exhaustion, but the picture is crystallizing here in Group C. Hikaru Nakamura and Ali Reza, they had that team bout just yesterday where Firouzja came out on top to book his spot in the playoffs. Hikaru Nakamura dropped down to play the winner of the matchup we just witnessed. It was Wei Yi, coming out on top over Javakir Sindarov, and here he goes to the key crusher for his first victim.
First time for him as he sees this happen. Of course, the crushing of Javakir Sindarov's dream, and Wei is like, okay, I take care of business. I'll take this key.
It's loud too. Did you hear that?
It is loud.
Loud.
And they know it's coming. But now I think his real focus is on the next dude that he has to play against. This man, dude. We know, Hikaru Nakamura, superstar in the world of streaming for sure, that he knows he's very confident coming in.
Entourage in tow. It's Hikaru Nakamura up against Wei Yi for the final spot out of Group C. We'll see you just on the other side of this commercial break.
everybody. I'm Quickshot. He's Nihal. Give me a wave. Have you played ping pong before?
Yes, a little bit, but I
have you done it while being interviewed?
No, of course
no.
not.
What we're going to do is we're going to see if we can get some predictions for the upcoming games. Right now, as we speak, Sindarov and Wei are going up against each other. Nordebek and Fabiano are going up against each other, and they're going to be playing Hikaru and then Jan, respectively.
Yeah.
So let's go for the first one. Who's going to win and who's going to take on Hikaru?
So I think now that okay,
I've got keep your prediction going.
Great. So I think now that okay, Wei is up one low. I mean, not 1-0, sorry, 1-0.
Exactly.
Getting mixed with the sports.
Okay, let's get the question. Will Wei be able to take down Hikaru?
Hikaru, no.
No,
I mean,
easy answer. Okay.
I mean, the odds are against him, of course.
I like that's a much
He's
better.
completely capable, but
completely capable. The odds are against him. All right, let's take the next one. Nordebek versus Fabiano, and the winner takes on Jan. So who wins, and then will they be able to challenge Jan?
I think this is a much harder thing to predict. I think.
Oh.
I think Nordebek maybe. I think Nordebek may be a slight favorite. But
okay, so if Nordebek's the favorite, will he take down Jan?
Yeah, I think in that bracket anything is possible. I think anyone can beat anyone.
Ooh, that's a lot more. Okay, let's put the microphones down. Play one more round. Back to you guys. The show.
Okay, I'll give down.
Thank you so much. That's awesome. You want to carry on playing for a little bit? Yeah, I'd love to. Oh, you played this before?
Yeah, I have played this before. I suck, but I have played this before.
I saw this video. Oh.
This year.
I don't think I've scored a single point.
Welcome back to Chess at the Esports World Cup. Next up, it's Wei Yi and Hikaru Nakamura vying for a spot in the top 8 and the quarterfinals. We heard from Nihal there in the interview, getting pressed a little bit on predictions for these upcoming matches. And Yovi, he kind of said, no matter what, you got to be favoring Hikaru in this qualification matchup.
Yeah, Hikaru is the boss. I mean, let's face it, he's consistently excellent. But we did see a small weakness. You know, he did lose in the Armageddon against Alireza Firouzja. So there is some hope for Wei Yi. I can also say that they did play each other in an Armageddon game early on in the year, and Wei Yi won.
Ooh, okay. So maybe a little bit of something that he can fall back on in terms of confidence.
Absolutely. Wei Yi is a dangerous customer. He's one of the top players in the world, in the top 10 in the world as well. He can certainly make this a battle and should. But Hikaru Nakamura is one of those people that when his back is to the wall, he's one of the greatest defenders ever. We call him Hydra. You cut off one head and two grow back. It's just very hard to crush him because of that resilience, that tenacity, that defensive ability. So expect him to give us a tremendous fight.
I love that. There's a beautiful and terrifying picture that you just painted for me. And we just got to look at the bracket, kind of the journeys that each of these players had to take. Of course, Hikaru getting knocked down by Alireza Firouzja. But importantly, this is a first-time matchup here at EWC. So within this time control, within this set of pressure and circumstances, unlike what we saw at the top of the day where it was a revenge match, it's the first time we're going to see Wei Yi and Hikaru stepping into the arena.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the first time here at the EWC, and I just took a peek into the playing hall and I saw that Hikaru had gotten there early, and that means he means business.
Is you reading into that much?
Absolutely, yeah, because he was pacing, he was early, he was getting himself into the zone.
All right, so we've painted him as the favorite, but also we've seen what our predictions have done to some of the favorites and some of the picks in the past. So I'm going to put the screws to you, starting with you, Maurice. Is it Hikaru Nakamura who joins his teammate Alireza Firouzja in the quarterfinals?
Absolutely. We talk about favorites and prediction, whatever. Our favorites are actually pretty solid right now. Magnus went through, Alireza went through, and the only one not through yet is Hikaru, who lost to a favorite, one of the favorites in Alireza. And by the way, he lost to Alireza in one situation in Armageddon, down to the blitz mode with no time left on the clock. That's what you got to do to beat that guy. I'm not sure where he's up to it.
Final thoughts here on this matchup before we head in.
It's going to be a wild match, that's for sure, because Wei Yi is going to be bringing his A game.
He's going to have to fight. Both of these players are going to have to fight tooth and nail here. There are no easy roads at the EWC, and for both of these players, they're taking what is the next step on the journey to the top 8, fighting for $250,000, 1,000 points for their club, as everything is open in our Esports World Cup Club Championship. Away we go to find out who will be the next qualifier from Group C. Hikaru Nakamura, Wei Yi. Let's get to it.
Woo. These games have been intense. Keys getting crushed, people going home. Trust me, this next one will be no different.
That's right. 2 evenly matched players. One manning his battle station, and the other joins us now in the SNB Arena. Please welcome, representing Team Falcons, Hikaru Nakamura. After an unexpected result, I would say, for Hikaru yesterday, now he is looking for a chance to redeem himself in the arena.
Well, Hikaru, good to see you, bud. You got a big game today, I'm not going to lie. He was looking pretty crispy in his match earlier. What are your thoughts heading into game 1 here?
Yeah, I mean, if I play well, good things will happen. If I don't play well, bad things happen. It's very simple.
Very simple.
All right, well, you know what? We won't ask you anymore. You know what you need to do. Key into the pedestal and get yourselves ready for the next matchup. Another elimination match, the final one of Group C. Will it be Hikaru Nakamura or Wei Yi? Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, folks. The story of Group C comes to an end after this match. Hikaru Nakamura, representing Team Falcons, takes on Wei Yi of Weibo Gaming. But it has to be said, Wei Yi on this stage just now honestly did look like an absolute fortress. Nothing was getting past him. The time control was really good. He kept stoic throughout. Even when he had his time advantage erased, he managed to build it up again. Nothing's getting past him right now, and he's on a very, very good day.
Wei Yi stepped it up so much today compared to yesterday. He looked very, very good in the previous encounter, and slightly ominous for Hikaru is that in groups A and B, it was the person who rose up, who did fight the earlier match, who went on to win the second match as well. For Wei Yi, he's fully warmed up.
He is, and he's got to be high on that confidence, right? Not just the scoreline, but the quality of his play is so incredibly strong. A clean sweep 2-0 against Sindarov. You know, he's up against the beast. He's up against world number 2. Hikaru Nakamura is the most battle-tested player in the chess world. So he knows what it takes. He knows what's on the line. And you know what's extra motivation for Hikaru? His teammate, Alireza Firouzja. He's up there already in the quarterfinals. That's got to be something that's going to inspire him to be the one to make it there as well, because there is rivalry there too.
But let's talk about the head-to-head you saw earlier. Both players obviously comfortably, as far as Rapid is concerned, in the world top 10. Wei Yi is up there as well. Their previous record, 1-1. It's not like it's a landslide. It's not like it's one-way traffic. Nakamura comes into this game as one of the favorites, but is he only the favorite by a slender margin?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Hikaru, we just associate him with dominance, with victories. Rapid has maybe been the one area, and he's been so good at Classical for so many years now. He's been dominant at Blitz for 8, remember, but Rapid, that is a tricky middle ground. We see the Catalan opening at the early stages here. Hikaru starting with white. This promises solid play. We see a hit on the Bishop. Bishop returning. White is going to Fianchetto. He's going to put a Bishop on G2, get castled soon, and we're going to see a slower phase of the game.
This is definitely a strategic battle, you know, something we've been seeing from Hikaru Nakamura in the recent years. Traditionally known for his aggression, known for that combative, entertaining chess, but has taken a more solid approach in the recent past. And I think the Catalan, it's such a rich opening, right, David? Because it starts slow, but eventually builds into these long grinds, these complicated endgames sometimes, and it's all about getting that central pawn moving up for white if he can strike with e4, or will it be black who'll be able to strike with a c5 before that happens?
Yep, instead the white bishop improves itself, creating a square for the white knight to land on d2. And just to point out your plan, Tanya, e4 is the break we're looking for. These positions often for the first 15, 20 moves, all the pieces are on the board. 10 moves later, could just be barely anything left.
Very different match we have here by moves 7 or 8. Previously, we were having situations where players had burned minutes on their clock. Wei Yi using a matter of seconds to get here. Only now is Nakamura about to drop down below the 9-minute mark, and we're already on move 12. So the players blitzing through the opening, maybe saving their time for some tactical middle game decisions that are bound to be coming in the next couple of minutes. But no one looking uncomfortable so far. This is all very, very familiar territory for both players.
Catalan is one of the most played openings at the top level. So many World Championship matches. So definitely something the players are familiar with. But all the subtleties, all the nuances that exist, you see that Hikaru wincing a little bit, trying to remember how to handle this particular opening development that Wei is taken. Speaking about being uncomfortable, probably not on the board. But I wonder, you know, yesterday Hikaru with Tyler mentioned, I might want to play Wei Yi. He's slightly weaker compared to Alireza Finally, who he did meet in that matchup. One day Wei Yi heard that interview.
Well, yes, but on the one hand, like, it's very difficult not to put Fallujah above Wei Yi in any power ranking list here. So was it meant as trash talk, or is that objective reality? One thing's for sure, Wei Yi is out now to prove that regardless of your intention when saying that, it's not true.
It's game on.
Yeah, we will find out very, very shortly. And Hikaru looking up, looking for inspiration potentially. Black's position is rock solid. At some point, to make progress, to make use of the white pieces, you need a breakthrough. Whether that is going for the central pawn break we highlighted a moment ago, pushing the e-pawn to e4, trying to open lines, trying to fight for the center, or whether it's on other parts of the board, Hikaru needs a plan of action. But it's costing him a bit of time, and we saw what happened to Sindarov in the previous encounters when he went low on time against Wei Yi.
And who had Wei Yi going up by a minute on the clock first on their bingo card? That's what I want to know right now.
Nobody, that is for sure. And in the meantime, Hikaru does find a breakthrough, and this is very, very sneaky, very opportunistic as well, because the black bishop on a6 is the key detail. It is hanging, and just to show on our analysis board, the green board on our right here, if you take that pawn that did just move 2 squares, capture it again, you can no longer take it with your bishop. An attack has opened up from the white rook to the light square bishop on a6, and white would go up a piece. So Hikaru, he is playing on a square that did look covered. He's breaking through on the queen side, and if we go back, suddenly the 3-pawn wall, I'm going to say here, on b4, c4, and d4.
Looking good. You know, he took advantage of that moment. The second where he transported his rook from a8 to c8, losing connection with that bishop, Hikaru realized this is my window of opportunity to strike with b4. And he goes in, and he might not stop there. e4 as well, always in the air. For a Catalan player, the dream is to get that fianchettoed light squared bishop active, get it on the open diagonal, break that wall that d5 has built at the center. And if that happens, it's advantage white.
And you've hit the nail on the head there, Tanya, psychologically as well. If we needed confirmation that b4 was the idea that would maybe bring Nakamura back into the game in terms of initiative and thinking, Wei Yi just used that entire minute and then some that he had in time advantage, and he has now played the knight out to h5, but it took him nearly 90 seconds to get there. So giving that move a lot of respect and really carefully thinking about the consequences here.
Yeah. Guaranteed that Wei Yi missed that one. Just took him a bit of time to recover. Ultimately, it doesn't change the balance too much. It looks very pleasant aesthetically for white with the 3 pawns there, but Wei Yi plays another typical motif, very well known in the Catalan here. He hunts down white's dark squared bishop. The bishop on f4 attacked by a knight. That would also cause the white pawns to be doubled. Usually you want to run away with this bishop, but not too many attractive squares to move to. So Wei Yi forcing Hikaru back into the tank. Feels like a bit of a cagey one, both players just investing a lot of time.
A thematic idea there by Wei, and it also sort of forces says, you know, you want to defend your bishop, you'll be forced into passivity, fall back one square, but that comes in the way of your own e2 pawn. Bishop to e3 is the move that you really want to make sure that you're not allowing that trade on f4, and Hikaru goes for it. But this just means that e4 break is not happening anytime soon.
But what was the alternative, though? Because I was looking at all of the other moves the bishop could have occupied. e3 was realistically the only square there, so Hikaru must have been thinking about something else.
Yeah.
The follow-up.
The follow-up. Maybe he was trying to calculate what's just happened. Wei Yi pressing the explosion button, trying to break open the structure in the center. The white queen does feel slightly uncomfortable, stared down by a black rook on the c-file, but there's so many captures here available for white. You can capture the c5 pawn twice, you can capture a5, d5. Pick your poison. You have to be careful, though. You don't want to take it the wrong way. And here we see he takes the opportunity to push a pawn forward, drops back with the knight. That's to open up the white light squared bishop, but a bit of an odd retreat there from Hikaru.
He's trying to reroute the knight to that other square, d3, bring it to the center, also eyeing the pawn on c5. You know, you've got your bishop, your knight, your queen and rook ready to attack, to jump over onto that pawn. So here trying to improve pieces. But what's been really impressive for me so far has not just been on the board, but also for Wei with the black pieces, keeping control of the clock, something few were able to do against Hikaru.
And it should be pointed out here as well that at first glance, d4 looks like a really attractive idea for black right now, because that dark squared bishop has precious few squares to go to, but you have to prepare that because the light squared bishop for black is hanging if you just push that without first considering what you wanted to do. So there's a little bit of preparation required, and it buys Nakamura time to think about how he wants to deal with that. And the knight moving from h5 allows the bishop more squares as well, so it immediately jumps back into g5.
Yep. Maybe defending Wei Yi's bishop there, getting ready for that pawn storm in the center would have been even more attractive. But ultimately, Hikaru does feel the heat. He wants to trade off some pieces, maybe because the black pawns occupy the center, white slightly cramped. You want to trade off pieces when you're lacking space. But it does feel like it's a very healthy position for Wei Yi still.
It really does. I mean, you know, you've got these beautiful pawns at the center. For Hikaru, I will point out he has a protected passed pawn on b5, right? And that's a long-term advantage that you've got. Any endgame, if it's a pure king and king endgame with just the pawns on the board, you're playing for the win. So black always wants at least one piece to block that pawn, and he places one very early on in the stage, also putting pressure at the base on the c4 pawn.
Knights are known as the best defender knights because they can reach over pawns, they can hop over things, they do a great job blockading and multi-purpose attacks. Queen's the worst blockader, incidentally. For now, though, a bishop for knight trade, we saw there the first minor pieces coming off the board, and Wei Yi locks down the queen side. Very difficult to know exactly how to make headway there. Hikaru looking up to the sky, that means he's calculating something, maybe some pawn trades. The white knight hitting the c5 square, that is a key motif, but after a pawn trade, you will always be walking into some fire on the c-file. You have to time it correctly.
Just an incredibly complex position this is, and both players now under 6 minutes on the clock, and sort of it's just starting, you know, this strategic battle. That last move could also end up weakening that pawn. It could end up becoming a target easy to get to. The queen's already there. There is potential in the future of the knight retreating and putting attack on a4 as well. So a bit of a committal move there by Wei Yi. Hikaru Nakamura with a shake of his head. One would almost feel that he's not comfortable with what's going on right now.
Definitely not comfortable. We talked about the time disadvantage earlier. That can happen, but he's still almost a minute down. Hikaru, who goes for that plan. You mentioned there, Tanya, hitting the black pawn that's bypassed into the white half, and maybe that knight needs to be captured. Maybe the black rook will try and slide across to defend, but not an easy choice. The bishop pair is all important. Black's dark square bishop does not want to trade itself off for a knight.
If knight b2 means you're seriously thinking about trading off the dark squared bishop for that knight, can it therefore be argued that maybe a4 is a little bit of an overextension by Wei Yi? How do we feel about that? Does that help us in retrospect understand whether it was the best option?
Yeah, it's definitely a big decision. It's maybe not necessarily objectively bad, but I think in an ideal world he would have had time to maybe solidify that pawn, keep his bishops intact, and still play a4.
Right.
It just, he defends it with his rook instead. This is committal. The white queen now might be capturing a pawn on c5. Hikaru looks very, very interested in this last decision. Calculation is necessary. It feels like they're just throwing the move back to each other. Wei Yi's like, okay, I'm going to make a difficult decision for you. You give me one. I'm going to give a solution back. And ooh, the knight returning back where it came from. A silent draw offer potentially from Hikaru Nakamura if the black rook, again, continues that dance and goes to c8.
Wow, big moment here. We'll understand the mindset of the players, and it looks like we're not the only ones finding this super complex and this position very rich in ideas, barely being able to handle under 5 minutes. The player is repeating. If that happens 3 times, that's an instant draw. And look at that.
Repeating?
Hikaru says, I'm ready for it. Will Wei Yi flip the script? Will he change his mind? Will he grab that knight and say game on, go for more? Or is he going to repeat now?
Oh, we can't blame him if he had gone for the draw, but power move by Wei Yi, showing his ambition. He wants to win this game. He smells weakness potentially from Hikaru. He's up a few seconds on the clock, Wei Yi. He's got a beautiful pawn center. He solidifies everything now, defending his bishop, getting ready to push in the middle of the board with those pawns.
This is really interesting because it's almost a psychological play as well, right? Wei Yi saying, oh, I can see that you're thinking of repeating moves. He didn't stop there and think and consider the draw. It was forceful. It was almost, it wasn't quite a pre-move, but he took pretty much instantaneously on b2 as soon as Hikaru decided to repeat.
And that decision, will he be rewarded for his guts, for his bravery, Wei Yi, or will that come back to haunt him? Only time will tell. And time in this format is the biggest factor right now. It's Wei Yi who is up on the clock. Hikaru on the defense. He stops that d pawn from moving just a bit forward. Also defends his own e2 pawn, which was on the open line, the line of attack of the black queen. Rook d8. Again threatening d4, stopped one more time by Hikaru, who lines up his rook against the black queen if the file was to open up.
Ultimately, it's still a very level position, but psychologically, Wei Yi maybe aiming to seize the upper hand for the rest of the match. This is a position that Hikaru struggles to improve his pieces. This last move, very, very passive. That's just bracing for impact, waiting for the black d-pawn to step forward, just putting the white rook opposite the black queen in case lines open up. But for Wei Yi, can he maximize his pieces? Has he already reached the potential with those rooks, the queen, the knight, the bishop?
And I'm guessing that there has to be a part of Wei Yi who's saying, well, actually, I'd love to be able to meet e4 with d4 and have my c-pawn and d-pawn potentially pass, connected, trying to roll down the board. The capture might not be what's on his mind right now, and maybe that's holding Hikaru back from playing e4.
100%. I think you have to time that really well. Not just that, it stops black from moving the d-pawn forward as well. So Wei Yi chooses the other one. The structure that was there on the board, it's called the hanging pawns. When you've got d5, c5 at the center of the board, you have to time any pawn advance very carefully because it leaves certain square behinds. The dark squares in this case, c3 and d4. If Hikaru gets the time to plant his knight on d4, that would be advantage white. So Wei Yi, it's all again about energetic play. But first, c3 is a big threat, winning material.
Big, big threats. And we did mention that queens are the worst blockaders. You can only really blockade the advance of that pawn with the white queen, but she might be caught hit later by some other advancing pawns. A very, very committal decision from Wei Yi, very ambitious one. And right now it's hanging in the balance.
There's a pattern here as well. Obviously, there we go. Obviously, the light squares there are looking strong as the dark squares look weak. That knight could be coming back via c5 to b3, for example. And what a thorn in white's position that would be.
It's coming. He's going to land it. One more
Or
move.
d3.
Oof. Either way, looks very strong. The white knight is a beast. Cannot really be removed other than by the black knight. Which way is he going to go, Wei Yi? This is very, very tense. Hikaru under some pressure. This is a nice knight jump. The black queen also hitting a pawn. Oh, I don't envy Hikaru's position right now.
This is incredibly confident by Wei Yi. Just unbelievable stuff. You know, you have this moment to bail out. You start with the black pieces, you know, you've got the next round white. You can push for a win there. But Wei Yi, in an equal position, takes that bold decision to keep the game going. There wasn't anything direct. And then he plays fast, keeps the pressure on the clock, improves his pieces, lands a knight on b3, putting the pressure on Hikaru Nakamura. Just fantastic stuff by Wei Yi so far today in his first match and his first game against Hikaru.
A 40-second advantage is very important when Hikaru goes down to 2 minutes as well. Hikaru placed the knight on d4, and Wei Yi said, no problem, you can absolutely take that. I'm going to play the knight into b3 anyway. You really want these connected passes in your position? Clearly not. And now we're going for some very interesting attacks. We've got mate in one threat on the board, queen also being attacked, of course, and we need to be wary of this, but Wei Yi should be on top of it.
Yeah, you can defend this in a few ways. You can drop the black queen back to a very passive square, or you can jump forward with the queen to hit the white knight in the process. Wei Yi, he's burned through most of his time advantage on this last move. This is danger time. This is Hikaru's hunting ground. When the opponent's clock ticks down, we saw the black queen retreat. The white rook improves itself. Sooner or later, though, the white knight will get booted away, and that's when the action will begin.
If this comes down to a time scramble, no one beats Hikaru. He's just an absolute monster then. And it's sort of reaching that territory. You know, it's under 2 minutes right now. And look at that, the knight comes back, but that gives Hikaru the chance to attack the queen once it's picked up that pawn on a3.
That rook is untouchable due to a pin on the black knight. The black queen will have to retreat now. Unless your name is Zalireza Firouzja and you're a speed demon as well, you do not fancy your chances in this ensuing time scramble. The knights disappear. A pawn about to drop on b5. Wei Yi is going to be a pawn up, but 20 seconds down.
Look at the speed with which Hikaru is now suddenly playing. He's paced this up, and how. He's got this beautiful blockade. Yes, Wei Yi's up a pawn, but all those dark squares fantastically captured by Hikaru. He shakes his head. He feels he's in a good position. All the majors in great positions. Now he's about to win a pawn back. A double attack on the bishop and the pawn.
Hikaru wincing there because if he takes the pawn back, the center might explode. The black D pawn might push forward. Or does he have some tricks up his sleeve? He might be winning a pawn in some variations, Hikaru, but this is a nightmare for Wei Yi to defend almost 30 seconds down. One isolated pawn, a very bad bishop for black.
It's been a bit of a turnaround over the last few moves, just out of nowhere. Again, comes down to these blitz territories where Hikaru just puts the pressure on the clock. Rook d4 beautifully placed, killing that bishop that Wei Yi has, which is now stuck behind the pawn.
This is going to be so difficult for Wei Yi. If he holds this, fair play to him, but he just has to sit tight and pray. White can do anything here. Hikaru can play this position for another 50 moves, can sit on it, can improve his king, his bishop. It's going to be a scramble on the clock.
He'll play it for another 100 moves if it's required. Wei Yi with 1 minute and 4 seconds on the clock. Hikaru's got only one agenda, which is to flag him, and a big miss there.
Yeah, Hikaru could have actually gone forward with a pawn with a check. There would have been a rook sacrifice, and the tactics working in Hikaru's favor. He's shaking his head. He realized he just missed a winning move, Hikaru, but it's actually all about the clock. He's not even necessarily trying to trick Wei Yi here. He goes for that check, maybe one move too late. Rook takes bishop now with a trap, would be met by another rook takes bishop. We would have seen a dead drawn rook endgame. Pressure continues. Wei Yi though, he's the one with the red clock, under 45 seconds.
It's almost a 20-second advantage now to Hikaru Nakamura. That is an eternity for him, and he's going to build on that. He's going to keep playing. Wei Yi meanwhile puts pressure on the pawn. The king moves forward, checks. Wei Yi now saying, I'm ready to repeat. The tables have turned.
Okay, Hikaru struggling to keep this game going though, the white king stepping back. There is a big glaring weakness. And Wei Yi, why does he not repeat the position?
Unbelievable! For the second time in this match, in this game, Wei Yi declines a draw, a repetition, down on the clock.
Wei Yi here just repeating now with his rook. He hasn't improved his own chances, maybe trying to get Hikaru to think a bit longer here, but still 6-second difference. Oh, wow, it just feels like whoever's quicker, more decisive in the next few moves is going to take this game.
This is getting incredibly tense now, and the bishop moves. The bishop was under attack. Now Hikaru comes in with the rook, pinning the black bishop. It's time to unpin yourself. Wei Yi gets his king into the defense. Under 20 seconds. Why did he not repeat at that moment?
Wei Yi's position is getting better and better. He's traded off his isolated pawn. He's moving his king across. He's going for victory here. Now, Hikaru Nakamura down a pawn. 15 seconds though, can Wei Yi hold on?
Wei Yi's playing on the board, Hikaru's playing on the clock.
Hey, Wei Yi's just winning. He's got this extra pawn. The black king is coming. You can pre-move almost, pushing the F pawn forward. This is a winning endgame for Wei Yi, 10 seconds.
But is that going to be enough? And he keeps moving the pawn forward. Hikaru's bishop and the rook controlling the queening square. And Wei Yi gives up the bishop.
But he's going to remove the final pawn. This game is going to end in a draw. White's bishop not enough to deliver checkmate. The clock will not play this decisive role in the end. It's a draw.
What a tense end to that game. Wei Yi maybe playing mind games there with Hikaru a little bit, declining the repetition for the second time in the game while down on the clock when both players have under a minute to go. That sends a very big "I do not fear this" message, but Hikaru handling that time advantage in the endgame masterfully, forcing Wei Yi into a position where he could not convert an on-the-board advantage.
Psychologically super gutsy, the way Wei Yi declined repetition twice. Not something you see players do against Hikaru Nakamura, but there was this moment that Hikaru had a massive opportunity to wrap the game up. You could see him shaking the head at the end of that, but this endgame, it was Wei Yi on the push. He had the winning position, but not enough time on the clock. And eventually, it ended with no material, but missed opportunities, David, for both these players.
Yeah, it was a game in 3 phases. The opening was a big success for Wei Yi. The middle game, he was a pawn up, trying to apply pressure, but ultimately Hikaru won the pawn back. The end game, it was all about flagging. Missed opportunities for both sides. 4 seconds against 7 seconds at the end, but a draw feels like a fair result.
Look, I've got a very important question here. Wei Yi couldn't convert in time, but declining the repetition and getting into a winning position against Hikaru Nakamura, I get that the scores are level at half a point. But has Wei Yi just won the psychological battle?
He's won a lot of hearts at home. A lot of fans will be very impressed by that. I think it's difficult to win the psychological battle against Hikaru. Hikaru's very much in the moment, game by game. That's what's brought him so much success. And talking of games, it's game on in the second encounter.
And once again, we get an opening that we've seen how many times now at the EWC. It is the Petrov, the Russian defense, but a more aggressive approach there with white striking in the center, a pawn swap, and something that we've seen a few times.
This is fascinating. Wei Yi was on the black side of this exact variation earlier against Sindarov. Now he takes the white side of this same opening. Just one small difference, the black queen moving instead of the black knight that's just developed, but ultimately the roads look very similar here. Petrov defense, definitely the most popular. It's just in vogue right now.
Very happy to play the same opening with both players, which is absolutely fascinating here. And after that really intense game number 1 against Hikaru as well, I'd love to be able to read more into what Wei Yi is thinking and how the mind games are going to play into this. But as you know, Wei Yi is so unbelievably hard to read, possibly the hardest to read player in the 16 that we had going into this tournament. He is giving nothing away.
Well, he's given one thing away, that he doesn't fear Hikaru. Declining those
not.
repetitions, he's ready for a game on. Give him an opportunity, even in equal position. If he feels there's something to fight for, he's going to take on Hikaru Nakamura. And I think also equally impressive has been his clock management.
That's a great point. I mean, when we decide, for example, on a move of the day, does it have to be over a chessboard? Can we say that declining the repetition twice against Hikaru when you have less time on the clock, that is a statement and a half, right? For me, that's the move of the day already.
Yeah, especially if he goes on to win this match, Wei Yi, with the white pieces now. Hikaru shaking his head, living in the past. He'll shake that off at some point and start to refocus. For now, big questions about this position. It's level material, only one trade of pawns each side. Which way is the black king going? That's the next step.
Well, if I had to predict, I'd say left side of the board. You know, get that opposite side castling going. Flank your bishop, attack the pawn, get the H pawn off the board. Let's be inspired by Alpha Zero. Well, at least as a commentator, I'd love to see all that happen.
Yeah, plenty of flexibility here. It does feel like Wei Yi, he's not trying to shut this game down either. Against the Petrov defense with white, you can play so many risk-free ideas. You can essentially force the opponent to be accurate. Yes, it might fizzle out towards a draw, but you don't kind of put too much on the line in the process. Here, all the pieces on the board. This one's going to be fiery later.
I love how much time he spent thinking about this. Rook E1 on the board, but 8 minutes and 5 seconds versus 9:15. So getting an early time advantage is Hikaru here in the second game, which is not something we saw him do in the previous game. He might be feeling a little bit more free, a little bit more relaxed, and I think he's realizing that actually the decisions I make too are also making my opponent nervous, even though I had a little bit of a wobble in game number 1. Now it's time to see how you fare when the boot's on the other foot.
Yeah, the first game of any day is always a bit nerve-wracking. Hikaru maybe just feels like he's warmed up after that previous time scramble. White bishop moves for a second time this game. pinning the black knight. A few targets there, but might have to trade itself off or just retreat right now. Will we see a big decision from Wei Yi? The black king still in the center. Okay, he goes back with his bishop. Very odd little shimmy there.
Very interesting. And one explanation could have been that he provoked a pawn move, making sure that if Hikaru Nakamura does decide to go with the king long side, queen side, there will be a weakness to target, which will be the a6 pawn. So perhaps something to play for, and he just wants him to have a more cautious approach, get that king to the right side of the board. Bishop d3 gets a question mark, but an interesting opening approach. And what I like is that he didn't take too long.
Yeah, well, he didn't take too long, Wei Yi, but still down almost a minute. We'll learn so much from the next decision. Hikaru Nakamura, it feels like he's about to castle his king. If he goes to the right, he's playing safety first chess. He just wants to be solid. His king looks relatively safe over there. If he goes the other way, meanwhile, he was feeling much more ambitious. Opposite side castling. Both sides will throw pawns later towards their respective enemy kings, and we're going to see just total chaos.
It does ask the question, right? Like Tanya said, a6 has been provoked now, so instead of needing a couple of extra moves, b4, b5 already asks the question. You're just one move quicker to be able to get that queenside attack in. And maybe that's the reason why Hikaru Nakamura has actually used his time advantage now. It's almost equal, but he does go queenside anyway.
He's saying game on. This is going to be fireworks very, very soon. And suddenly, Wei Yi's idea of retreating with the bishop makes sense practically, because like you said, a6 is a hook. Ideas of advancing the b pawn, the a pawn become even more attractive. Lining up the queen with the light squared bishop, targeting that pawn on a6 is something for Wei Yi to think about.
Yeah, plenty of choice though for Wei Yi, and often in chess, especially in rapid chess, you don't want too many alternatives here. It means you burn time on the clock.
Here we go.
Well played, but apparently a big mistake according to the computer. Hikaru blows open the center now. Maybe Wei Yi's pieces just aren't ready for this action.
Oh, wow. I did not think... I was looking at b4, a4, thinking this is going to be relatively automatic, but look at this response from Hikaru. He has thought this through, played d4, and yes, okay, there's an open a file right now, but look at what's happening in the center of the board. That pawn on c3, the long diagonal, the bishop on g7 is suddenly going to come into its own. There are problems here to solve.
Many, many problems, and the black king still has a lot of defenders around it, so should be relatively safe. Can Hikaru keep his extra pawn? That is the big question, the c3 pawn. If it falls, if the white queen can take it next move, then it's game on. Anything could happen, but he does have this one move opportunity, Hikaru Nakamura. How is he going to make the most of it?
That's the big question, because queen takes pawn. I don't really see a way to defend that pawn. The white knight takes care of all the squares the black queen could jump onto to take control of that. Queen takes pawn's coming up. The a pawn's moving up the board. I get it. You have this entire army around the black king. You're feeling safe. But white king as well, equally safe. I am actually pretty surprised at how much of an advantage the evaluation bar is giving Hikaru Nakamura currently.
And I have just checked. The computer thinks black has the edge, has the big advantage after multiple moves. Long term, doing very well. Getting the queens off in certain variations seems to be the goal for Hikaru Nakamura, since white's pawns are relatively weak. The white pawn on e5, lacking defenders. The white pawn on a2, isolated long term. He just shuffles his king closer to the corner. Again, good tip for everyone at home. If you castle on the queen side, the long side, get that king nearer the corner. You tend to be safer and harder for the opponent to check you. But will Wei Yi now pick up that pawn that he's down?
Very tempting to do it, but the fact that he pauses while he eventually does take the decision, and Hikaru jumps in with a knight, wanting some trades, hoping to open up his own bishop at the end of the sequence. Knight takes knight. Will Hikaru want the queens off the board?
That is, we're getting a question mark associated with that move, but like many others before it, it looks so natural, so I'm guessing there was either a really strong alternative, or we have some tactics incoming where we've got both knights under attack. Are we looking at meeting queen takes knight with... Well, no, you've got to take with the... Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on there.
Yeah, we'll see it actually unfold on the board. There were actually some cool tactics. Hikaru could have won the white e5 pawn if he'd been a bit more accurate, but I don't think he necessarily wants to indulge in too many complications here. The queens leaving the board will give black a relatively stable advantage long term. I think he'll take the queens off now, So the question mark, because of a missed opportunity, not because this
Right.
position is bad for black.
Okay.
Speaking of a long-term advantage, let's point out for Hikaru Nakamura, he already has a passer, a passed pawn on the board. That's one that can't be stopped or blocked by an opponent's pawn. The C pawn that he has. Meanwhile, for white, there is no passer. You still have to create it because black does have the defenders right there. So again, endgames favor black. Healthier pawn formation, a target on E5. The rook beautifully placed on the only open line on that D file right now. Huge question to Wei. Does he keep the complications on? Does he move the queen away? Or will he go for the endgame?
Yeah, big decision. Queen's off the board, looks likely. Hikaru does take them off the board, and a double attack, hitting white's light squared bishop, hitting the E5 pawn at the same time. If we do see a bishop for knight trade, that is a situation where the bishops will be super powerful long term. There we see the bar slide. The black light squared bishop is going to be the MVP most likely, unchallenged. White with weaknesses all over the board.
That must have been a very difficult decision to make, to give up your bishop pair.
It really is, because you take a look at white's bishop that used to be in and around B3, and you're thinking, oh, long-term, that raking across the board looks like a fantastic opportunity for Wei Yi. But being forced to give that up for the knight, those dreams have now been shattered, and he's left with a position where it's Hikaru Nakamura's bishops that are causing all sorts of problems.
And that's not the only dream that's going to be shattered. At some point, Hikaru is going to line up the two rooks on the D file and just deny Wei Yi any opportunity to challenge for the only open file in the position. Right now, rook D8 on the board. How is Wei Yi going to survive this? Where will he find his opportunity? On the clock, it's level, but on the board, it's not.
This is Hikaru Nakamura in his element. I've watched his stream so many times. He loves these types of endgames. He loves grinding down the opponent. Pure strategy here, minimal tactics.
That's the most emotion I've seen out of Wei Yi all week. Oof. There you go. Thinking pose. The fact that he moved.
Seismic.
Yeah, he's 99 stoic instead of 100 stoic at the moment. But he really is in a lot of trouble right now, and he needs to think of a resource to climb his way out.
And the heart rate agrees with you. I mean, that's 130 right there for Wei Yi. So he's feeling the nerves currently. Hikaru keeps putting pressure. You know, he hit the bishop in the last move, doubled up on the D line. Now he's getting the bishop to h6 to attack f4. It provokes Wei Yi to push the G pawn to defend it, but that's going to make the light square so incredibly weak around the white king.
Oh, needs must though, and most likely Wei Yi will push that pawn forward. Hikaru was shaking his head. It was slightly confusing because his position is so good right now, but maybe just frustrated that there's no immediate knockout, but long term looking very good. And normally I talk about connect 4, but white's pawn structure less impressive this time. All on dart squares, a bishop blocked on dart squares, and the white king not going to be safe long term.
And you know, for most of us, it might feel like, hey, the material's balanced. You've got 5 pawns versus 5 pawns. You know, the pieces are still playing for white as well, threatening now to double up on the C line. Why is this so good? But it's not all that meets the eye. You've got the bishop pair. You've got the C pawn that will eventually move up the board. For Hikaru, this is a dream position, one that he can really grind down and enjoy for the next 30 moves.
The light squares just look so dangerous right now, and maybe that was part of the motivation behind playing the rook up to E3, because the moment white moves the knight, you have potential check on F3, followed by maybe the other rook coming into the 6th. Who knows what would happen in that sort of situation? So it feels like Wei Yi is surviving, but is extremely tied down right now and needs options, but he's not finding any.
This feels like the type of position you save like 10% of the time for Wei Yi. Maybe if Hikaru doesn't find a way forward, something concrete, then you survive, and maybe trick your way to a draw later, but you very rarely win these types of positions. Hikaru, a bit of a frown, maybe surprised by this last turn. He's trying to get the other bishop in, the raking bishop pair, threatening a nasty check.
That's very instructive. You know, you're constantly looking for more active diagonals for your pieces. First, he provoked white to push the G pawn, activating the light squared bishop. Then he rerouted the bishop to a square where he can give it check. And again, it could be potentially a mating attack against the white king with both the rooks still on the board.
And it's one of those things where, look, Hikaru Nakamura, it's becoming almost easier for him to play because Wei Yi is creating those weaknesses that makes it easier for him to make these follow-up moves. And in a format like this where both players have 3 minutes on the clock, that's huge.
Yeah, Wei Yi shaking his head loads. He knows that he might be on the brink of elimination here. He drops back his rook. He's not the type of player who's going to sit still and wait for his fate to hit him. He's going to try and push pawns, as you mentioned, creating weaknesses in the process, but the black bishops coming in. The black rooks have infiltrated. The other one's coming in too. Maybe to the third rank, first to check. This looks devastating.
Don't move up to e3. That would be a checkmate in one. King e3 would have run into rook d3, so he blocks the check with the knight retreating right now. It's time anyway to bring that rook in, combine it with the power of that unchallenged light squared bishop, giving some big checks. White's king, surprisingly, in this queenless middle game, is in a kill zone.
Well, we saw on the left of our screens there, Hikaru was about to make that move. He kind of took it back, showing some indecision. The clock may be Wei Yi's best friend right now. He's up 10 seconds. It doesn't sound like much, but it is that desperate on the board. He can barely move a single piece with white. Huge threat on the board. He needs to prevent the black rook sliding across with a check. He needs to offer a trade. But Hikaru looking locked in here.
His spidey senses are tingling as he does move around his finger. He's calculating the lines. This is classic Hikaru Nakamura. He's thinking, hey, Chad, I got this. Take. This is how I'm going to finish this. And look at this beautiful calculation there. Sacrifices a rook temporarily to pick up that H2 pawn, to pick up Wei Yi's rook with interest on the next move.
Meme-worthy, you might call it, as he was pointing to moves with his fingers there. But that is a brilliant move, as indicated by our computer. Double exclam, because this pawn is guaranteed to drop. And skewer, yes, it's just going to be a pawn in the process, but that's a very important pawn. The defenses are slowly being broken. Wei Yi now losing his time advantage, losing pawns, losing hope.
When Hikaru starts bobbing his head like that and grooving to whatever is going on in his mind, you know it's bad news. He gives a check and another check. Hikaru Nakamura has calculated his way through. There's no way for the white king to stay connected to the white rook. He's about to win the rook back. He's won the pawn back. Hikaru Nakamura is about to go to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's not just a pawn he's won. He's about to give checkmate potentially if the white king missteps now. The white king has to go forward. You have to hope that you survive on the hill there in the middle of the board. Oh, but look at the white pieces, so stretched, so defensive, tied down, no light squared control. And Hikaru here just needs to put the finishing touches on.
This game is going to go down in every single book as how to play with the bishop pair. Every single chapter will have this one on display. What a power-packed performance. Just finding those diagonals for the two minor pieces. And finally, that passed pawn starts rolling up the board.
There's no moves for white, nothing to do. You can try to create a passed pawn, but the black bishop's only going to slide back and conquer your rook. That rook will be overwhelmed and lost. Wei Yi, he might be hitting the resign button soon. No, he walks further forward with his king. If he's going to go down, he's going to go down swinging with that king.
But there are no entry squares. The e7 point controlled by the black bishop. You know, you might just be too brave to go there, but that might end badly. Checkmating idea still to always watch out for with the two bishops. Will Hikaru Nakamura give a check immediately? Will he make his rook a better piece right now, start targeting the f4 pawn, which has been left undefended? But the clock situation, under 2 minutes, David, I don't think Wei is resigning. He's going to play this out till the end. He's going to try to make that miracle happen on the clock.
Hikaru is overthinking somewhat. A couple of darts of the eye to the clock. Looking a bit frustrated. Not in his free-flowing best, although he was looking confident a few moments ago. He's tanked. Look at that shake of the head. He knows he's frozen. He just needs to make a move. Everything is good. He attacks the knight. He's going to win some pawns. Even more pawns. This is good enough, but should have been better. Played 20 seconds ago.
Strong move, strong decision finally there by Hikaru. Took a while to get there, but he did get there. The bishop moves into a very passive spot, defending the knight. Hikaru really tying the white king to d5. One check and it could be over.
There's only one safe square for that white king to retreat to. Maybe now is the moment before it is too late, before you do get checkmated. The white knight wants to enter the middle of the board, but cannot safely. This is so difficult to find a move for Wei Yi. He pushes a pawn, desperation. The rook is hit, as we predicted earlier. Not many safe squares for that piece.
And always watch out for the other bishop sliding back, giving some checks. That rook needs to stay connected to certain other pieces. Whoa! A piece sacrificed there, but it could not have been picked up. The white pawn would have advanced one step forward, not allowing the black to defend against promotion. Hikaru simply recaptures.
He did not even calculate. That was impressive, Hikaru. He didn't want to allow any counterplay. The white rook saves itself. But now there is a hint. There is a small hope, glimmer here for Wei Yi with his e-pawn Might be snuffed out though, this last move, very effective. Oh, he's chasing the white bishop, repeating the position, Hikaru.
He can't do it. This is a huge advantage for him. He's up a pawn. He's up on the clock. Hikaru cannot bail out right now. He does continue playing. He believes in it.
He hits the white knight, but that white knight is defended. The king is the MVP for Wei Yi. It's not over yet. Look at the king marching. The e-pawn moving. Hikaru's panicking here.
It's setting in. That head shake, very different from the head bob we saw a few seconds ago.
The advantage is slowly starting to fade. Yes, that was a little trade of pawns. Yes, black's still up one pawn, but there is counterplay. The e-pawn is running. The black rook is just so offside right now.
Ignore the evaluation bar right now. This is a game for 3 results, and now the clock is leveling out as well. Look at Hikaru's face and you get to know the full story. It's the e-pawn, it's the threats of the white king. This is far from over. Hikaru cannot believe it. He's saying, move, move, move.
He's cursing himself, Hikaru. Look at the heart rates as well, both rising. Wei Yi is so excited because this is the closest he's been to saving this game in ages.
Hikaru's literally willing himself to make a move. He gives a check, but this is sort of putting the snooze here because the white king doesn't have too many squares.
Can he checkmate the white king? There's a double attack though, hitting the white knight and bishop. The knight gives up its life, but wow, he's blundered Hikaru. He's lost his bishop. Hikaru Nakamura is losing and he has no time.
He can't believe it, and he's under 20 seconds.
Wow,
he completely had this.
So close. Eval Bar says draw, but white has the pawn, white has the moves and the time.
And very cool as a cucumber throughout the roller coaster.
We might see rook and bishop versus rook, the hardest endgame to defend.
With 10 seconds, not possible to defend.
And Hikaru, he actually blundered there. There could have been a rook trade, but Wei Yi is just playing for the clock.
And that's all he got to do. Look at Wei Yi, slowly, steadily moving towards the screen. He just needs to make sure he keeps the pressure on the clock.
Hikaru here pre-moving desperately. Wei Yi's messed up some stuff there. He's about to lose his bishop. It's all about the clock though. 2 seconds versus 3 seconds.
The pawn comes in. Oh my goodness. Wei Yi's about to get flagged.
He gets Hikaru's rook. Wei Yi cannot lose and it's a draw. Wei Yi times out. Hikaru saves himself.
Absolutely ridiculous end to that game. A winning panic in a winning position. The eval bar, the position. Forget that. The psychological warfare. Swing. Multiple times. There are many people who would say after that roller coaster ride, maybe a draw was the deserved result, but both players will be ruining missed chances in that game. Wow.
Both deserve to win, neither deserve to lose. That was a roller coaster, one of the most dramatic finishes that I've ever seen. Wei Yi with all the material advantage, a rook up, a queen up, but not enough time, gets flagged, and this was the crazy endgame. Hikaru Nakamura reacting there, up the entire time, so close to winning, and David, then quickly it just slipped out of his hands.
Yeah, banging his head, Hikaru Nakamura. 3-4 minutes earlier, he was bobbing his head, knowing he was about to win. Still reacting here, still so frustrated, Hikaru. He used his clock skills to save himself. Wei Yi might feel like he should have banked it there, but ultimately, we go down to Armageddon. Hikaru not yet eliminated.
This match might be the most amazing we've seen so far. Definitely a tale of two halves and plenty to talk about as we go into Armageddon. We're going to get ready for that now and give the players a bit of time to reset as we hop into a break. But my goodness, don't go anywhere.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
What's up, everybody? I'm joined by Maxime from Vitality. Unfortunately, has just been eliminated from EWC. Before we play some mini games and have a little bit of fun, how has your EWC experience been?
It's been great. My tournament, not so much, but I love the settings around here, and being able to watch everyone in the same place, and at least in the next couple of days, I will try to have some.
Can I do a test? Can I do a test?
Yeah.
Who is the best esports player in the world?
Has to be Faker.
Oh, nice. Zaiwu. Say Zaiwu.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. Okay, listen. Have you played this before?
I have.
You have?
No, I have.
Okay.
But
it didn't go well.
It didn't go well.
Okay, grab a ball. What we're going to do is I'm going to ask you to do predictions as you're throwing. Okay, so number one, Nordebek versus Fabiano.
Fabiano.
Tell me why.
There's no why. There's no why.
Okay, I'll have a shot. See if I can get it in. Nope, that was terrible. Okay, next one. Hikaru versus Wei Yi.
I'm going to pick the underdog, Wei Yi.
Wei Yi. Okay, guys,
Yeah.
let's go. So close. Okay, I'm gonna try another one here.
Yeah.
Nope, that was terrible. Okay, now the next one's going to be Jan versus Fabiano.
I'm going to pick Fabi.
Fabi, tell me why. No.
He's good.
He's good?
Yeah.
Okay, can we try win a prize here? Who's going to win EWC 2025?
It has to be Magnus.
Magnus, you may win something, we won't. Can we just hang our heads in shame and walk away? Yeah. Okay. Wait, we can do another one. There we go. We got a prize. Consolation prize. That's consolation prize. Okay, you're gonna catch it? Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Are you ready? Oh, we go. Yalla! No! Oh my word! Right, back to you, the show.
Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon, the ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants White more time on the clock, but in return, White must win. A draw secures Black the match point. White will start with 10 minutes. Each player submits a confidential bid with the amount of time that they are willing to play with to take Black and get those coveted draw odds. The lowest bid gets to play Black and plays with the amount of time that they bid. The opponent gets the full 10 minutes. Let the Armageddon commence.
Wow, what a match we've had so far. We're going to be going to an Armageddon tiebreak, and this is for all the marbles. The winner that progresses from this match goes on to the quarterfinals. The loser from this match gets their key crushed today. The stakes could not be higher. Both players have reasons to be frustrated at the moment. This is getting more and more difficult to figure out what's going on by the second. Let's take a look at how Armageddon is going to go down. Both players will be bidding an amount of time that they're willing to have under 10 minutes, and that player will play with Black once the lower bid wins. However, the player with the white pieces, while they start with 10 minutes, it's a must-win situation. If you're starting with Black and you have less time and you make a draw, that's good enough for the match. That results in a win for Black. So it's high tension for both players. Whoever's playing with Black will have less time, but they've got draw odds. And this is what happened. Hikaru Nakamura will be playing with the Black pieces. 6 minutes and 49 seconds his bid. Wei Yi bid 7 minutes 36. That bid was unsuccessful, so Wei Yi will start with 10 minutes with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. 6 minutes 49 with the Black pieces. It is all or nothing.
Wow, and we saw the time scramble in the previous game where it was only the clock that saved Hikaru, and only due to the fact that he had insufficient material to checkmate did Wei Yi have to agree to the draw. But yeah, that's borderline. Under 7 minutes is so risky Hikaru there, feeling brave, maybe emboldened by his mouse skills. He choked the previous game, winning position, but he did clutch up when the clocks were ticking.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. To me, 649 does feel extremely low, especially given the time management that Wei Yi has shown. He sort of kept it pretty level in both games against a player who is one of the fastest on the planet that the chess world has ever seen, you know, Hikaru Nakamura. And it all comes down to the Armageddon now. One shot, one opportunity, one Armageddon. It will all be decided in this one. I'm going to say one thing. You know, the nerves would have been very high. Tension would have been very high. But you could only see it on one of these two players. It was Hikaru Nakamura, the frustration. You know, he was giving that away. Wei, so calm, so collected. And for me, that has been impressive to watch.
But the one thing I want to highlight for both players is their resilience. David just mentioned, you clutch up, but hang on a second. You also let the game slip. Wait. How rarely do you get to do that in a single game? The point is both players kept playing when they were in difficult positions. They found different ways to come back. Nobody was giving up. The never give up attitude, rise up. I mean, that is the flavor of the Esports World Cup, right? And I feel like both of these competitors are fantastic embodiments of what's happening there.
That's right, Hikaru frustrated coming up against tenacious Yi in the previous game. And it's yet another Petrov. And another repeat of the previous game, the same opening from both sides.
We've seen this happen twice today already, all the colors that you can imagine. And there we've got Wei Yi with the white pieces, a must-win game. He keeps the speed on. He knows that he has to put the pressure on the clock. He knows he has to play fast. The clock will be as important, if not more, than the moves played on the board.
Very, very quick moves from Wei Yi. He was the one who was under pressure from the previous opening. Hikaru with a quick winning advantage, but Hikaru this time going kingside, castling his king to that right flank. It means he's going for a more solid type of position, maybe where calculation less of a necessity. But ultimately, all the pieces on the board, just one pawn trade. Very understandable that Wei Yi has gone for a position like this.
That's got to suit the player playing with more time on the clock, right? As few trades as can happen for as long as possible, that has to be better for white. So Wei Yi, some great strategy right now in play. Hikaru has to try to get a more liquidated position. But what we have with the pawn formation, 4 versus 3 on one side for both these players, it's going to be hard to get those trades in.
And it's too early to read into any sort of conclusion from this, but Hikaru going for a 20-second think already maybe wins just a little bit, because this isn't any normal game. Hikaru's now down to 6 minutes versus over 9. That's going to play such a big part in this Armageddon game.
Not only is it not normal because it's an Armageddon, it's not normal because of the storyline that's happened in this match so far, right? In game 2, Hikaru winning throughout the game.
Right.
He was bobbing his head. He was feeling it. He was ready to snatch that spot into the quarterfinals. And then suddenly Wei Yi pushing him to the brink, to the point where Wei Yi was the one winning. I mean, that game flipped about 50 times. Going into an Armageddon, 6 minutes left on the clock, I would say it's advantage Wei Yi right now.
And I should mention a very, very important point. These two have recent history in Armageddon chess. In Norway chess, just a few months ago, at the end of May, beginning of June, Wei Yi was a bit of a king when it came to Armageddon, defeating Magnus Carlsen, defeating Hikaru Nakamura. Not many people are speedy enough to achieve that, but to do it against the gruesome twosome, to the top 2 players in the world, Wei Yi has shown he has pedigree in this format. He's leapt forward with a knight to f5, Hikaru playing on the other flank, hoping for some pawn trades, some simplification there, but this game is only just beginning, and still with 2.5 extra minutes on the clock, Wei Yi.
I think we've passed the point where we're predicting winners, but maybe we should be predicting who might get into a winning position first, given how many times this match has flipped, both psychologically and over the board in the last half an hour. This has been absolutely amazing to watch. And we've got potentially another 13 minutes of it left. Wei Yi now playing with just under 8 minutes on the clock. Hikaru Nakamura just under 6. So that time advantage has been reduced to 2 minutes.
And once again, we get to the first imbalance of the game. This time it's Wei Yi with the bishop pair. Last time it was Hikaru Nakamura who made it work perfectly for himself, you know, until the crazy time scramble happened.
Right.
But Wei Yi, can he again do the maneuvering game? Can he find a way to get those beautiful diagonals going?
He needs to get active with his other pieces too. The white queen not really participating right now. It was a really reluctant trade. He burnt most of his time advantage, Wei Yi, trading off that beautiful knight on f5 for a bishop. So although he got the bishop pair, he did have to part with his best piece, at least the most attacking piece. And here Hikaru, you can see how forceful he's playing. He knows, because of the clock situation, he needs to clarify the board. He needs to get to an endgame, go for trades. He's now attacking White's bishop.
He's speeding up very, very quickly. He had that 3-minute advantage. That 3-minute advantage was a 2-minute advantage, and now it's 1.5 minutes. We could see parity on the clock by the time the players hit 5 minutes at this rate, and that would be mini disaster for Wei Yi, who started with 10 minutes, remember, playing with the white pieces. It's also a must-win situation for him.
That is bad news, and we see the trades come on and the bishop does fall back, where he always has to watch out for that d pawn moving forward as well. If Hikaru is looking for more clarification on the board, the black knight can jump onto some juicy outposts on the light squares. Knight c5, it happens. The knight's not going to stop there.
Knight has its eyes on maybe the b3 square, where you used that previously. This time it might be Hikaru's turn. Also d3 if he wants some trades to simplify things even further. Looks great for Hikaru right now. It's got to be said, Wei Yi, still with 1 extra minute, needs to speed up, needs to keep as much tension, as many pieces on the board as possible, but not easy. The black light squared bishop also suddenly on an open diagonal could come out to g4 and pin the white knight. Wei Yi, it's not been a great few moves. This last half dozen, it's gone in Hikaru's favor.
Yeah, we need a plan and quick, right? We've got the 2 bishops. They're looking pretty benign right now. They have decent diagonals, but the other pieces aren't really backing them up. The rooks are nowhere to be seen. The queen is still on her home square. So we need a little bit of a follow-up to this plan to figure out how it's all going to come together for Wei Yi. There is still time to make that happen, but with the time advantage now disappearing almost, under a minute, about 40 seconds, we're struggling to see where the advantage could come from in a game where his opponent has draw odds.
Yeah, I do fear for Wei Yi here. Hikaru's last move is a real clamp down of White's chances. There's a pawn attacked on c3. That one is loose, but more importantly, the white light squared bishop has been blunted. You don't want to trade off, but how can you hold things together? Wei Yi struggling to find the way forward.
And it's been awesome to watch Hikaru on the camera. Just the shift in his body language, right? It looked like he was so disturbed about everything that had happened in game 2. Couldn't stop shaking his head, the frustration on the face. The moment it's go time, the moves come on the board, he completely forgets about it. He's locked in. He's in the zone right now, playing incredible chess. Now he moves in with that knight. Well, 2 pawns hanging, he says you can't take either of them. The c3, you can't pick up. The queen will line up with the bishop, threaten the check. Knight on c6 hanging as well. E5 pawn would also lead to certain forks on the board, tactics everywhere. And there's one guy who usually excels when that's the case.
Exactly right. I mean, you don't want to be leaving tactics on the board when you are playing against these absolute giants of the game. A small shake of the head there from Wei Yi, recognizing that the thread of the game maybe has gone away from him a little bit. But if I'm being honest, that's happened to him before already in this match, and he has found a way back from that before in this match.
Yeah, way to go from Wei Yi. His heart rate has been around the 140 mark for the last hour. That is high intensity chess. We see a trade of knights. Bit of a dilemma how to retake this knight. You can take it with the bishop, pawn, queen. Either way, there's another pawn hanging. The black queen can capture on h4 on the next move. Hikaru, just as he was in the previous game, could go a pawn up.
Black, he's fighting back. Hikaru is in this position to get that advantage. H4 pawn could be picked up on the next move. But they say when there's a will, there's a way. And how will he keep this game going? But that's not going to be enough because you have to get the win in. Now you've got this bishop pair. For Wei, even if he loses the pawns, it's going to be about finding those active diagonals for his pieces. Is there hope for that?
There is hope, but he has to move. He's about to go below on the clock for the first time in this game.
Wow.
Seismic moment, momentum shift as well. Wei Yi, he's just not got things going. Feels like he's trying too hard to conjure up something. It's not there yet. You need to save your time. Put it in the bank for later.
I did not think this would happen coming into the game. I thought maybe we would see something very, very decisive on the board prior to getting to a position where Hikaru Nakamura has time in the bank now compared to Wei Yi. Remember, he started with 6 minutes and 49 seconds on the clock, and at the moment is giving us a masterclass. Vintage Hikaru using a fraction of the time of his opponent, but getting into an excellent position on the board.
Hikaru just has result odds now. You know, with the clocks leveling out, not even leveling out, up on the clock, Hikaru Nakamura needs only a draw. You know, he's up a pawn. It's not easy for Wei Yi to capture that knight on e4 to win it back. That would allow immense activity to Hikaru's light squared bishop. So Wei Yi, trying to get some complications in, rushes in with his rook, blocked that attack is right now, and you want to avoid as many trades as possible if you're Wei Yi.
Now the result odds look super important right now. He moves his bishop out. Hikaru is happy to trade rooks, happy to go into opposite color bishop endgames where he knows the draw is up his sleeve. Yes, he's 35 seconds up on the clock as well. But for now, Wei Yi, he just needs to trust his instincts. He needs to move fast. He defended so well in the previous game. Just keep the tension. Stay at least in touching distance on the clock. Swing the other rook across or trade rooks, retreat your rook, whatever. Either way, he just needs to move.
Hikaru Nakamura knocking on the door of Wei Yi now, saying, look, I understand you've got amazing composure. Nothing seems to be phasing you, but I'm faster. I'm going to win this. What are you going to do to stop me? And he's asking some real serious questions now of the Weibo Gaming player. That said, Wei Yi has found ways back before, but with draw odds, I'm not sure that's enough here.
Yeah, big moment. There is a bit of a threat of the white queen taking the d5 pawn as the black rook is pinned on the back rank. So dealing with that is the first order of business for Hikaru Nakamura. He needs to identify that threat. He actually retreats with his rook, allowing a trade. There might be some simplifications, but only offering safety. I don't think Wei Yi necessarily wants to trade rooks, wants to grab this pawn. The black knight would actually be taking things, and we would see things fizzle towards a draw. Hikaru definitely using the fact that he has those result odds now.
And Wei Yi doesn't have an option, even if objectively that was the best decision, which would safely guide the game towards a draw. He needs to keep it going, even if it means that he's worse. And now once again left with the decision, with the black rook pinned, does he grab that central pawn on d5? Queen takes pawn, still in the air. It would allow the black knight to jump to c3. Wei Yi's going to repeat it once. He might even repeat it twice, but in no reality will he do it the third time.
There we go. He dodges the draw, dodges the repetition out of necessity. Wei Yi. We saw Hikaru on his screen with some pre-moves earlier, feeling very confident there. The problem is, black is holding the fort. The white queen is stuck in two minds. It's useful as a defensive piece, therefore it cannot really move, cannot help capture any pawns. Wei Yi lacking a plan, and that is the hardest situation to be in under a time pressure like this, time crunch.
And it just keeps increasing, right? Almost now a minute deficit there. He does try to activate the bishop from another diagonal, finding a new route to try to get to the c6 square from where it can attack that central d5 pawn. If Wei is able to get to that pawn, then it's game on. Then he's talking. Then he's looking for those winning chances because it will leave Hikaru with a big weakness on c4.
Okay, big moment. Hikaru, 30 seconds extra. If he can blitz through the next 5-6 moves and not drop the pawn back, not allow any counterplay, Hikaru's just going to take this. He's getting closer. But the panic, that face again appearing. Hikaru not enjoying the time pressure here that he's under. He swings his queen across, prevents that bishop moving.
But this is exactly what happened in that second game, right? Hikaru close to winning, close to just wrapping things up. And then you could see it. He just froze in that moment, just burning the clock. And in time scramble, crazy things happen. Queen b7 played, stopping the idea where he needs to find a way to activate that dark squad bishop.
You start seeing ghosts. You start evaluating threats that aren't as credible as they would be if you looked at them with objective eyes. It's not that anything's a lie. It's that everything looks threatening and you feel like you have to calculate everything. E6. Huge throw of the dice here from Wei Yi.
Do not take this pawn. Hikaru cannot capture this pawn as the white rook would step up to the 7th rank and skewer the black queen. There would be checkmating ideas. The kiss of death idea on g7. The white queen is coming. Hikaru panicking again.
He missed it. He didn't see this. This tactical resource. And wait, he's expressionless. There's nothing that you can read on him. Hikaru calms himself down, brings the queen back to the defense. Pawn takes pawn would have been a big blunder. But now, Wei gets his opportunity. There are open lines on the board.
That looks like a huge step in the right direction. Suddenly the black king doesn't have as much protection around it. The white pawn was in the way anyway, so that trade really beneficial. But Wei Yi shaking his head. At least he's getting his bishop into the action. This one is anyone's game. The board state is so delicately poised.
We're unhappy with that decision that he just made because now it feels he can't avoid a rook trade, and more pieces off the board, the better it is for Hikaru Nakamura. Rook A8, almost forced there by Wei Yi, and this is the first time I've seen him unhappy with his decision.
He leans back Wei Yi. He looks really dejected somehow. Maybe fearing this move. There we go. Hikaru forcing the queens off the board. That black queen is hitting not just the white queen, but both of white's bishops. If the queens disappear, winning chances might fade as well. And it's more about the clock. 2 minutes versus 1 minute. This is danger zone. Hikaru so fast now.
Wei Yi so resourceful. He had the opportunities to maybe mix things up a bit, but as more pieces get traded off the board, there's very little for him to work with right now. And with the queens off as well, where's the win?
It doesn't exist. Hikaru needs only a draw. Wei Yi is under 1 minute on the clock. The queens are off the board. Hikaru Nakamura has an extra pawn. That pawn has been picked up, but the C3 pawn hanging as well.
He's just been overthinking it. Wei Yi's been too much in his own head. The shake of the head there, he needed to just blitz it and hope. Yes, it's a bad position. Yes, it looks forlorn now with those two black pawns marching, but it is more about the clock. That gives Hikaru confidence. He's trading off from a position of strength. He knows he only needs a draw. Given a question mark, but let's ignore that one. As the white rook slides across, we'll see some trades. The black knight's going to step out the way. The pawns will advance.
Nothing stopping them. The white bishop steps forward, attacks the rook way down to 25 seconds. Hikaru with the hand movement, says he's seen it all. Rook d5, Hikaru knows he's so close to getting to the quarterfinals.
Wei Yi looks like he's got his hand over the resign button. 20 seconds, Hikaru Nakamura goes through.
Speed, resilience, and grit. What a gripping match there. Hikaru Nakamura books his place alongside his Team Falcons teammate in the quarterfinals of chess at the Esports World Cup. But my goodness, was there drama along the way. That was an extremely hard-fought victory. Fantastic character shown from both players, but in the end, Nakamura emerges victorious.
Wow, so up and down, so fitting that it had to end in Armageddon. The only way to separate these two fantastic players. Wei Yi played out of his skin, but ultimately not enough.
What a fight this was. What a match this was. An absolute blockbuster. I mean, are you not entertained here at the Esports World Cup, seeing these two beasts take it down to the wire, and Hikaru finally showing why he is such a big boss here in this endgame, in this Armageddon. It was a Hikaru Nakamura show, and with that, he's the one who goes through to the quarterfinals.
There are so many emotions throughout that game, let alone throughout that match. Let's hear them from the man himself while they are still fresh in his head. Advancing to the quarterfinals of the Esports World Cup, it's Hikaru Nakamura.
Are you kidding me? That is the absolute pinnacle of chess. How entertaining. Hikaru, I know you are not pleased with the way you played. You looked pretty frustrated after that first loss. You were able to close it. You look somehow even more frustrated after the second one. How were you able to hold it together and lock in for that Armageddon? And absolutely, it looked like you were a different person for that game.
Yeah, it was very difficult. I mean, the thing is, in the first game, I saw the winning move as soon as I played the other move. And then second game was very choppy. But I think in Armageddon, if I felt that if I have the black pieces, I'm the favorite. And I think actually we saw it today. Usually the player who gets the right color wins the game. So it's just a matter of moving quickly and not thinking at all.
Now, when it came to playing on the black side in that Armageddon match, Wei Yi just went with 9 minutes, 50 seconds. He handed you essentially the black pieces. Did you think that maybe he was confident and he had a plan in mind? Were you feeling like any kind of way? Nervous, anxious going into that third match, especially with the way that game 1 and 2 went?
Well, apparently I need glasses, so I thought he bid 750, not 950. So that's the first thing. But yeah, I felt that if I got black, I would be pretty good. And it really came down to the first 10 moves. I had some flow, and I just moved quickly. And yeah, it was a good result. But obviously, I'm not pleased with the way I got there.
Well, look, regardless, at the end of the day, you make it to the top 8, so congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have 2 more matches and 1 more group to wrap up. So let's head on over back to the studio after that whirlwind of a series.
Thank you so much, Sandstorm and Tyler 1. Hikaru Nakamura, he gets it done in the Armageddon against Wei Yi. But this is why we are here. This is the kind of drama that we want on the Esports World Cup stage when it comes to chess. Just getting to that Armageddon was so intense.
We were jumping up and down, screaming, watching game 2. That finish was absolutely bananas, and these two really did it. Wei Yi has nothing to be ashamed of. The way he performed here, he might have to go home, but he gave Hikaru, one of the big dog favorites in this event, a true run for his money.
Yeah, you've got to respect the absolute fight out of Wei Yi here against Hikaru.
Yeah, totally. You know, he was tenacious till the last move. And there, Wei Yi, you know, just, I thought he was going to turn it around. But Hikaru, I've got to say, he was able to switch, right? He completely panicked in game 2, lost the plot, but then he calmly just reset and just said, oh, you know what? I need to flag. And I've never seen such drama. I mean, I was going nuts.
The all-telling Hikaru head bob comes in, and that's when you know he's found it, he's back in his rhythm, and he will end up taking this one through. But the head bob was preceded by all kinds of head slams.
Exactly.
He was talking himself up. I mean, I really wish I could have been courtside there for that game too.
It looked like this guy was in total meltdown. He was banging his head, just absolutely upset because he had allowed this counterplay. He saw himself out and dead, but it is why we call him Hydra. You cannot just kill this guy because he will find a way to do it, and he did, making this comeback in this crazy time scramble. There were ups and downs, heart palpitations by everybody. That eval bar was going crazy, but again, this is a man who knows how to get it done when the seconds are down and the game's on the line.
Eval bar was swinging, the moves were flying out, and with just under 4 seconds on his clock in the end there on game 2, he manages to get away with the draw. But you can see everything that he's feeling in that moment. He leaves nothing to the imagination.
No, but I can tell you, it wasn't just him that was feeling it too. We all felt it here as well. And that is the beauty of this particular format. Is absolutely fantastic. But I've got to compliment Hikaru, the way that he reset himself for the Armageddon, because I can tell you the way that he switched, you know, from winning to losing, that's the kind of like change that can really upset your balance and your momentum going forward. And, you know, he got to the Armageddon and he got the job done.
Also, he's the first person to say that he kind of feels like he's, solved the Armageddon. You know, getting those black pieces is very important, so he's going to be making the bids, even if they look dangerous to us. But with Hikaru's promotion to the quarterfinals, we say goodbye to Wei Yi. Let's go to Mike Klein, who's standing by with him now.
We're here with Grandmaster Wei Yi, who leaves the competition, but not after an amazing fight with Hikaru Nakamura. Of course, it went to Armageddon, but the second game had everybody going crazy. You were losing, you told me that before we started here, but was there a moment where you thought you might be able to flag him?
Yes, okay. I mean, when we went to the end game, I think Black just was much better, and he has more time, so I think it should be lost for me. But after I played King F7, I realized maybe I had some chances. But okay, the only problem was the time. So
and even further down in the game, he had 4 seconds, you had 8 seconds, but it looked like you were still trying to win on the board, and he was just making random moves. Did you think about just making a bunch of random moves? Did you think about just moving quickly?
I didn't realize about my time. I just want to find the way to win, but okay, maybe that was stupid. I should play faster because I think I have only a few seconds.
Almost no one can play as fast as Hikaru Nakamura. You gave us probably the most interesting and exciting match, so thank you for your time, Wei Yi.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Wei Yi. Can't forget the third competitor out there on the stage. It is the time. And ultimately, when you're playing the Hydra, when you're playing the guy who plays the time the best, it's a tall task that we're asking you to overcome. Hikaru Nakamura, he will join his teammate Alireza Firouzja in the playoffs there for Team Falcons. So things are looking good for our returning champion esports club from just last year. A couple of their chess players already in to the top 8. Of course, this does mean there will be a key crushed and a dream crushed pretty soon here, and it'll be Hikaru Nakamura who's hitting the button.
You know, there was a very big point made by Wei Yi, which was I was trying to win. I was looking for the win. That takes brain processing speed. How fast can you calculate? No, Hikaru Nakamura, he used to play Bullet 8 hours a day, maybe more sometimes. That's his training. And in Bullet chess, 1 minute per side, you have to move instantly. And when it's down to no time, you don't care about the clock. You just move as fast as possible. I mean, about the board. You don't move as fast as possible. That was Wei Yi's blunder. That's what cost him this match.
And this goes back to your point, that moment of recognition in Hikaru,
Yeah.
right? Understanding, oh, my win condition has changed.
Yeah, totally. Because we saw on the video, right? He was just tapping his head. He was so angry with himself. How could he get himself into this situation? And then at some point, he just goes, "Ooh, okay, right, reset. This is what I need to do. I need to flag. If I'm going to have any chance of winning this," and whoa, he did.
There you have it, Hikaru Nakamura. It was a lengthy day for him to fight through Wei Yi and the Armageddon to book his ticket into the top 8. But next up, we go to the group of death, where things only get scarier. It's Fabiano Caruana, Nodebek, Abdu Satorov making their way into the arena. We'll come back in just a moment to preview that matchup. We'll see you on the other side of this commercial break.
living in harmony. I feel it in our dreams. I got everything that I need, got it all right here in me. I'm free to choose my destiny. I am ready, set me free. Disperse it all to me and go free.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Chess at the Esports World Cup. Another key about to be crushed, and this one at the hands of Hikaru Nakamura. Going into the top 8 here and fighting for his share of a $1.5 million prize pool. Wei Yi, unfortunately, his chances have ended here after that Armageddon matchup.
Yep, that's a crushed key, okay. All right.
I wonder who's got the best crushing form so far.
It wasn't that one.
It wasn't that one?
It wasn't the most crushed key, no.
All right, fair enough. We're going to have a power rankings for that later on. But this is, of course, our next matchup as we head into the group of death. It's Fabiano Caruana up against Noderbek Abdusatorov. I mean, Group D, we talked about it from the beginning of the tournament. All 4 of the guys in this group felt like they could be contenders to get out. Of course, Magnus Carlsen has already booked his ticket. A lot of people looking at his teammate in Fabiano Caruana. Can he do what Hikaru just did and join his teammate in the quarterfinals? What are our thoughts here? Because Noderbek is not going to make it easy for him.
No, he's certainly not. I mean, Noderbek, he's been world rapid champion. He likes active, dynamic positions. And Fabiano's a really principled player. So this one's going to be an intense battle. It's almost too close to call.
All right, so we're going to talk about that matchup a bit more in a moment, but we have to take a little step back here, do a bit of a fun segment. All right, Dr. Sulman Al-Habib's hot takes. And we got a man with a lot of hot takes, I know. See, right here. I'll come to you first.
My hot takes aren't hot takes, they're just correct.
Oh, okay. Also, then hit us with the correctness.
My hot takes, as opposed to everybody else's hot takes, are vegan. So
okay, give us the vegan
wait a minute, that's hot cakes. I'm so confused.
All right, so what do you got for us?
Okay, so I got Levon Aronian as being the favorite in this tournament, and I think he's going to win the whole thing. So go Levon. It'll be the greatest 3 weeks ever, winning in Vegas and then winning here. I think Levon has what it takes. I think he's got his old form back, and as my wife and I like to say, root for the old guys.
Okay.
Go Levon.
How about that?
Yeah.
Shout out to my wife, Karen.
Flies in the face of our favorites graphic.
Yeah, it certainly does. But yeah, no, I kind of like it as well, especially as it's vegan. But mine is not going to be vegan. I think I'm going to actually offend all the chess purists with my one.
All right, let's hear it.
I think EWC here is proving it that increment is just ruining the game, I tell you.
Oh.
It's killing
See, I
the
agree with
joy,
that hot take
killing
also.
the
You also
fun.
agree with that?
Even though it wasn't vegan, I still agree with it.
Look, you already got one on your side, but I'd be careful. Maybe lock your DMs before the whole chess world explodes and people come after
I'm
you,
gonna
because
offend
that is
everyone.
quite the statement. But honestly, I'm kind of on your side too, because if that last series proved anything, it was exactly that. I mean, that game 2 was only so exciting because there was an end point, right? There was the reality that somebody was going to hit 0 at the end of the day. So, hey, let us know what you think about the hot takes that are shared here on the Esports World Cup stage as we once again reframe towards Group D, the group of death, the last slot to be decided for our quarterfinals. Magnus Carlsen, he's already booked his ticket into that top 8 for Team Liquid. First off, we're going to go to Fabiano Caruana versus Noterbek Abdusatorov. Winner is going up against Jan Krzysztof Duda. So it's a long road for either of the guys who are about to step on stage. Let's talk about how they get it done. Coming to you first, Ben, on this matchup here, Noterbek versus Fabiano.
Yeah, obviously Fabiano is the favorite on paper, but Abdusatorov is a much younger player, probably more well-known, being good at rapid play than Fabi. So, I don't know. Maybe this is a hot take too. I think Noterbek is the one to look out for in this match. I think Fabi's going to be in trouble.
I mean, and this is pretty wild because, again, I'm going back to day 1 when the first name that everybody was quick to say, wait, doesn't that guy belong in favorites, was Fabiano Caruana, and we put him just on the outside. So what's your take on this matchup? Who's going to get it?
Well, he's been world number 2, so he's like a really dangerous player, okay? But I've got to say that if Fabi can hold his nerve, I think he can edge it out. But it's all about those nerves.
Okay, so nerves. I mean, yeah, it's a good point. The fact that he even dropped down, I think, by a lot of people's standards was a bit surprising. And I will say that there have been times where we refer to him on freestyle as the picture of consistency. And yet, in most recent times, he seemed to struggle to get through some of these quicker time controls.
Yeah, that's right. It's not only him. Everybody's struggling because they're used to playing increment the last few years. Now, I'm an old guy, and when I played chess in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, we didn't know what increment was. And so our flags fell. We didn't have electronic clocks. So when the flag went up, we didn't know when it was going down.
Only one more spot is in play here for the quarterfinals and the top 8. It's the group of death, and we're getting to it right now.
Fabi is extremely strong in the opening. I will try to, play even faster and to manage my time well. That's my game plan.
I think it'll be a tough match. I mean, everyone was tough in my group. Between Noterbek and I, he's one of the players who I think compromises a little bit in order to get a bit more time on the clock.
If you deserve a place in the finals, you have to beat Fabi, and I'll do my best.
Noterbek is really strong. I think it's basically just a very close match. And Noterbek and also we change our openings a lot, so it's very difficult to predict, and in that case, difficult to prepare a surprise.
I'm looking forward to play much better.
I need to avoid major blunders, that's the main thing.
Ooh, it's going to be hard to top that last match, I'm not going to lie. But I am absolutely sure these two titans can find a way to do it.
You're right, Tyler. So, let's not wait any longer. Let's introduce them to the SNB arena, and it's time for them to fight for their tournament life. Representing Na'Vi, it's Noterbek Abdusatorov taking on Team Liquid's Fabiano Caruana. 2 players, 2 draws, and 2 losses in their first day. A win here keeps them alive, another loss, and they are gone. Can they keep their keys intact?
Not gonna lie, guys. You guys probably all watched all the matches today. They are slinging those pieces across that chessboard. Are you guys gonna live up to this hype as well?
It's very possible, yeah. Difficult to compare to the last match, but it could easily. I mean, this format kind of lends to that sort of finale, where you can also see a time scramble and someone flagging. It can happen.
Abdusatorov, what can we expect from you coming into this matchup? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel great. I followed the previous match. It was extremely tight. It came down to a second. So, compared to yesterday, I'm feeling great, and I look forward to play better.
and we look forward to seeing both of you do battle on the stage. So gentlemen, if you wouldn't mind, keys into the pedestals and get yourselves ready in those chairs. Ladies and gentlemen, Group D starts its wrap up right here, right now. Nurbeck Abdusaturov takes on Fabiano Caruana. Casters, over to you.
Thank you very much, folks. This is another absolutely titanic battle we have on our hands. Fabiano Caruana of Team Liquid taking on Navi's Nurbeck Abdusaturov. This is really exciting. Plenty of storylines on offer. Both of the Falcons are through, right? So the pressure's on Team Liquid now. Can they do it? Caruana also fighting for a chance of a second bite at Duda, who is waiting in the qualification match. But absolutely do not think Nurbeck comes into this as an underdog. It is possibly too close to call.
Yeah, Group of Death does feel like an appropriate name for the 4 players here that we have been seeing. Magnus through, of course. Duda rode his luck against Fabiano. Fabiano will be kicking himself after yesterday, blowing a winning position. But Nurbeck, he's maybe the one who needs to play a bit better overall.
Nurbeck, he's the storm, he's explosive, but Fabiano, he's known for his calculation. He's clinical, he's precise. It's going to be so much about the clock. That's what they spoke about on the stage as well, right? Speed will be the name of the game for Nurbeck, the youngest ever world rapid champion. He became that when he was just 17. He needs to bring that power play when he's playing against a great like Fabi, the world number 3.
And here we go. Game number 1 has started. Knight F3 on the board. Looks like there's a little bit of an admin query. So I've got a question for you guys based off the match that we saw yesterday. Nurbeck absolutely loves dynamic positions, explosive player. But when we saw him play against Magnus Carlsen, I only have one note for game number 1, which is it's a draw until it isn't. And he was ground down because there wasn't any play in the position. So there's an argument to say, if he's shut down in a way that there isn't much play and he hasn't got that dynamism to play with, is that the same strategy that Fabiano would be using?
It feels like Fabi will be taking a leaf out of his teammate Magnus Carlsen's book there. Try to do the same to Nurbeck, frustrate him, kind of stop him from getting his thing going. There were some tech issues. The first game was aborted after Fabiano, who will start with white, played his first move, but we'll get that started. Reset very shortly.
And that first move was a knight jump at the very start. He played knight f3. I think it restarts, and Fabi will stick to that. There were some disturbances that Nurbeck could feel. Now adjusted. Now it's go time. It's game time. But to your point, Nurbeck lost that to Magnus. There's a huge psychological block in that matchup as well. It's sort of so much trauma the amount of times that Nurbeck has gone down in match play to Magnus on the big stage. He doesn't have the same with Fabi. He takes Fabi completely fearless, without any ghosts of the past. And that's got to be a confidence boost. I think this match is an absolute toss-up. It's a 50-50.
And Fabi, such a principled player, such a solid player, Nurbeck's game plan essentially will be to try and disrupt that, to try and play into positions that are double-edged, very uncomfortable, looking for different ways to disrupt the equilibrium here. It's going to be interesting because they're two very, very different styles.
Yeah, very different styles. And for Nurbeck, who does start with black, I think the draw in the first game would be a fantastic result. He's very, very dangerous with the white pieces. We did start with the Reti opening, and here we see white getting orders of business sorted, getting a Fee and Ketoed bishop on g2, getting castled very quickly. Nurbeck, in the meantime, trying to occupy the center with the black pawns.
And he does it. He sticks to style. He gets that pawn break that you were alluding to, d5 on the board. Now the knight beautifully placed there. The bishop can come on, develop itself to e6, consolidate the square that the knight is on. And the speed with which the players are playing, it feels like Fabi also prepared for this opening.
Yeah, although the first pause here from Fabiano Caruana with white. I think if it comes down to a calculation battle, Fabi is still supreme there. He's still fantastic when it comes to calculation. If it's more instinctive, then it might be Nurbeck, especially if he's the one on the front foot who takes the upper hand. There we see a very interesting way of trading knights. The black queen was lured out. The black knight in the center fell, just as the white knight on g5 fell. And ultimately, level material, the queen returns home.
Incredible calculation we've seen by Fabiano Caruana, one of the best at the absolute top in the world for over a decade. Played a World Championship match, the only player to have drawn all classical games against Magnus Carlsen to force a tiebreak in that match. Nordebek, his own pedigree in World Championship matches in Rapid there, being the youngest one to win it. So there's a lot at play here. I think if it comes down to those time scrambles, Nordebek being the younger one, perhaps might have that edge. So Fabi, I wonder if he's trying to create something before getting to those final moments, trying to get those complexities, those big calculations in.
Oh, maybe if we can emulate the analyst desk and talk about some of the hot takes here. Is our takeaway from that then maybe if it gets all the way to Armageddon, we favor Nordebek?
Yeah, I think he is just the quicker, the more confident of the two. Maybe Fabiano, it feels like his nerves have hit him, have hindered him in recent times, especially when the clock is ticking down. It happened in the freestyle Grand Slam in Vegas. It happened against Duda just here yesterday on the other stage. And yeah, it was those last-minute uncharacteristic blunders that I think he might be trying to avoid today.
Okay.
All right, but the Armageddon is still far way off, so we've got a best of two to start with, but I completely agree with you there, that I think if it comes down to a battle on the clock, Nordebek becomes the slight favorite there. But Fabiano Caruana, for now, with the white pieces, a slow, cagey approach so far, trying to just improve the position of his pieces. At some point, if you have to make play, he gets the rook on in as well. You want to try to strike in the center, right? With d4 completely under control, Fabi's got to have the f4 break on his radar.
Yeah, we're looking for this white pawn to step forward in the near future. It's just hard to imagine any other productive plan. White's slightly cramped for space here. Black has what we call the Maroxy bind. Normally it's from the white side, but these black pawns on c5, e5, they just prevent most of the white pieces from having any active prospects here.
I was going to say something very similar in that if you take a look at the amount of space, you take a look at where the pieces are positioned and how happy the players would be, it does feel very much like Black is very happy out of this opening, maybe equalizing and then some against White here. And the pawn structure is just super solid. The bishops are very versatile in the middle of the board. They could go either way. There's no obvious weaknesses. We've got two major pieces on the half-open file there. Black is looking so unbelievably solid.
And this opening, this pawn structure, now Fabi finally breaking forward. F for Fabi, he pushes f4. But this opening, it's exactly a accelerated dragon, but with colors reversed. And this does not have a great reputation for the side with the structure that Fabi has gone for. I do feel that he was kind of move order tricked in the opening, Fabiano. It felt like he kind of walked into this structure, which is very comfortable for Black. That Black Knight in the center, now beautiful. If traded off, White will lose the dark squared bishop. And again, yes, he got the pawn break in, but it hasn't really helped the white pieces and their scope.
Nordebek continues with the avalanche now on the left side. You know, again, we speak about these pawn islands. Fabi with 3 pawn islands, Nordebek with only 2, a healthier pawn formation, which is left with open lines in the center, and each and every minor and major of Nordebek occupies one of those central squares. So things a lot more harmonious in Black's camp. Knight d4 doing a beautiful job of threatening to win a bishop pair. If you want to get rid of that knight, never an easy decision to make. And Nordebek, he also keeps the pressure on the clock.
He absolutely does. Currently playing with 8 minutes on the clock to Fabiano's 7. And if you take a look at the position on the board as well, this is just absolutely delightful. You can see Black is clearly angling for some breakthrough, potentially c4. The a4 pawn could, the a pawn could get shoved up at some point as well. Maybe even eyeing up that side. We've got f5 coming in as well. The plans for Black look relatively straightforward to conceptualize. Even the ones that don't work, you can at least see really quickly. Whereas for White, if you're looking for where the next break comes from, you're almost watching behind your back a little bit because it's a lot more reactive.
Yeah, good luck finding any active moves if you're reduced to retreating like this. The White Queen took a step back. Now the White Knight retreats. It looks like he's setting up for the next game, almost, Fabiano. That Knight retreat does at least open up the possibility of a pawn push, kicking away the Black Knight, at least taking back some of his territory, Fabiano. But ultimately, again, it looks very passive. It's not his style. That's the main thing. Fabiano is a very principled classical player. They said it in the studio earlier. He likes kind of going for a plan, pushing it forward, backing it up with calculation. Here, he's just already a bit on the ropes. He's trying to just cling on to this game.
You can almost feel the discomfort through the moves, which is not something you tend to say often. The players are the emotional ones, but here you can almost feel it on the chessboard.
100%. You're on spot there. You know, retreating the knight to push that pawn, creating these central weaknesses. Both e3, d3 can come under so much attack. The queen was hinting at it. The rook had to slide over to defend d3. The black knight now jumping over, not attacking one, but 2 pawns on the board. The last 2 moves that Fabi has played has created so many weaknesses, but it was also the only way to kick that knight out of that central stronghold. I think Notterbeck is loving his position right now.
Now, this has been a disaster in terms of the opening for Fabiano. He's not busted yet, he's not dead lost, but he is in a lot of trouble. And okay, interesting decision. He's saying to Notterbeck, please grab my pawn. You'll walk into a pin, but this would backfire. Notterbeck here, he might need to retreat in order to preserve his advantage. The most tempting move doesn't work here for black due to a cool double attack. The black knight is hit. If it does take this pawn, the white queen will come out to c3, threatening checkmate, hitting the g7 square and hitting the knight on d3. This would give white a huge advantage, winning material, and there we would see a checkmate. That's the analysis board on the right there. But if we go back to the live board, we see that Notterbeck, of course, he spotted that one, and he retreated his knight instead. And it looks like he's lost a couple of moves, but the white b3 pawn now very loose.
The 4 pawns, you know, which are on the 3rd rank for Fabi, with all these pawn moves that he's made, a3, b3, d3, e3, all now can be attacked. There's a checkmate in one being threatened, an idea that you earlier highlighted, you know, with the bishop and the queen setting up a battery. So 1 move threat, a simple response would be challenge that queen with the dark squared bishop. Bishop f6, you would have to calculate some lines, what happens after queen takes pawn, but that would line up the queen against the black rook, should not work for white.
Yeah, the white queen cannot really get greedy there. He does play it, Notterbeck. Queen takes pawn would backfire after a knight jump. The black knight could jump in to the center. The white queen would be very embarrassed. Fabiano more likely to retreat his queen. There we go. And still it is black with the advantage.
Still hunting for that elusive plan. We've got a couple of tactics coming out of the woodwork, a couple of things to make Notterbeck think on the spot and respond. The problem is Notterbeck's able to respond with tempo. Fabi now moving the queen back to c2, and it just feels like there's no 1 or 2 moves that gets Fabi into the driver's seat here. Let's be clear. His position is quite cramped. The rooks aren't necessarily very coordinated. The knight on f1, we still need to figure out where that's going in the long term. But there is a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, because at least the rooks are in the back rank in the 7th. You can move them across to the D line. There's potential there. A pawn break at the right moment could release e3 for the knight. You can see all of these things happening, but they need a bit of time. 2 or 3 critical moves that he just doesn't have right now.
He absolutely doesn't have it, right? Because each of those pawns are about to come under so much fire. Notterbeck is also setting up batteries of his own. Queen f7 is a big idea on the board. b3 weakened because Notterbeck provoked that move a2 to a3. So that was something that had to be taken care of. And this is the first positional strategic win right there. He gets the bishop pair in an open position, more space on the board, easy targets, rooks and queens beautifully placed. Fabi in big trouble.
Fabiano, I can't even remember if he's moved a piece past his 3rd rank. Maybe he did, it just got captured a bit earlier. He did bring his rook forward, but had to retreat. Fabiano's pieces look very, very sad. But here he's trying to break out. He's trying to trade off some pawns to alleviate the pressure. And there we go, he does trade. Maybe a slight improvement for Fabiano, but it does allow the black rook in. That is not good news. And Notterbeck, a moment ago, his heart rate was so high, almost at the 150 mark, because he smells blood. He senses that striking with black here will turn the match in his favor.
And he's such an energetic player, right? Every move coming in with a tempo. Now, it almost looks like after rook b3, it's a double attack that might win the queen and the pawn, one of the 2 pieces, well, the pawn on the board. But Fabi has a resource. Rook b3 will be met by rook b2, just making sure that things remain under control. And I wonder if Notterbeck might have missed that as he slows down.
And the threat against the pawn on e3 isn't a true threat anyway, because the knight on f1, even though we were saying that looked weird earlier, it is keeping everything together here. So it does buy Fabi a little bit of time to interpose and counter those threats. So this might be the opening that Fabi needs to breathe some life into his position.
Yeah, knight on f1 is no fun, as they sometimes say, but here at least it does hold things together. It's the glue. for now in his defensive efforts. And yeah, the longer this game goes on without Nodebek cashing in, kind of transforming his advantage, maybe winning a pawn, the more hope Fabiano will get. The Black Queen slightly improves itself.
It's been impressive the way Nodebek has provoked Fabiano with all the pawn moves, you know, and every pawn move has its own set of consequences. The last one, the d4 move, leaves a c4 square behind for one of Nodebek's pieces to fall on to build more pressure. If we just sort of translate the storyline of this move, has been a maneuvering game by Black, provoking weaknesses by Fabi.
Yes, for sure. And while provoking those weaknesses, he's also taken up so much space as well. It's not just provoking the weaknesses, but allowing Fabi to counterpunch elsewhere. It's not like your traditional kingside versus queenside development. He's just been squeezing Fabi out of the opening.
Yeah, very impressive. Not just squeezing him on the board, but the clock to Fabiano isn't known for loving these kind of situations where it's a race against the clock. He wants to play principled moves. At least, though, he is getting some double attacks in. This does hit the black rook and the a7 pawn. Double attack, Black can retreat the rook to defend, or Nodebek can say, take that, take my pawn, and go on the attack with his queen as well. But no, he retreats. At least Fabiano, there we go, moving forward. Although that white queen does make a bit of an odd impression on the edge of the board. Slight frown from Nodebek. Fabi, he's trying to turn the initiative here.
Again, every single move of Fabi has come in with a threat. Well, the queen dances at least. Queen a1 hit the a7 pawn, and now there's another pawn under attack, forcing one of Nodebek's pieces to fall back to defend it. He uses the pawn, frees up his own rook as well. And I think, you know, we see these inaccuracies. The cross appear. But David, from a human perspective, these are all very practical decisions, keeping the clock also as a factor. You want to make them quickly.
Yeah, talking of quick moves, Nodebek was ready, almost a pre-move there, bringing his bishop back home to its starting square just to hold the fort. That queenside now under lock and key for Black, and attention will switch back towards the center.
I think that it makes a lot of sense to play that move, because once the queen went to a5, the problem was the rooks. You didn't have a queen supporting either rook getting to the c file, so Fabi hasn't been trying to contest that open file. At least now, things like rook c1 become a possibility because the queen has come back. While the queen was on a5, that wasn't going to happen. The rooks couldn't get there on their own.
And now might be the only chance he gets to challenge. He plays a very passive move, though, Fabiano. Just defends his pawn. Maybe he was worried about his queenside dropping. But ultimately, as long as Black controls the open files, the bishop's controlling all the squares. Looking fantastic for Nodebek.
And again, he was just ready with his response. You know, Fabi defends that b4 pawn. He immediately played a slow, soft, improving move, just getting out of the way of any checks on the a to g8 diagonal, puts his king on a safe square, now comes back to improve his bishop, potentially eyeing the c8 square for his rook, says no exchanges, you're down on the clock, I want as many pieces on the board.
Given a question mark, this last move for white, the knight will most likely have to return home. Look at the black dart square bishop, the power it's exerting. White's pawn chain here falling potentially. The base is hit. That knight will be recaptured. He's just choosing by rook or by pawn. And ultimately, it's e3. That is the landing spot for the black pieces.
And you've got a beautiful open file to line up all your majors, to start targeting it more and more and more till it falls. He first decides, I'm happy with the rook trade to get away, to get rid of one of those defenses as well. He's going to slide the rook back to defend e3. And this might be the moment for Fabi to think about how can he double, triple down on that attack, or will he switch focus to another weakness, the b4 pawn?
Yeah, it's Black's move here, and apparently there's one way to land almost a knockout. And it is a deflection motif for Nodebek if he pushes his a-pawn forward.
Oh, wow.
Whoa, he didn't find it. There was a pin. The white queen would have been lured away from the e3 square. Instead, Fabiano clings on here. Black's gone to pawn up, but it could have been more.
It could have been a lot more. That was a super strong move available. A5 would have put Fabi under so much pressure. The one resource Fabi has is the opposite color bishop complex, right? If the majors are off the board, that gives the position huge drawing tendencies. But as far as the queens and the rook exist, it's still big advantage to Nodebek. Now the a-pawn joining the party, bringing the pressure on. Push that pawn. Can you go a4 here?
I think you can keep going. He's got double the amount of time as Fabiano as well.
That's going to be the extra piece in this position, right? The fact that he's almost on 3 minutes to Fabiano's minute and a half right now means that, and the plan's really simple, right? Find a way to push the a-pawn. This isn't stuff that's going to send you into the tank thinking about your moves for a couple of minutes. The plan is very simple as well.
Yeah, two plans. Push the A pawn, but also go for the white E3 pawn, the base of the chain. The black rook soon will land on the B3 square, trying to break through. But for now, Fabi's holding things together as he hopes to survive on the clock. These players, they were watching the Hikaru Nakamura Wei Yi clash. They know that flagging is going to be so important. Maybe Fabi hoping now, speeding up slightly, that that might be his route out of this game.
And this is something Ivanka mentioned, right? Having this no increment, no bonus time just brings in that sporting element to chess. And you've got to love it because clock management by the very best in the world has to be a skill that you have to have. It shouldn't be made easy for you.
Yes, and I mean, the Esports World Cup is really bringing that to the fore for everyone to see as well. It's produced such amazing, exciting matchups, and this is no exception. Now starting to turn the screw. Bishop takes d4. We inch closer and closer to Fabi's back rank. And look at this, another retreating move, admittedly harmonizing the queen and rook. But this is feeling like it could be too little, too late. The rook is pinned to the king. Fabi can't get off his half of the board.
That was the clincher. The moment Fabiano was about to get active, the rooks disappear, and Nodebek now, he's got a clear run through. That black pawn is sprinting forward to promotion. No real counterplay. At the moment you are attacking this one, the C pawn can also move. There are no checks against the black king, which will hide on dark squares.
2 extra pawns for black and both unstoppable. He starts by pushing one of them. Fabi desperately trying to improve the position of his queen, but he's allowing some checks to Nodebek himself, which can assist the C pawn from moving ahead. But Nodebek keeps his queen closer to the king, advances the other pawn. Whoa, he's playing with his king.
Ooh.
That's brave.
Very brave. Now the white bishop is actually doing a very good job, a dual-purpose role of stopping the 2 black pawns. We'll see a flurry of checks now. The black queen checking the white king. A queen trade would most likely lose the game for Fabiano. You cannot stop the pawns. Instead, the checks continue. At least there's a ray of hope here. 40 seconds, though, against 1 minute 15.
That's the biggest problem here for Fabiano Caruana. He is under 40 seconds right now as the checks continue. The black king, where will it find its hiding space? The queen blocks it for now. Queen trade would be game over. He keeps the queens on. He has to.
But the checks have dried up. No more ways to attack that black king. The black bishop needs to be improved. Nodebek is sorting that out. Watch out. The black queen is threatening to dive in with a check now. Any queen trades, it's game over. Even without the black bishop, the black pawns will overwhelm the white bishop. And there we go. Fabi hides.
He hides, but he can't hide on the clock. 24 seconds to Nodebek's 1 minute right now. He had to get the king to safety. Nodebek, he takes a pause. He knows that this should be winning. He's trying to calculate. He's trying to force the matters. He comes in with his queen. Black's king beautifully placed. Absolutely safe on 8-6. You've got the dark squared bishop. Place everything on dark squares.
White queen could not have moved there without allowing a check on the F1 square, so Fabi uses his bishop to stop any checks. The black queen retreats. Ooh, you got to watch out. There were some checks in the air there, but the players are getting nervous. It's all about the clock. Nodebek just wants to flag Fabi now, down to 12 seconds.
He can come in with his queen. He can start threatening checkmates of his own on G3, and Fabi, he's giving up. Nodebek Abdusatrov is taking the win in game 1.
Game number 1 goes the way of Navi. Nodebek Abdusatrov doing an incredible job there, putting Caruana under such immense time pressure. That was absolutely incredible. Now, how are we going to turn this around? It felt like Fabi, let's call it what it is. He wasn't comfortable for the entirety of that game. This was very different from the last match. It wasn't constantly topsy-turvy. Fabi felt like he didn't get a word in edgeways, so he needs to think of how he changes his approach to turn that around in game number 2.
A bad start for Fabiano Caruana. He had to resign. His checkmate was incoming on the G3 square, but ultimately it was a power-packed performance from Nodebek. He sees the advantage from the opening with black. After 10 moves, he already was better and never let Fabiano off the hook. It was never Fabiano's type of position, and he paid the price.
Last move, the power move, queen f2. No way to defend the checkmate there. And I have to say, Nodebek is in boss mode. He looks like a superstar right now. He looks so chill. You know, he's playing against one of the best. He gets the job done in game 1 with the black pieces. Sort of pushing for the edge from the very start. Keeping the pressure on the clock. Taking those dynamic positions. You know, just never moving himself away from the gas, from the pedal right there. And now he needs only a draw to make it to the quarterfinals.
And the good news is Fabi has the character, has the perseverance, has the experience to be able to come back from this, but he can't necessarily rely on, I'm just going to do the same thing and hope it goes better, given how uncomfortable he felt out of the opening. So what changes now? That's the tough question. What is he going to do differently?
I feel that Fabi needs to do one of two things. He needs to either get on the front foot as early as possible. Nodebek doesn't like to defend. Or you go to a very dry endgame, you keep as many pieces on the board as possible, and you hope to do to Nodebek what Magnus did to him yesterday. Either way, no guarantees. Either way, Fabi needs to play with a bit more energy. It felt like there he was a bit deflated, very passive with his pieces, never got into the game, and that needs to change. With Black, though, it's not going to be easy.
He has to play the anti-young player chess, just keep things under control, try to play the long game, but the problem will be with the clock, because clearly it's Nodebek who's up on that. If that's your strategy, you need to make the moves fast. We've got the moves coming in here, fast and quick. It's the Alapin opening, and the knight was attacked, moves to the center of the board. This is all theory.
So,
B6, trying to get the bishop to the longest diagonal. Bishop B7 is where it will land.
See the base of the pawn chain there, d4, very, very thematic. Knight c3, of course. If black captures there, we simply go with the recapture. And we chuck h4 out there, nice and early. Let's get it on.
Makes me wonder who's the player who's playing for a win here, because it's supposed to be Fabi, but Nodebek going all out with that h-pawn early on, making his intentions clear, making a statement, I need only a draw, but I don't care about that. I still want my brand of chess on the board.
Hey, like we said earlier, right? The best defense and all of that. Nodebek doesn't like to defend, so what's the best way to avoid doing that? We're just going to attack, attack, attack. Harry the h-pawn, h4, h5, h6, force. We've had 3 h-pawn moves by move 11. This is certainly a statement of intent.
It really is. And the idea of pushing the h-pawn is not only going all the way towards black's camp, but also create squares to develop your rook with a rook lift, a potential attack on the g-line. So it doesn't have to be castling, the traditional route, to get the pieces into the game. So a decision now by Nodebek. Will he go all out with the rook lift? He first does a trade on d6, improves the queen, keeping it flexible with his king.
Now, as much as I want to keep hyping this up, Tanya, I do think you've advanced the h-pawn to h5. So castling kingside, you've got one of your pawns in front of your king, very much offside right now. There's a lack of a b-pawn there. I don't think queenside is particularly attractive either. White does have some long-term king safety issues that they need to talk about.
Okay, and decision made, though, by Nodebek. Just as you say it, he castles and it isn't a happy decision. I think it was out of necessity. There was simply nowhere else to go for the white king. But it is that h5 pawn that could come under fire in the very near future from a black knight. Any endgame, that pawn likely to drop off. This is a dream for Fabiano, by the way. It's enough imbalanced to give him hope for a comeback.
So this is interesting because, we wanted to see Fabi come out of the gate swinging. It was actually Nodebek who was throwing everything at Fabi straight out of the opening. But actually, the way everything's resolved, the way the chips have fallen, this is looking really good for Fabi.
And that's one of the aspects of Nodebek's games that I've noticed so many times, where he just sometimes unnecessarily, forcefully takes the fight to his opponent. He's sort of itching to create something on the board. It also makes, the Nodebek immortals happen, but at the same time, sometimes can backfire. In this match, there was no need for him to completely go all out with that h-pawn, which now ends up becoming a weakness. With black, the ball was in Fabi's court. How was he going to create chances? Now he's got a clear, direct target on h5 whenever the knight jumps to f6.
And this was the c3 Sicilian, the Alapin Sicilian, and I've been playing this myself since childhood. I would say that this is a very bad version for white because you do not have an attack. Normally with this pawn structure, we saw wince there from Nodebek. You need some action against the black king, but the more trades that happen, I think Fabi will happily allow this light squared bishop trade. The closer black gets to being able to take advantage of white's pawns in the middle of the board, the fact that they're loose. Look at that white h-pawn now, vulnerable. And Nodebek, we've been here before so many times. He doesn't have a gear shift. That's the one thing that maybe needs to develop over the next few years. There have been so many times he's nearly won these big tournaments. Tata Steel Masters twice. He lost with white in the final round, only needing a draw to bank at least a share of first place because he just goes for it. And this is a case of going for it when you don't necessarily need to.
You know what that produces, though? David. That produces crowd favorites. I mean, that produces someone that you can get behind for years and know you will always have someone to cheer for. Oh, you just need a draw? Yeah, whatever. I'm going for... Who doesn't love... Like, that is a champion's attitude, right? You cannot fault him for that.
Absolutely. Nordebak has a lot of fans, but he probably would have had a lot more tournament wins as well if you can get that gear shift in, you know, if you can just hold back when it's necessary. I mean, but just like you said, it makes it so entertaining to watch it. But then sometimes you don't always have to play for the galleries.
I'll tell you what, it's great for Armageddon. So maybe if we save it for Armageddon and then just reel things back a little bit until we get to that point, maybe. He's found an interesting way to defend H5, getting rid of the knight in between. And we're certainly trying to keep how dynamic this position is. You can tell he's still constantly fighting.
Oh, but strategically, this is a real struggle now for Nordebak. Firstly, there is a bishop hit and a pawn as well. Potentially, if you move that bishop away, will fall prey to the Black Knight. Secondly, the Black Knight might just come back and gobble up the H5 pawn in the near future, and the Black Rooks are going to centralize. What's on those files? It is targets. It's all about the weaknesses of White's army. Structurally here, Nordebak is living life on the edge.
It was just so unnecessary for him to do all of this. With the white pieces, all you need to do is try and shut down the game. You know, you try to keep things solid. You try to sort of let your opponent take those risks, if at all he can afford to. But here, Nordebak's just made his life so incredibly difficult, and the clock speaks of it. The first game, Nordebak was the one who's putting pressure. Yeah. Never behind on the clock. And right now, already more than a 2-minute deficit, and that's not even his biggest problem.
Right? Like, basically 6 minutes into this game, and he's now struggling with the white pieces. It slightly boggles the mind, especially when he won game number 1 in such emphatic fashion, only needing a draw to advance here.
Yeah, sometimes you do need to be cynical, and I think he'll be kicking himself for the way this opening has turned out. Of course, he wanted to win, he wanted to do it in style, bank it, Nordebak, take Fabi down twice, but now he is suffering in this endgame. Double question mark, by the way, given to White's knight retreat. I think there were no good options there, maybe just making things slightly easier for Fabiano, who's going to double up his rooks against the backward c-pawn. This one is a huge target in the next few moves.
And you've got all these light squares to play on, right? That knight retreat also leaves the rook with your idea to slide over to the square that it just did. Rook c8, but also rook a4 in the air, targeting both weaknesses. So again, this is just a beautiful strategic and instructive play by Fabi, where he's now rerouting his knight to a square where it can get to c3, more protected from d5. As Nordebak jumps in with his own knight, inviting the black rook to slide over to attack the other weakness.
There he goes. Fabi has his eyes all over the board. 2 pawns up for grabs now. You can't save both of them. The white A pawn, the white H pawn. Again, stylistically as well, Nordebak, it's almost similar to the game he lost against Magnus yesterday. It's only rooks and minor pieces left. It's all about pawn structure, all about these long-term decisions. He's a very instinctive player, Nordebak, but normally that means going for the opponent's king, and that's impossible here. He defends his A pawn, but Fabi doesn't even rush to capture the pawn on the other side of the board.
It's not going anywhere. It can barely be defended. You know, you push the g-pawn, black will swap the knight and then win that pawn. So it's impossible to keep that guarded. He keeps the pressure. He just keeps on improving his pieces. Right now, what Nordebak really wants to do is push his c-pawn to open up the bishop, to try to control more of the light squares. But that comes with its own set of problems. Pawns falling over the board, the knight being traded, rook takes pawn.
This is a similar feeling to Nordebak's first game against Magnus yesterday, where it wasn't necessarily completely and utterly busted on the board just yet. It was more the lack of breathing space to come up with a plan, because you're either completely reactive or there's nothing for you to do. You can't find better squares for your pieces, and you just start to wonder a little bit, and that's when those chances for your opponent inevitably appear. In this case, there will be a material deficit. That pawn is not going anywhere except the graveyard on h5, and even if that pawn drops, okay, that's a tempo. What can I do with this tempo to revive my position and get my pieces to work a little bit more harmoniously with each other? There's no obvious answer to that question either.
Yeah, there's no weaknesses to attack in Black's camp. Normally, in order to get counterplay, you need some long-term hope. Here, he improves his bishop. Now I expect Fabiano to finally cash in and go a pawn up. There we go. The h-pawn does drop. I'm slightly impressed by Nodebek's poker face. There was a small frown, but in general, he'd been keeping a straight face up until then. I would be almost resigning in this position. But okay, here we go. He hopes to push his c-pawn forward for glory.
He does, but you know, that pawn might not survive too long. The knight's a defender. You could go bishop takes knight and pick up that c4 pawn. And on the way, also defend any threats of the black knight on the edge getting trapped as you laterally protect the g4 square from there. So, Fabiano, on the way to pick up his second pawn, if he'd like to.
Yep, Fabi, again, might not rush. He might just re-centralize the black knight, but that looks like a very convincing variation, Tanya. And Fabiano is very concrete as a player. It's all about the calculation with him, and the black knight does have a safe square to jump into if need be. Can't even attack it right now. 2 pawns to the good. 1 pawn, you can defend such endgames. 2 pawns feels like too much.
If it wasn't for that, if the black knight was trapped on the edge of the board, maybe the counterplay here would be interesting. It would really shake things up in this game. But Fabi has everything calculated, and this is looking like. Again, very similar to that first game we saw yesterday against Magnus. It's a slow chokehold of a position where we are denying the opportunity to have any sort of counterplay.
Absolutely, and that's the hardest situation to be in. You know, even if you're down material, if you can play for some tricks, if you can try to get some initiative in, if you've got pieces, that gives you hope. But here you're just suffering for nothing. You know, you feel like you're delaying the inevitable. For Fabi, absolutely a dream. I mean, Nodebek pretty much has gifted him this comeback win with the black pieces. Fabi did not have to earn it. He didn't have to work for it.
And although this wasn't an immediate knockout, it wasn't a miniature, 18, 20 move game, it's felt very one-sided. Nodebek's just not been in it. It was a disastrous opening, ultimately. And just as was the case for Fabiano with the white pieces, it feels like they're both struggling with white. Here we go, Fabiano just defending everything. He'll soon try to relocate that black knight back into the action. If the black knight ever gets towards the center, game over.
That's a big idea, you know, that knight on h5, pick it up, put it on d5, and you would be super happy with that. The a pawn, the b pawn will start marching up. There are ideas of king f5 also trying to activate it, get to the e5 weakness. Meanwhile, what is Nodebek setting up? Because he needs to find his defenses. He's hoping that if the black king moves towards the left side, the white rook can swoop over, start targeting the h6 pawn. So that's a defensive resource he's counting on.
For now, though, the black knight does retreat. He's trying to crack open a square for that knight to use the f5 square, so he's trying to trade pawns. Fabiano here, Nodebek needs to somehow try and keep that door shut. The black knight for now is not well placed, cannot move forward, but it just takes 2 moves. Fabiano should be in time here. Nodebek struggling on the board, 2 minutes down, as well as 2 pawns down.
And this is the move you really want to make sure the black knight doesn't come into play, but then you have to pay for consequences here, and that is more material on the board. Comes in with a check, about to pick up the 3rd pawn in the game.
And suddenly there is no opposition to the pawns on the A and B file for Fabi. This is looking very strong indeed. He might even choose to go on the other side of the board and either take or push, probably take. There's absolutely no rush to resolve things there because suddenly weaknesses are appearing everywhere.
And finally, Nodebek leans back, breathes out. He knows he's doomed here. He's just awaiting his fate. And he must be psychologically getting ready for that Armageddon. It's all gone wrong for him in this game. There is a capture. Fabi now starting to eliminate pawns. A flashy move. Bishop takes pawn. There is a pin on the A file. But Fabiano will not fall for any tricks. He's going to transform his advantage. He's going to go to the other flank.
And he doesn't trade the rooks. He picks up that 2nd pawn. Now the black knight has a free way to jump wherever it does want to. Knight f5 would be a good start. You could start with some checks and rolling the pawn up the board as well. Fabi's going to make a comeback in this one for sure. Nodebek knows it, but it's also a good strategy to not just give up. You know, you keep fighting. You're also kind of getting your mind ready to the eventuality that this is going to be a reset. You're giving yourself time to calm down as you even know that this is, in fact, headed towards a loss if you're Nodebek.
Exactly, and you can't afford, as the player who's losing on the board, you don't get the same time to reset because you have to constantly be thinking, has my opponent accidentally left the door open? Have I got a resource here that might enable me to come back? Whereas if you're the side that's winning, hopefully, unless you make a blunder, you're going, actually, I've got the time now to rest and reset, and this will hopefully give me an advantage in the next game.
Let's not forget what happened in the very first match here, right? Jan Nepomniachtchi making that big comeback against Esipenko from a completely busted position. So miracles do happen. But again, this is the kind of position where those miracles perhaps are even harder to appear simply because there are such few pieces, such little margin for error here.
Yes, and Fabiano might be clinical here, drop his rook back to the 5th rank, offer a trade. If the trade doesn't happen, he will win the white central pawn. 2-pawn advantage should be enough to secure the victory if the rooks are off the board here. Fabiano just doing some last-minute calculations. The clock as well, I think that's one reason not to resign. Good tip for everyone at home. If you're playing no increment chess, try and be ruthless. There we go, rooks off the board. And Fabiano getting ever closer. Wei Yi also saved a game against Hikaru where the computer gave +6 for his opponent. So stranger things have happened.
And Fabi there setting up a trap, not letting the king march up. That would have been a fork, so Nordebek had to waste time with getting the bishop. And you look at Nordebek, you see he is actually getting ready for that Armageddon. You know, he's kind of preparing mentally for it. He realizes that with the white pieces, he just let slip of this game. You know, he just never got it going. It was worse for him after the first 10 moves.
Here we go, the black king's got out. The black d-pawn is going to sprint forward and make a new queen. We're going to see it unfold. White's bishop, if it ever moves, will drop another pawn. Fabiano moments away now of forcing the Armageddon.
This one's going to be a reset. And the thing for Nordebek is there was no need to do that. It wasn't even a fight for him, you know? Needing only a draw. And you can look at him. He's not thinking about how do I save this position because that's not even possible. And Fabiano Caruana takes it to the Armageddon.
So there we go. 1-all. Caruana takes the point back. And after a very interesting game number 2, where Abdusattorov continued to come out swinging, maybe that backfired a little bit here, but let's not take away from Fabi, who seized the opportunity with both hands, played very clinically, and absolutely gave no breathing room to his opponent.
It's clear his strategy there, Fabiano, to get the queens off the board as early as possible, to make it very slow, very strategic. That paid off. That's what he's going to be aiming for in the next game. Nordebek, meanwhile, should be hoping to get much more active, dynamic positions. That's what got him the victory in the first game.
This just felt like a game which was Nordebek's to lose and not as much as Fabi's to win. Just from the start, everything going wrong. But then, very professionally converted every moment of the way, taking every single advantage of all the inaccuracies that Nordebek made, you know, all those pawn weaknesses, and finally wrapping it up with precision in that endgame.
He is being very professional here, very much the hitman in this matchup. And we'll be going to an Armageddon. Let's talk a little bit more about that when we come back, but I am very curious to know who is favored and who is going to be bidding the lowest amount of time. Players submitting their bids now, folks, and when we come back after this break, it's all to play for.
What's up, everybody? I'm Trevor, joined with Mike, the guest specialist, and he has the spicy microphone. The point of the segment is simple. I'm going to try to challenge you to give me the hottest, spiciest takes the chess world has ever seen.
I've been duly advised.
Okay, so let's start with a tough one. Which player is the most overrated versus pre-tournament expectations?
Well, I got to go with a friend of mine, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Okay.
I expected him to go really far. He's even beaten Magnus one-on-one before, but he didn't get that chance, or he's already out. Doesn't get to play Magnus
Maxime,
either.
I got to play with him earlier. He sucks at the minigames here as well. Okay, which player is the most underrated versus pre-tournament expectations?
Well, here's the thing. I asked a lot of the players before the event, and a lot of them named Nihal Sarin because of his blitz specialty.
Okay.
And he didn't do that well on day one, but he crushed today. So he's a lower rated, but he's so fast it kind of makes up for it. So I'm going to go Nihal.
I want to ask some quick fire questions. Which country produces the best chess players?
USA.
Which player has made the biggest mistake?
In this tournament?
Yes.
Wei Yi for trying to actually beat Nakamura instead of beating him on the clock by making random moves.
Will anybody beat Magnus Carlsen? That means no. He wants to say no, but he's not brave enough.
Quick shot. Yes. There is no shot of me answering that question.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
It's better for chess if Magnus stays in.
Okay, and let's talk about the tournament format. Is it the most brutal chess format that you've seen?
Absolutely. I've been in this game for a long time, and the no increment playing under the Klieg lights, it's a big deal.
On behalf of the entire broadcast team, you represent everyone on air, including your peers who are going to watch this.
Yes.
Who's going to be in the finals, and what will be the final score for the champion?
Oh boy, who's going to be in the finals? Okay, I'm not going to pick against Magnus because it's like picking against Tiger Woods 15 years ago.
So who's his opponent, and how many games will it take? What will the score be?
Okay, first of all, Magnus versus Hikaru breaks the internet.
Okay.
And so if you pick anything other than that, you're rooting against the growth of chess.
And you're saying Magnus is going to win. Come on, be brave.
I'm going to say Magnus likes...
To the camera.
Magnus likes to win everything at least once. I'm afraid if he wins this year, he doesn't come back next year, but we all know he's going to come back both years anyway. So let's go Nakamura.
You're going Nakamura.
Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon, the ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants White more time on the clock, but in return, White must win. A draw secures Black the match point. White will start with 10 minutes. Each player submits a confidential bid with the amount of time that they are willing to play with to take Black and get those coveted draw odds. The lowest bid gets to play Black and plays with the amount of time that they bid. The opponent gets the full 10 minutes. Let the Armageddon commence.
Welcome back to chess at the Esports World Cup. It is Armageddon time. Caruana versus Abdusattorov. One of these players will get to move into the qualifying decider match in their group. The other will have his key crushed on this stage after the end of this game. Both players with one game apiece, incredibly different styles. And now we move to an Armageddon. David, Tanya, we were talking about this before the break. Who is favored in an Armageddon? Who do we want to bid lower and get Black?
Both sides, one with Black, both very one-sided games. I think they both want the draw odds in this one.
I would agree with that. You know, at the start we said Nordebek is the one whose odds would increase in the Armageddon, but with the momentum shift of what's happened in round 2, this is going to be anyone's match.
One word answer from both of you. Are we getting into 6-minute territory? Are we going below 7 minutes here? Yes or no?
I don't think so. Fabiano needs the time on his clock. I think Nordebek would be happy with White.
Tanya?
I agree. No, 6 is just too low for the Black pieces.
All right. Well, I can reveal the results are in, and my goodness, what a close one this was. Fabiano Caruana will be starting with the Black pieces after bidding 7 minutes and 12 seconds to Nordebek Abdusattorov's 7 minutes 16 seconds. It was 4 seconds in it. I feel like they knew the wavelength each other was on, but it is Fabi who will have draw odds.
Yeah, unless your name is Hikaru Nakamura, anything under the 7 minute mark feels risky, and ultimately I think Fabiano very happy, just judging by the way he handled that last Black game, to get the draw odds. But 7 minutes, Tanya, if Nordebek can keep more tension, he's going to have his chances, surely.
100%. That is the closest Armageddon bid we've seen here at the EWC, you know, with just a 4-second mark. Yes, he gets the Black pieces, but Fabi's also been under pressure on the clock. Nordebek, you know, he's locked in. He knows that the second game was his to give. He made so many inaccuracies. It almost felt like two different Nordebeks in game 1 and game game 2. He's
Right.
got to channel the one that appeared at the start of the day.
But here's the problem, and I love this. This is esports drama mode. I'm here for it. Nordebek now needs to win on command. He's got the white pieces. He has to win on command, though. He had the white pieces and played like he needed to win on command in game number 2. Look where that got him. So you're saying he needs to channel game 1, Nordebek, but is that even going to be possible?
Wait for your chances, don't rush them so early on. I think he has to play on the clock. It's so important for him to keep up the pace. Take those big decisions, those brash decisions when Fabi's down to his final few minutes, when it becomes difficult to make those critical decisions. With Fabi, you have to play against the clock and not try to rush through things.
Sometimes it's easier to play aggressive chess, that kind of win-on-demand chess, when in the back of your mind, a draw isn't enough. In the previous one, it felt like he was caught in those two minds. He was unsure. He kind of went forward, took a step back, and it rebounded.
I completely agree with what you guys are saying, but I'm also going to counter that with an observation. Whenever Fabi played something that Nordebek maybe wasn't expecting, you do see him sit back in his chair, think, and tank a bit. His ability at that point to go, no, you know what? These are two moves. They're both good. Let's just play one to keep the time pressure on Fabi. I'm sure he's capable of doing that, but we haven't seen that from him so far.
Not yet. He'll need to show that to us here and now. Nordebek, I wonder what opening he's going to go for. It needs to be something different to what we just witnessed.
I would be surprised if it's another Sicilian Alpin that we see on the board, or even if it is, he's going to try and switch it up and not go all Alpha Zero so early on as you wait for the first views. I mean, the tension on this with what's on the line with Magnus, his teammate for Fabi, already through to the quarterfinals. He wants to be there too, and for Team Navi, their hopes only on Nordebek Abdusatrov.
All right. So we're going to get the game up in just a moment. Remember, Fabi bid 7 minutes and 12 seconds, thereby winning draw odds. So what that means, of course, is that Nordebek will start with 10 minutes on his clock. Fabiano Caruana starts with 7 minutes, 12 seconds, and he has draw odds. If the game ends in a draw, that counts as a win for Fabi. That counts as a win for Team Liquid. So it is absolutely of critical importance that Nordebek wins this on command with the white pieces.
That's just the name of the game when it's Armageddon. And I will say, we speak so much about the momentum shift. Nordebek did take a crushing victory in game 1. It looked like a complete Nordebek show. But with Fabi getting that opportunity and going ahead to convert that, does the momentum move towards Fabi? And we've got a lot of moves coming in.
Oh my goodness, here we go.
Here we go. We have had the game starting. It's been a lightning fast beginning to this game as we see all the pieces on the board until the moment we jump in. Knight takes bishop. There's a small imbalance. This came from the Italian game. And against someone with Italian heritage like Fabiano Caruana, will this prove to be an inspired strategy? Now blowing open the center, Nordebek Abdusatrov.
What on earth happened on the clock? With Nordebek starting with almost a 3-minute advantage, we're talking about an opening, the Italian, which has been played so many times, still in the early stages. He's just let go of half of that clock advantage.
Fabi's used less than 1 minute. So, Nordebek here has clearly had a big think somewhere. That is very interesting indeed.
Yeah, it looks like he tanked for a while, a bit earlier in the game. We'll check if those clock times are correct. But for now, Fabiano, burning too much time himself, needs to decide what to do. Does he trade pawns in the center? Does he just sit there and set up the barricades? He's facing the bishop pair. He does open things up, though, the white queen jumping out.
And this is so tempting to do, right? Not to keep the tension when a draw is enough for you. You're always attracted to the possibility of trying to liquidate matters, and Fabi goes and does it for the second time, offering a second pawn trade. If this one's captured, the side pawn will come into the game, also destroying Nordebek's pawn formation. I think he has to keep the tension, Nordebek. You can't go for pawn takes pawn here.
So you're saying that Fabiano, Team Liquid, needs to liquidate this position. It does look like a wise idea. He wants to maybe trade off more material. There is a chance to win a pawn. You can grab the b4 pawn right now due to a pin along the a file, but maybe not the most important pawn to win. You would end up with tripled pawns for black. Fabiano more likely to be looking in the center of the board for the action.
And Nordebek's eyeing some tricks of his own. In a must-win situation, you've got to do that. Pawn takes pawn could potentially also be met by the queen and the bishop lining up. That's a tender spot on f7. Right. Queen b3. You'd hit the pawn on b4, but more importantly, the one next to the black king.
That is the weak spot, the weakest spot in chess in general, in most openings. So Fabiano will be watching out for that one. I would assume that he's also looking at bringing his bishop out to neutralize that idea in the near future.
And we're talking about the queen potentially moving across, participating in an attack here, but also bear in mind the queen is one of the defenders of the pawn on e4 as well. So white's position isn't without its loose points. Interestingly, shoving the pawn forward here certainly brings about a different set of challenges. And it's Fabi now trying to keep things a little bit more open, a little bit more flowing. He certainly feels like he has a lot more space in the game than the game that he lost.
Yeah, that's a great move from Fabiano, trying to clarify, clear the board here, going for some exchanges, but it cost him over 1 minute. That's a huge time investment there. We see bishop for knight trade. We'll see maybe the queen's leaving the board. Which way will Nodebek recapture? At least now Fabiano, he knows he's got less material to deal with. He's getting closer to the endgame, getting closer to safety.
Fabi is a calculation beast, and that's what he did. He took those few extra seconds, but went for the most direct, concrete line, which forces pieces and pawns off the board. You know, if you take that knight with the pawn, the rooks will come off, the black knight will start jumping to attack the queen. Let's point out, pawn takes pawn still in the air. Fabi playing for the activity. He brings his queen to a very strong square. Watch out, moves that rook that's being attacked on a1.
Yep, the white rook is hit. Not so many squares to use to defend it. You could maybe push your pawn up to block as well, but more likely the white rook is going to move. There we go. And the black bishop now ready to jump out. Fabiano did sacrifice a pawn, though, in that little melee, in that little transformation, and he needs to find a way to compensate for it.
I'm getting flashbacks here, seeing another knight move back to the back rank, but this is obviously a very different game and a very different position to the one that we saw before. The amount of activity and the amount of freedom with which Fabi is playing right now, it just feels comfortable for him compared to how we saw before. Take a look at the time on the clock. He is still down, but he's not down by that much. He's managed to narrow the gap a bit to 1.5 minutes, but he has to continue to do that because you don't want 2 minutes versus 30 seconds, for example.
This is dangerous for Fabi. I mean, Nodebek has that extra pawn. It's the opposite color bishop complex as well, so the majors are super important. That white bishop is about to land on the longest diagonal, bishop on b2. You know, there's a tender spot on g7, looking at setting up some batteries as well. And of course, the material advantage. I think this gives Nodebek quite a bit to fight for in a must-win.
Yeah, great start for him. Fabi again in the tank. It looks like Fabiano, he's playing 2 or 3 quick moves, spending a minute. 2 or 3 quick moves, spending a minute, but you cannot get away with that rhythm in Armageddon chess. Nodebek looks locked in. Fabiano needs to get some activity. Maybe it's a rook move. Maybe he's going to reposition the black queen that's about to be hit by the white bishop. Either way, you need to be quick.
You can think about trying to trade the queens off. Queen d4 is a move that comes to mind here. But move Fabi 3.5 minutes, and there's a lot of moves left to be played. If it comes to it, a player like Nodebek Abdusatrov, he's an assassin. He's not going to shy away from the possibility of trying to flag the world number 3.
Queen d6. We spoke earlier today about queens maybe not the best blockaders of pawns, David, but in this particular instance, he wants to try and stop the activity stone called Remember. Not necessarily the greatest mindset to be in, but Fabi isn't here to blow Nodebek off the board with amazing moves and a crushing victory. A draw will suffice.
Yep, this queen, not a happy blockader, but she's aiming to corral the white d-pawn, the extra pawn in this scenario for Nodebek. It's on a light square. It can get hit by the black knight as well in the near future, and he cannot connect his pawns, Nodebek. A very important detail. He cannot play c4 in the near future due to the black bishop's pressure on this diagonal. So he's aiming to regain the material. A very good move from Fabiano. He keeps playing these very kind of principled moves, very correct moves, but costing him the time. Nodebek frozen as well. This is definitely the calm before the storm, before the scramble.
Let's talk briefly about the white plan to win, because frankly, we have to win at all costs. Where do you see the pieces living on the board? If white had 2 or 3 free moves to place pieces wherever you want, where are we going?
He's showing us the way, right? He activates that rook, the rook lift, and it'll come to the center of the board if it needs to defend that pawn. The c2 pawn can also move forward to really consolidate that d5 stronghold that you have, the passer that you have in the position right now. So a really nice find that. The bishop is about to land on b2 as well. And as long as Nodebek can keep the pressure, keep the pieces on the board, not trade too much, the biggest plan is flag Fabi.
Yeah, that was a great decision, by the way. That white rook is super strong. Fabiano hunting down white's central pawn now. Heart rate's rising. We saw Nodebek shaking his leg. That's his trademark. He's always about the adrenaline. Even in longer classical games, he wants to get the blood pumping. Fabi, though, with the threats. If that white d-pawn drops off, a draw is very likely. even in an endgame, even if white has an extra pawn. So he holds it. Nodebek here, the black knight retreats, but the white pawn can continue to advance.
Yeah, I'm looking at that, and my first thought, my 3-minute chess brain instantly went, oh, you're attacking it? Push. Push harder, and when you're done, push again, because this is looking potentially promising now for Nodebek.
It's looking more than that. The pawn is not the only one that's going to push. After d6, the knight is forced to move away. The rook is going to land on d5 with a double attack, hitting the queen and the bishop. Nodebek surprised as well. Has Fabi missed this?
He spotted it. Nodebek, he's going to move his pawn forward. There we go. And the black knight had to move. Now, stepping forward with the rook is a double attack, hitting the black queen and bishop, but the black queen can drop back and defend. Fabi, though, losing 2 moves. He moved his knight back, had to move it again, opening up his king.
Does rook d5 still... I guess the queen can drop back to... Does c8 work?
It's the only square that stays connected to the bishop, but what's the follow-up that Nodebek has right now? He comes in with the knight instead?
Is the follow-up pushing the pawn again?
It will be soon.
Yeah.
First, the black queen is hit. Big decision. He trades off that pesky white knight. But once this bishop is recaptured, it's going to be so tough now to get to white's extra pawn. That d pawn is going to just throttle the black pieces here, paralyze the black army, as the black rook acts as a blockader now. But Fabi does not look happy. At least he's closed the time deficit to within a minute.
Yeah, and that is progress. You know, you place all your pieces on the light squares. The white bishop cannot attack a single piece of Fabiano Caruana's right now. He still needs to make progress. Nodebek's spidey senses are tingling right now. He's looking at ideas. There are pawns on the king side that can be picked up. He's first lining up the rook to slide over to the G line. Stopped.
Maybe a missed opportunity. The white bishop could have actually sacrificed itself for a pawn to blow open the black king a couple of moves ago.
What?
Now the black knight is jumping. Now the white bishop sidelined and about to get hit. This feels wrong. Question mark attached. The black knight can jump. There we go. Hitting the white queen, hitting the white bishop. Fabi's not out of this yet.
No, he's back in the game. He's back in the fight. Now that the knight has improved, he needs only a draw in the position. It's still material balance. It's 1 pawn down, but that pawn is blocked. Now it is a material balance. As the queen steps in, Nodebek has lost most of his advantage.
And this feels, yeah, it feels like it's things are starting to subside a bit. They're starting to chill a bit. Abdusattorov down to just under 3 minutes. Fabi now starting to play a little bit faster, 2.25 minutes on the clock. So about 30 seconds separating the two players right now. But it does feel like the biggest bit of danger is over. That said, that's only so far, because the biggest danger to come is going to be on the clock if we do get into a blitz finish.
And as long as that d6 pawn is alive, Fabi is the only one who needs to be careful. He's desperately trying to get the queens off the board, but Nodebek will not let that happen. He gives a check. Check is blocked. Oh my god, he's made a blunder.
And now the white rook can step forward. This ideal we saw earlier, the rook could have gone to d5, winning the f5 pawn. There were tricks, discovered attacks there. That would have given white a winning advantage, but still in the air.
It's the same theme as we saw earlier. And again, earlier he didn't immediately play it. Now he also didn't immediately play it. King g2 instead. Are there options to play it on the next move? No, there aren't. But still maintaining the advantage. King coming up to f3. We're getting really aggro here.
Wow, leading from the front, that king, the white king, might continue its journey up the board to the f4 square. But for now, Fabiano is trying to lock down that flank. He is paralyzed, immobilized that black rook. So Fabi just has to wait.
Fabi just has to wait, and Nodebek has to find a way to get his queen onto the other side to infiltrate black's camp. It starts with a check, falls back, now attacks the b6 pawn. Black is just overloaded. The rook on d7, what rook is even that? Absolutely out of the game. Essentially, Nodebek has an extra rook in the position.
Great call there from Nodebek. He's going to use his king as a defender. Now the white queen is going pawn hunting. The black queen caught on the wrong side of the board. You can safely pick up this pawn now and restore your earlier material advantage. That's just the first step for Nodebek. He still needs the breakthrough. Later it will be improving the white rook. But for now, job one done. He's a pawn up, minute up on the clock.
And crucially, the plan is getting simpler. We now have a situation where we can start to create multiple weaknesses. We can look at pushing the A-pawn and make things uncomfortable on two fronts at once. There are very few complications that can happen now to prevent this win.
It's getting closer. The black king out in the open. The white pawn so strong right now. Just no easy moves for Fabiano. That's going to be such a big handicap for him in this ensuing time scramble.
And Nordebek is one of the strongest players in the world when it comes to the dynamics of shuffling around with the major pieces on the board. Somehow, when it's him, it always lands at the right spot. He goes for a queen trade, completely in control in the position.
Black rook is caught in two minds. If it ever moves, if it ever takes the D pawn, then the B pawn will be the one that falls. This rook endgame, it was the best position Fabi's had in ages, but it's all about the clock now.
It's all about the clock, and White's king's coming forward. Lost on the board, lost on the clock. Fabiano Caruana about to get eliminated. If Nordebek can finish this off, he's so close. Picks up another pawn on the other edge. The H5 pawn weak.
This is so easy now for Nordebek. He's going to slide his rook back to the 5th rank. Everything's defended. Black is a pawn down. The black king is off on a limb, doing nothing offside. He's going to break through on this right flank. The king is coming. Fabiano is desperate now.
Beautiful move. That A5 pawn could not have been picked up. King G6 would have won the rook. The king is anyway coming there. Fabiano Caruana knows it. He's giving up hope right now. The last few moments here at the EWC for the world number 3.
Last bit of calculation. Nordebek wonders what will happen if the rooks come off. White is ahead in the race though. The white king's going to step out of the way, or this pawn is going to push, and the race will begin. And there we go. Nordebek fist pumping. Fabiano resigns.
Nordebek, Abdusattorov, Navi make their way into the quarterfinals with an Armageddon victory over Team Liquid's Caruana. Absolutely incredible stuff in this final match. There were so many twists and turns. They're very, very solid compared to the topsy-turvy nature of some of the other matches we saw, but nonetheless, a thrilling conclusion.
Nordebek, he took control. He won a pawn early. He nursed it to an advantage. Fabiano, it always felt like he was fishing for the compensation, not quite up to finding that activity, just always a bit lower on the clock as well, and ultimately eliminated.
The whole match was a roller coaster, and the one driving it was Nordebek. Abdusattorov gets that first match win in, takes too many chances, loses the second game, and this Armageddon, beautiful technique here in display. Never easy to be in a must-win, with those finishing touches eventually going into this endgame, pushing the pawn, realizing both players would queen at the same time, but check, Black would lose the queen, and this was the moment Fabi resigned.
And look, it's all about applying that clock pressure as well, right? There were plenty of ups and downs on the position, on the board, but at the end of the day, under a minute plays over a minute makes such a huge difference, especially where there is no increment there. It is brutal, it is cutthroat. This is chess at the Esports World Cup. It's a completely different beast. What a fantastic match that was. Let's go ahead and hear from Nordebek himself.
Yeah, we're here with Nordebek Casters. You're doing a great job, by the way. We're here with Nordebek. He had a stunning performance in the last game. Game 1, you came out, you dominated. Game 2, it happens. Yeah, I don't know what that opening was. I don't know what you were doing with that right side pawn. I don't know. It happens. That Armageddon came around. You was locked in. It was back and forth for a while. You ended up not winning the black pieces. So you started with white. You pulled it out. How did that happen?
Yeah, I'm extremely happy, first of all, to win this match. It was extremely hard. I played a good game in first game, but yeah, I couldn't keep my nerves in second game, and I played horrible opening. In the third game, I really, hold my nerves and played well. At the end he was close to holding on, but I managed to swindle in the end game. Yeah, I feel good, but it's not over yet, so I have another match coming, so yeah.
That's right. Now, when we're talking about the upcoming match, it's going to be against Jan Krzysztof Duda. How are you going to be going up against him? First of all, it's got to feel great to take down the world's number 3. Is that going to motivate you going into that next game, or are you still feeling a little bit anxious because it's still a spot in the top 8 on the line?
I'm just, happy to play. Because I didn't expect to. I kind of expected to win this match, but going for next match, I think it's going to be extremely tough also. So, yeah, I will do my best and hope that it will work.
Well, we won't take too much of your time. Congratulations. Still one more best of 2 standing between you and the top 8. Ladies and gentlemen, one more match to wrap up Elimination Day here at the chess tournament at the Esports World Cup. Studio, take it away. We still have one more to go.
Thank you so much, gents, and a huge congratulations to Noterbeck for getting it done. But the guy has got to feel like he just ran a marathon and now has to step up to the starting line of another marathon. How about that, Yobi, though? Getting it done in the Armageddon after what was a bit of a disastrous game, too, to even be put in that position.
It's not easy to play chess in the limelight, and with so much at stake. But hats off to Noterbeck. He managed to reset, recompose, because with the white pieces, right, you feel like you're in control of the game. And that game too, he just lost it. He completely lost the spread from the opening, and he could never recover. And you must have been, he must have been kicking himself big time.
Not just kicking himself for that loss, but then I gotta wonder, Ben, how he was reeling from the fact that he lost the bid for black pieces by 4 seconds. So just losing the game with white. Now I've got the white pieces, and I've either got to win or flag my opponent. That's a scary position to be in.
No, that's crazy. I've never seen the two bids so close together, 7-16, 7-12. And no, I mean, typically I think you prefer to have the black pieces and have the draw odds. It's nice to have a 3-minute time advantage. But we were looking at other Armageddon matches. People were bidding in the 6s because they wanted to have the black pieces. And winning with white on demand, especially after losing with white the previous game, it shows what kind of nerves he had. And you could see his blood pressure monitor was really was off the charts. He was almost twice what Fabi's was, but he held his cool, he held his composure, and he ended up winning the match. Now he has like 10 minutes to rest, then he has to play another match with Duda. So if he wins, it'll be an amazing finish for him.
Yeah, get some water, meditate, do something to calm that heart rate, and step up back to the starting line. But I love the point about the intensity of having the white pieces and losing the bid, because we're literally coming off of a series where Hikaru said in his interview that he felt it was so important he get the black side of the Armageddon that he would be willing to bid as low as like 640.
Yeah, exactly. And also it requires a lot of energy, right? To be in that must-win situation. Every move that you make requires a lot of power, concentration. You have to outwit your opponent. And the question for me is, how much energy does Noterbeck have in the tank? Because Jan-Krzysztof Duda is coming up next.
That's exactly right. His road doesn't get any easier from here. One more opponent to get through. But we do say goodbye to one more of our competitors here in our field of 16. It's Fabiano Caruana being sent home at the hands of Noterbeck Abdusattorov. Mike Klein is standing by with a word.
We're with Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. Nobody wanted to see you talking to me on your birthday because you're not on stage anymore, but I want to talk to you about your Armageddon bid. Black has been doing really well in this event. You underbid by 4 seconds. That seemed like a genius bid. Was there any regrets the amount of time you bid, though?
No, I was happy with Black. I thought it was reasonable. The opening was probably about level, but a little bit more pleasant for white usually. Maybe some decisions weren't the most practical. I thought the pawn sack would be very decent. 97 was a huge mistake. I just missed that after d6 I can't go to c6. I saw it after I played 97. Then I just lost 2 tempi. My first intent, my instinct was 95. And I guess it's, maybe it's not the best what I did, but it's still pretty decent chances to equalize. And then after that, it was really unpleasant. I mean, I thought I was getting chances, but unfortunately also I never clarify it. So I just suffer forever, and I don't know if there's any real chances to hold.
We didn't see any, but yeah. So you have to look at this d6 pawn the whole game, and you start with about 3 minutes less time. That sounds like a double whammy in a situation like yours.
Yeah, no, I think maybe I should have taken on b4 instead of sacking the pawn. Maybe it was better. I just felt like it would be the right decision to sack the pawn to get activity, but. Also, I was probably playing a little bit too slowly in the opening, but they were difficult decisions. Probably just a few decisions weren't optimal.
I mean, even though you're a huge veteran of the game, this is such a new experience for everybody. Are there any lessons to be learned for next year? The whole fact that you're playing on stage, no increment, and this interesting format?
No, I don't think you can actually prepare for this too much. I mean, it's just very, you just have to go in the moment and do your best. But I don't think that you can really prepare for any possibilities here. Okay, I lost the first game, won the second game. It's already 2 wins with Black in the match is already very, very strange, right? You wouldn't expect it. and the match against Jan Christoph as well, are kind of unpredictable. So yeah, it's just a tough format. You just have to be in shape.
It's been great for fans. I hope you have a happy rest of your birthday.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. A tough loss for Fabi. Even tougher to see him go. An absolute classy player, but he falls down to Nodirbek Abdusattorov, someone that we said is mighty dangerous in a format like this. And we're seeing kind of the brutal and unforgiving nature of this format. With only one decider match to go, it's Jan Krzysztof Duda up against Fabiano Caruana, or up against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Sorry, we're going to see Fabiano's key crushed here by the hands of Abdusattorov. Oh, it's the double hand push.
Wow,
That's a new technique. We haven't seen that one yet.
Key crushing. Wow.
Is he moving up your key crushing power rankings?
Yeah, that's pretty good. That puts him in the top 2 or 3 right there.
Yeah, I'm not sure he
Yeah, that
realizes
really
how
got
noisy
crushed,
it
that
is.
That had a good snap to it, too.
Yeah, that was good.
All right. Well, good on Nodirbek. Again, he's earned himself this decider match up against his next opponent, Jan Krzysztof Duda. That's the final one to decide who will get our 8th and final spot in the quarterfinals for chess at the Esports World Cup. We'll be back in just a few minutes to discuss it all and break it down for you. See you then.
What's up, everybody? I'm Trevor, but you may know me as Quickshot.
And I'm Mike, but I teach kids a lot of chess. I'm Fun Master Mike.
Fun Master Mike. Okay, do you know how to play this game?
It looks pretty fun, but I think so. We throw some stuff and knock some stuff down.
It's exactly the case. What we're going to do now is, because we have chess at the Esports World Cup, you're going to take the first shot, and I want to ask you, have you ever seen an esports event like this, and how does it feel having chess next to other traditional esports titles?
Well, first of all, it's great because we're bringing these other communities, but I've never actually won a giant banana at a chess event.
Okay,
I'm going for the right in case it's not clear.
Okay. Okay,
right.
First shot failed.
Miss, complete miss,
okay.
yeah.
Right, what's your question, good sir?
Okay,
Fun Master Mike.
Okay, my question is...
Let's go.
What sport did you play growing up?
Cricket.
Oh my God, he hit the bottom one. You definitely got closest. Okay. Cricket is not a real sport, by the way.
Don't you dare say
American cricket's called baseball.
Okay, listen, I played cricket until I was 16, and then I transitioned to esports.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
How long have you been involved in chess?
Let me hit my wicket first.
How long? Nice, I like that. Oh, you missed again.
I hit the pole.
Listen, Fun Master Mike, how long have you been involved in chess, and why is it taking over the internet? You talk to the camera while I embarrass you.
Since I was 4 years old, I've been involved in chess, and... Nice. Oh, okay, he completely missed. I don't feel so bad. I get one more. I got to hit something.
Yes, okay, you get one more.
Last one. So, yeah, chess is my entire life. And are you going to be a chess player after this?
I'm going to try. Look, I haven't played in about 20 years. Terrible. Yeah. Let's go one more shot each.
Okay.
One more shot each.
Fair. I'm getting a bonus because my host is so nice.
Does chess belong side by side with other esports?
Did you see the heart rate monitor? Of course it does.
I rest my case.
They've done studies.
I rest my case.
A 6-hour chess game is a tantamount to running a marathon.
Wow.
Yes. Oh! Only one block left.
Let's go.
Only one. Okay, you're definitely
Can you
closest.
hit it at all? Let's go. Come on, let's go.
Okay, if I do, I'm going to drop the mic.
Perfect.
Here we go.
Let's go. Let's find out. Let's find out. Yes!
Oh, I got the top
You got it. You got it.
Oh,
Okay,
man.
nice. So, because you hit it, even though technically I won, I think he deserves a prize. What do you say?
Yeah, he deserves the prize.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we give it? Can we give him one?
Yeah, you can. Come on, choose.
Pick your prize. Pick your prize.
No, I want a giant banana.
Giant banana.
That one, please.
Okay,
giant
let's
banana.
go. Giant.
Yeah, blue one,
Yes.
of course. Yeah. Nothing says nutrition like a blue banana. Okay. And as we say in South Africa,
so much.
shop.
Shop. That's right. Thank you so much.
Fun Master Mike wins a banana at the Esports World Cup, but I tell you what, we're all winners because we're about to be treated to the SMB Match of the Day. It's a battle for the final spot in the top 8, the only quarterfinal slot remaining, and there's 2 guys who are vying for it. It's Norbek Abdusattorov, it's Jan Krzysztof Duda. Maurice, I'm coming to you first because this is it. It's win or die.
And you know it too. These big dogs of chess, 2 amazing young players, know that they've got to do it right now. And they also know how dangerous the other person is. Norbek just knocked out Fabiano Caruana on his birthday. Happy birthday, dude. Eat that kind of cake. And Duda is the dude, the Polish warrior, who can get it done. He's beaten everybody in the world. This is an epic matchup to end the day.
Knocking out Fabiano's birthday tells me Norbek is out for blood right now, but this comes back to a conversation we've had. You've already run a marathon of matches here just to earn your shot against Duda. How does that play into all this, Ben?
Yeah, I'm going to have to say Duda being well rested is more important. I think Norbek with his really long match, really tough, really difficult match, has to turn around and play another match right away. I think Duda's the favorite anyway, and my picks have been reasonable lately. They're getting better. So I got Duda this one.
You're warming into the tournament just like some players are.
I'm easing in there.
I see a shake of the head over on this side of the studio.
I'm not feeling that pick at all.
Disagreeing with me. What?
No. Norbek, do you see how gangster he looked? The way he felt like I was supposed to win that match? And I think he's feeling the same way about this one as well. I do agree with you. Fatigue plays a major role. The longer this goes, the harder it's going to be for Norbek. But all that said, the kid's like 20, 21 years old.
Yeah, but that BPM, that scared me.
Yes, it is true. His heart rate did fly up, but I think he's going to be very cool, and this will be an incredible match. But it's true. This is fireworks. We're picking, but we could switch picks and both be right on that as well.
That's right.
There's nothing wrong with wanting to pick one side or the other.
But this exact conversation is why we labeled it the group of death to begin with, right? It was pegged from the beginning. These 4 players, any of them can get through. Sure, you expect Magnus, and then it becomes a 3-horse race behind that. We're down to 2. We've got the picks out there. I think now it becomes, did I take that 150 beats per minute in the last 10 minutes, and did I bring it back back down? Can I enter into this matchup in somewhat the same way he entered into that Armageddon? I'll remind everybody, white pieces needed to get it done with a win, and he does just that. If anything, that to me shows composure under pressure.
I totally agree, and that is the point about Nordebek. The thing is, if you look at his stats, you find that his classical stats are pretty good. I mean, he's a great player. You find that his rapid stats are so-so, but his blitz stats are off the chain. They're just through the roof. That guy, when the pressure's on, gets it done.
And then we've got Duda on the other side. Seems a little bit like a sleeper pick. Maybe not talked about too much, but again, it's somebody that cannot be forgotten.
No, that's right. Duda is usually a sleeper pick in these Super GM tournaments. He's one of the best players in the world. He's been that way for a long time. And I think his experience and his sage maneuvering of the pieces, getting a time advantage in the opening. I think I'm going with Duda.
All right, those are the recipes for success. We've already said goodbye to 7 participants here today. We're going to say goodbye to one more while the other books his ticket to the quarterfinals. It's Nordebek Abdusatorov. It's Jan Krzysztof Duda. Let's get into it.
And here we go. The final match of day 2 with the final spots in the top 8 on the line.
Final showdown is finally here. We are at the final station of Elimination Station. Boys and girls, we have our first contender already taking his seat in Nordebek Abdusatorov representing Navi. So now we welcome the challenger for that final spot in the top 8. Representing Twisted Minds, Jan Krzysztof Duda! After a close showdown versus the world's #1 in Magnus Carlsen, he now sets his sights on that final spot, on at least as well $90,000 for that top 8. So playing for cash, playing for that top 8, there's a lot on the line here.
Here we go, big dog. It's the last match. You've been watching these games all day long. How are you feeling come in with your spot on the line?
Yeah, I'm very good. Happy to be here in Riyadh, and I'm hoping to play good chess.
He's ready. He's absolutely ready. Let's get it.
All right, so you know the drill. Place your key, if you wouldn't mind, into the pedestal. Get yourself ready for the final best of 2 of the day. Navi versus Twisted Minds. Nordebek Abdusatorov taking on Jan Krzysztof Duda. Casters, the final showdown is here. Take it away.
Here we go. It's the last match of the day, and it is not going to disappoint. Jan Krzysztof Duda taking on Nordebek Abdusatorov. It is Twisted Minds versus Navi for the last spot in the quarterfinals. Again, 2 players with very different circumstances. Duda, arguably a lot more fresh. Nordebek went through an absolute gauntlet just now. At the same time, he's very much warmed up and dialed in.
And the funny thing is that, yes, that's true, but also both have gone through the same gate, right, to get here. They both had to beat a Titan, the same Titan.
Oh, yes.
Both get through Fabiano Caruana to earn a spot at the quarterfinals. Now they face each other to fight for that final seat at the quarterfinals table. Today, Nordebek Abdusatorov so dominating against Fabi. It was Jan Krzysztof Duda with a comeback win against Fabi. What happens in this one? Anyone's guess. I am ready for this final battle of the day.
Yeah, Duda, although he lost to Magnus Carlsen yesterday, was still impressive, still had his chances, should arguably have won one of those games. He'll be feeling very confident. 2 firebrands, they can create anything on the board. Very, very universal. Duda, he can do anything, cause chaos. I can't wait to see these games unfold.
What I love as well is that, look, I'm going to expose some weaknesses here, but I think it's only right that we do this before the match starts. Both players capable of double exclams all over the shop. Both players, we've seen examples of mistakes creeping in under time pressure and stuff like that. It's very difficult to predict as a result because we've seen both sides of both players during this very tournament.
Yeah, and that's why we love them. Crowd favorites, as you called them earlier, these types of players who go for it in every game, who don't have a reverse gear, who don't like to pull the brake. And we see the Catalan opening, Duda starting with the white pieces. This is something we caught a glimpse of, at least very similar position to the one between Hikaru Nakamura and Wei Yi earlier today. And in the meantime, Tanya, who do you think the outcome of this opening phase is going to suit?
Still early days, but one thing about Nordebek that we do know is that he does enjoy those combative battles. Not that Duda shies away from them either, you know, like you said, firebrand of chess there. But these kind of slower battles, the Catalan, the choice that that Nordebek has gone that even Duda has gone for does rely, yes, it's going to be a KG approach, but again, if he strikes in the center with e4, he will get his type of position. I think with the white pieces, knowing Jan Krzysztof Duda, he wants to maximize his chances in this one. There's no strat, I'm going to take this to the Armageddon, I want a slow game, I'm white, I'm going to push this out.
And with this kind of opening, it's very much okay, fine, we're going to be positioning things just a little bit, but don't mistake that for boring. Don't mistake that for not doing very much. Think of it as packing more explosives into the position so that when that E4 fuse is lit, you get the fireworks thick and fast. That's what's happening here.
Yeah, watch out. Duda is ready to strike in the center, blow open those lines, those diagonals, and give himself some attacking chances. It's not easy to prevent that move, so maybe trying to create his own play. There we go, Nodibek. He threatens to win a pawn. Queen's Gambit style if he does grab on c4 on the next move. Given an exclamation mark, maybe the only way to counter Duda's idea.
And a very active one, right? A counter offense on that c4 pawn, sort of forcing a decision by Duda. Does he go passive with his knight, or will he find other ways to play for the initiative? If I have to make a bet, you know, for Jan Krzysztof Duda, he's a player who doesn't go on the defense. He's going to try to even sacrifice that pawn to get the e-pawn rolling up the board and try and play for counterplay. Very often in the Catalan, black wins a pawn and white wins the center.
It's such a dangerous state of mind, and I agree. Like, I don't think these players necessarily, well, they certainly know, but they don't like anything else. We have two players who love those forward, aggressive, dynamic positions, who really dislike having to take a step back and defend and bide your time, especially once an attack is ongoing. So you are going to see some form of mistake, but counter mistake, counter punching. We could see lots of swings in the evaluation. This is not just about building up a small bit of momentum and keeping going, because I feel like it could swing way more than we would expect.
Definitely. Both players have such high ceilings on their day. In form, they can beat anyone. I've never really seen Duda retreat a piece either, so no surprise that he goes forward with this move, keeping the option open of blowing the center with e4 for a bit later, offering a knight trade. And this game about to come to life.
So David, you've just contractually promised everyone watching the stream that we're not going to see a knight retreat onto the back rank in this match from either player.
Unless it's strictly forced.
Unless it's strictly forced, okay. All right, because we have seen that quite a few times today, but it is rather unlikely here.
Especially not from Duda.
Yeah.
But it just happened from Nodibek, so I'm glad that you took that time out and said, well, unless it's forced, so there was a rider on that one.
Back rank, we're okay.
But for Duda, the dude, as he's called in the chess world, it's always and very often the forward moves that come into play. Now, again, you know, the knight's moved back. It's eyeing that e5 pawn, but some big decisions to be made because there's still tension on the c4 pawn as well.
Right.
The point here is Duda going to simplify in the center, take on d5, and push e4? Because that has to be where the counter lies. That's got to be how you open up the Catalan bishop for yourself.
Yeah, Black's triangle formation here, the d5, e6, c6 formation just too strong, blunting the effect of all of White's pieces, especially the light squared bishop. As Tanya points out, also the d-file wants to open, but no, he just slides his queen there from Duda. A bit of a mysterious move. I guess for now, Black doesn't have any immediate threats, but whether the white queen is actually better placed on this square as opposed to where she previously stood, that is debatable. Duda, it's not a retreating move, just a sidestep, but I'm still surprised.
Exactly. It's not about the pawn takes pawn because there's a c6 pawn that's hanging with the bishop on g2. That's not the threat. But the big question, why the b2 square? The queen on c2, and I think this answers it. You know, he was preempting, Nodibek was, that the rook was about to slide over to the same line as the queen and just sort of sidestepping any potential pins if you were to grab on d5.
Yep, and Duda continues improving his pieces, bringing the rook to c1 this time. And yeah, very hard to know how to break the status quo here. It does feel like he's just waiting with his pieces, Duda, for the position to come to life. White's piece is very active for now.
So here's a potentially anti-positional question, so bear with me here. If we don't see the central pawn break at some point soon, are we going to get a g5 from Black? Are we going to get an h4 from White? Like, to what extent can fireworks on the side of the board be concurrent with what's happening with the tension build up in the middle?
Yeah, it's actually very interesting that you mentioned that g5 for Black is a very direct attempt to win a pawn. And maybe we can show what would happen if he does decide to pull the trigger here. Nodibek Abdusattorov, it's his type of move. It's very ambitious. He likes to go forward. But it does come with some risk attached. And we see on the green board, if g5 is played, the white bishop is forced to retreat. Let's say it goes back to e3. If black now grabs the knight on e5, we have stumbled across the reason the white queen is on b2. We would see a trade of pawns in the center and the white knight jump forward. The white queen now hitting the black knight. So when the dust settles, black's king is open. It's level material, the d pawn weak, and this only favors Duda. So this not yet happening. We finally figured out why the white queen is on b2, why the black queen has gone to e8. That is the next question. Maybe just getting out the eye line of the white rooks. Here we go. Trades do happen. e4 on the board, finally.
Finally, just getting that bishop active. Also, the rook on d1, and when it happens, there's a question mark. This is why I absolutely hate the computers. You know, the most human-looking move, the most natural move in the position. And look at that. It's an inaccuracy.
It looks like, I mean, that's what makes chess so beautiful, right? For example, we've just basically explained, oh yeah, that queen across the b2, yeah, basically it counters g5. You're watching at home going, hang on a second, what's going on here? And we got the analysis board out, and it is so beautiful the way things can be strung together.
Exactly, and these top grandmasters, they always see 3, 4, 5 moves ahead in these forcing variations. In the meantime, black threw away a pawn. Black pushed a pawn to d4 where it could be captured. Now g5 does land with a question mark. Maybe it was stronger to wait with this move, keep it up your sleeve for later. Maybe improve the black dark square bishop first. But this is still very typical play. And look at this, counterattacking, ignoring the white bishop, hitting the black knight instead with the white rook and queen.
Hey, two players who don't have a reverse gear. This kind of makes sense. I mean, I get that this is a blunder, but this is very in keeping with what we know about their playing styles, right? So a part of me isn't surprised to see them fighting tooth and nail like this.
Yeah, this is a crazy critical moment for Nodibek. There's one way to take advantage, to the maximum at least, of what has just happened. Duda sliding his queen across, given double question mark. If you take the white bishop now, we could see a trade and the black knight falling to the white rook. Now the key move is pawn to f3, throwing another pawn off the board just to open up a diagonal. If this pawn is captured, bishop takes pawn, the black bishop slides across. Look at this.
Oh,
skewer.
wow.
This is beautiful. Not easy. This is a hidden resource for Nodibek right now.
And the tough part is seeing that move f3 from this point. You know, pawn takes bishop. Will he take advantage of that? And Duda, he misses it, but as does Nodibek Abdusattorov. He doesn't go with pawn takes bishop. Instead, a defensive move, protecting the knight on d7.
And now the natural move, bishop e3, looks even more tempting because as soon as the rook moves out of the way, the pawn on b6 is naturally under attack. There's will he play it? Are we going to leave the bishop on prise? Surely he must retreat it now.
We might see the first retreating move by Jan Krzysztof Duda in this one, and leaving that pawn on e5 hanging as well. Knight takes pawn in the air. That would at least get the pawn back for black, and perhaps with some strategic advantages here. You know, the knight looking beautiful, the bishop coming to c5. If you push the f-pawn, attacking the knight can jump further into the game. Knight g4, hitting that bishop on e3. There are so many weaknesses on the dark squares.
Yeah, that white rook in the center as well on d4 was almost trapped. There were ideas to hit it, to trap it. Instead, the white knight leaps to the side of the board, offering a rook trade. It does feel like the black knight is superior, though. And the eval bar does say that black holds an advantage. So despite the missed opportunity we saw earlier, winning material on the spot, he's still got a small strategic advantage here, Nodibek. But on the clock, slightly behind. He's offering a queen trade now. If the queens do disappear, the black rook is poised, ready to jump in. It's not Duda's style either to trade queens, so I'm skeptical whether we'll see that move.
You know, the fascinating thing about the tactical miss that happened by Nodibek, we would have given him close to a winning advantage had he won that exchange by accepting the bishop on f4, finding that f3 resource, is that if anyone pats you on the shoulder and says that there's something in this position, like the evaluation bar guides us as commentators, these people find it in less than 1 second.
By the time you tap them on the shoulder, they've already seen it 4 moves deep.
Exactly, but they have no idea that this is where a resource lies. You know, they don't have access to the information that we do.
Right.
So for them to kind of come to this conclusion that there's something in this position is incredibly hard, especially when you're also trying to manage your clock.
That's a great point. Like when you're, so imagine like an improving chess player or you're playing a club game, it's very easy to go back over your game afterwards. I can still hear my coach's voice ringing in my head going, that was a critical position and you didn't spend enough time looking for the right move. That's all well and good, but I didn't even know it was a critical position. It felt like it should have been straightforward. It felt like the choices were critical. Knowing that you need to spend more time in a particular position is such a difficult skill to learn in chess. I'm not sure how I can describe it. It is intuitive and it comes with experience, but it's almost as difficult as calculating itself.
Exactly. It takes some introspection. It takes some real self-control. It normally is triggered by forcing moves, these critical moments, checks, captures, and threats. Earlier, that missed opportunity was a series of captures, then threats, and winning material at the end for black. But here we go. The game's still very lively. The white knight not quite trapped. It was able to use a square to escape, and we're going to see some flashy tactics across threat here. The black queen could drop, but then the white queen will drop. Exclamation point given to this last move by Nodebek. But we could see the position start to liquidate. Everything traded off. Queens are disappearing, and we'll see a bishop endgame.
It's fizzling out. The queens come off the board. There's one slight edge that I will give to Jan Krzysztof Duda. At the end of these of this trade sequence that we're seeing, the white bishop could potentially fall back next to the king, eyeing that b5 pawn, which is in fact pinned to the bishop on a6, threatening the move a4. Well, he instead goes with another idea, and I think Duda realizes it. That did he have a sliver of opportunity there with bishop f1?
I have a feeling that was a mouse slip. He wanted to play bishop to f1. I think he played king to e1 accidentally. There's no... maybe not. I was going to I don't know. I was going to say there's no logical reason to move your king there. Maybe bringing it towards the queen side makes some sense, but big missed opportunity potentially. As we see, maybe this was the response anyway, the black bishop hitting the e4 pawn, and still ultimately a level endgame. Neither side can really get to the opponent's weaknesses, but yeah, dropping the bishop back looked like the way to play for a win, and that is Duda's style. We saw the shake of the head. Okay, I'm still going to stick with it. Mouse slip.
I'm with you. +1 on that. I think for Jan Krzysztof Duda, especially knowing his brand, his style of chess, he will try to maximize even the tiniest opportunities. And it would be, the ball would be in Nodebek's court to find the resource of coming back, and the game would go on. There would be an asymmetry in the pawn formation in that endgame. Now, this is completely balanced.
Now, look, we have seen our fair share of rook endgames in the Esports World Cup so far. I think this is the first time we've seen a 4 bishops endgame. So talk to me about this. Is it the sort of endgame where no matter what anyone does, as long as there isn't a blunder, it's actually fairly straightforward to draw? Or is it the kind of thing where actually it's really sharp, it's really... you have to be extremely careful. It's way more dangerous than you think. It looks benign, but it's not. Where does this sit?
Yeah, I would say not fully benign. You still need to kind of be on your toes, protect all your weaknesses, make sure the opponent's kings can't enter. The bishops tend to cancel each other out. They can block each other's diagonals, but it's all about the king activity. That's why the white king is positioned centrally, ready to go right, ready to go left, depending on opportunity. The black king is kind of sitting nearby, ready to control some squares too. And yeah, these endgames are quite rare. And there we go. It's actually a draw by agreement.
There we go. And 3 minutes plays 3 minutes and 6 seconds. I think both players here thinking, yeah, okay, we can try and squeeze out 5-10 seconds on the clock here and there. But like you say, if the kings aren't doing anything particularly active that allows the game to get particularly imbalanced, this is probably a fair result. And that means now that Nodebek has an opportunity with white.
That's going to be a fun one. You know, how much will he push? Yes, the result was peaceful, but the game itself had quite a flurry of flashy trades occur in the middle, which kept us entertained. And perhaps a tiny missed opportunity in the end there by Jan Krzysztof Duda. I think when you see this pawn formation, you know, the balanced material on the board, both kings active, draw is a respectable result. Both players not too unhappy with it.
Yeah, ultimately they both played very, very well. Yes, there was one small tactic maybe missed by both players earlier, but after that it looked like a very logical game, and yeah, these two very equally balanced on paper.
So thinking about the games that we've seen earlier, especially Nodebek, because we've seen more of him, of course, on the A stream.
You know what he's thinking right now?
Which version of him is here, Tanya? What's he thinking? And did we get Nodebek game 1 or Nodebek game 2? Like, tell me which version of him you see right now.
It's only my guess, but I think that look that he has right now, he starts with the white pieces. He's trying to understand and think what is going to be his opening approach. Where is it that he can catch Duda, or at least force him to burn the clock as quickly as possible?
Yeah, he really does like to counterattack Nodebek. In the earlier game, the first game against Fabiano with Black, he got given a chance from the opening, never let it go. And in the Armageddon, he was actually on the back foot, facing some blows early on, but as soon as he won a pawn, he was the one to go for it.
One more fun question diving back into history. Obviously, Caruana Duda was played yesterday. What can Nordebek have gleaned from those games?
Yeah, ultimately that Duda does play a bit fast and loose sometimes in these critical positions. That one, it felt like Duda did not want to take too much risk. It felt like he did learn from yesterday. Duda was very lucky against Caruana, we should mention.
Yeah.
He was dead lost in the decisive game. 2-3 moves later, he won it from a one-move blunder against Fabi. So Nodebek, he will know that yeah, he will get his chances most likely at some point.
Well, we'll find out if the takeaways for Duda worked or not. But whatever he took away about Fabi from that match, it definitely worked. You know, he was able to play his own, take down one of the big bosses, one of the titans. And again, both these players, you beat Fabiano Caruana, you earned respect.
Yes, absolutely. Early bishop b5 here in a Sicilian, which I'm quite happy because it's actually in my repertoire. So I'm very excited when I get to see some of these ideas and incorporate them into my own play. But this, of course, is the game where Nordebek, playing with the white pieces, is trying to squeeze out a decisive advantage to avoid having to go to Armageddon. He's had a very long day already, let's not forget, and he wants to find a way to finish this match right here, right now.
Yeah, it feels fitting, Armageddon, somehow, that it ends today. We've seen so many across the groups. But ultimately, this position, this Sicilian, isn't as lively as some. Normally when players, especially with the black pieces, the likes of Duda, play the Sicilian, they're hoping for a chance to counterattack, for some really, really messy middle games, mutual attacking. This one, it's a Maroxy bind as well. White c4 and e4 pawns control a lot of squares, and it's going to be hard to break through. Here we see Duda trying to muddy the waters by bringing his knight back to the center, and Nodebek just trying to keep control.
So far, very controlled play by both players. You know, no big weaknesses on the board, no isolated pawns so far. We might see some trades happen. The players might wait for that, get the rooks onto the central lines. You can play fast these improving moves. I think the one thing that perhaps gives Nodebek a slight edge is that that knight on d5, once it gets there, it starts sort of putting a little bit of a clamp down on black's position, you know. You're taking away squares. The only way to push it out would be e6, and that would further create weaknesses.
Exactly. The long-term weakness here is probably the d6 pawn. You don't really want to, as black, move the e-pawn forward while d6 is a target, but you can see there's a queen and a rook. White already lining up his pieces to focus on that long-term weakness.
You know, there's this evaluation in chess where we say it's equal, but slightly more equal for white than black.
Wow, and a lashing out of the structure here by Duda. He's got the queens off the board. I said earlier that he hates queen trades, commentator's curse, in the previous game. Here we see a similar structure to the one that Nodebek enjoyed against Fabiano Caruana, where it is one side having two central pawns, but they are stared at on open lines. This time with the queens off the board, no bishop pair advantage, but still, I do like Nodebek's chances.
Looking good, especially once that knight arrives. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, with that trade, with the rook on f5, you know, there's one very thematic break for black, two actually in these Sicilians, d5 and b5. d5, that's off the cards. I wonder if this is a moment that you can actually get the b5 break in. The c4 pawn tied down to defending that central knight does not allow the capture, pawn takes pawn. And I think that's exactly what Jan-Krzysztof Duda has in mind right now as he goes into the tank.
Critical moment. Pawn breaks often require a lot of thought, whether you want to change the structure, whether it suits you, whether it's the perfect moment. And we see him instead get those itchy fingers, play a move we warned against, kicking away the white knight from the center, but loosening the black pawns in the process. Very committal decision there by Duda.
Long-term committal, right? Because that d6 pawn that we were highlighting is going to be a weakness for the rest of the game. So unless he's got something concrete, a follow-up, this is not a move that you want to make.
Trying to work out what the follow-up is there. That's very, very interesting indeed. So say the knight goes back, I guess, to c3 or e3. They both seem relatively logical here. e3 invites the trade of the knight, and then once the bishop's there, oh, you've got the d6 pawn under attack and the a7 pawn under attack, so there's some questions there. On the other hand, bringing the knight back to c3 means you can reroute it to b5, and you're asking black the question, do you want to play some more committal pawn moves? Because if you play a6, I might go knight a4 into b6 at some point, for example.
Yeah, It's a dilemma. It's a nice one to have. Both moves look relatively healthy, harmonious there for white. Duda, maybe his intention will be to push forward in the center. We see the knight trade, and there we go. The backward d-pawn does find a way to step forward, inviting more exchanges. Black will be left with an isolated pawn either way, but as long as it's well defended, it shouldn't be too bad. It's only one weakness, shouldn't be enough for white to probe out here.
Another question is, do you want a pair of rooks off the board before giving up that isolated queen's pawn, or do you immediately take pawn takes pawn? The rook on f5, he does go for the pawn recapture. The rook on f5 doesn't look very stable. You know, it can be hit. There is a target that Nordebek has. Again, an equal balanced position, which is slightly more equal for Nordebek. He's the one who's enjoying this.
Yes, indeed. And I'm thinking now, I guess you don't necessarily want to invite the liquidation by trying to blockade the pawn. You don't want to play the knight into d4 maybe just yet, because I'm wondering out loud if take, there's quite a lot of exchanges that'll happen on d4. At the end of it, what I'm actually scared of, and the one thing I'm looking at on the board, can the rook come into c2?
When did you turn into Hikaru Nakamura?
Oh, you see, I didn't draw any arrows. That's the difference. Yeah, so my elo will gain about 1,000 as soon as I learn how to draw about 16 arrows while talking. That's going to be my peak rating right there.
Just this once, I'll draw a lot of arrows, and it was all about the d4 square.
There you go. Thank you, David. I appreciate it.
But ultimately, he doesn't go for it yet. Maybe soon. But for now, he gives the white king some breathing space. And very difficult to know how to improve the position for Duda, as he cannot advance his central pawn forward.
The frustrating thing about this, or one of the frustrating things for white, I'm naturally looking at ways to try and get rid of the isolated pawn on the d file. So to do that, you want to stack your rooks. You want to bring your rook on f1 into the game. The problem is you play the rook to d2 and you potentially invite the bishop to come in and harass you on c3. You bring the rook up to d3, you potentially invite knight b4 harassing you as well. And it doesn't feel like there's an easy, harmonious way for white to be able to coordinate his pieces.
That's very true. Those are very important details. Otherwise, white's plan would be very straightforward. That's perhaps why Nordebek decided not to commit anything too drastically on this last go, as Duda starts to think. It's a bit of a long think for him. I'm going to stick my neck out here, Tanya, and say that neither player, their style is really suited to this position.
No, they want the fireworks. They want the queens on the board. They want those opposite flank attacks going. This is an endgame. It's a long grind where, yes, black has the isolated pawn at the center of the board, but his own ideas, the activity, the piece activity that you were earlier alluding to, also always in the air is a move like a5, threatening a4 to destroy the pawn formation on that left flank. The rook from c8, once the knight's out of the way, can come to c2, just giving black enough to fight for counterplay here.
The white rook improves itself very, very slightly here, throwing the ball back to Duda's court. I like the fact, from Nordebek's perspective, that he played that quite quickly. He played it after just 9 seconds. And Duda, who spent over 1.5 minutes on his last move, needs to think again. The clock is ticking. Doesn't seem like much right now, just a 1 minute 20 disadvantage. But that deficit, if it grows, could come back to haunt him with black.
And he goes for it immediately. The idea of creating weaknesses, you know, like you said, clock deficit, play on that. So for Nordebek, he needs to respond quickly, but it's not an easy move to answer. Well, he does. He takes the bait. Black rook gets active, attacking the a4 pawn, which isn't defendable.
No way to hold it. The black rooks are getting active, but the white rooks also have some open lines to stare down at. The black b pawn potentially quite weak. White's most obvious move, I would say, is to slide across and go for this one. At least you get your rook in and behind, and the black king slightly more open than its counterpart.
But still, that troublesome d pawn remains, and while the position's opened up and the b7 pawn is looking potentially weak for black, ultimately, on the queen side, white's going to be losing that pawn on a4. White is going to struggle a little bit with defending the pawn on a2, and instead of figuring out ways to cause problems for black, it's actually black causing problems for white. So from an initiative point of view, it feels a little bit like psychological advantage Duda.
I agree, and you could see Nordebek get a little shifty as well after that pawn sacrifice. David, your idea, great call there, rook b1, going for the counter-attack. And now there are so many tempting options if you're Jan Christoph Duda, right? But one thing, don't take too much time. You could go on the defense of the b7 pawn. For me, the most attractive, push the d pawn. Now that one of the defenders out of the way, d4 becomes possible. You try to activate, create more threats by creating that weakness into an asset, a passed pawn in this position. Or John's idea, simply grab an a4. Duda goes for the most aggressive approach.
Trying to mix and match. He's going for all the ice cream flavors here. Pushed his pawn, defended b7. Next, he's going to try and grab this lonely pawn on the side. And okay, he's saying now, Nordebek, you can take it, but it will come at the cost of a potential knight for bishop trade.
As Hikaru would say, Duda is trying to have his cake and eat it too.
Exactly. And hungry times here for that black knight.
Yeah, and absolutely how many seconds did he think there? Just a couple, and he's very happy to take on a5 because the pawn on a2 potentially drops afterwards as well. I'm not 100% sure about this. I'm wondering, what is the thought going into the endgame? Because those pawns for black on B and D are isolated. The pawn on a2 for white is weak. Maybe this is playing a bit more into their styles, because the one word I'm thinking about to describe it is kind of messy, if I'm honest.
Yeah, messy. It just depends right now how clean he wants to make it. Nordebek, he feels like it feels like he's about to pull the brakes. This check is going to be blocked by the black rook or the black bishop. We could see a scenario where all the pawns just start to disappear.
Right.
The white knight now can capture on d4. Yes, the black rook will take on a2, but things are starting to clarify. That mess you were mentioning, I think it was just uncomfortable for Nordebek, so he's trying to make things as straightforward as possible. From that moment, the white knight could even jump forward into e6. We could see trades, and at the very end, all of the pawns start to disappear. The black b pawn is going to be hard to protect.
Now, there are still fun shenanigans. This is usually the time in the game where we say, but one player's got a 2-minute advantage over the other, and if we just grind this down, a critical mistake is possible. They've matched each other for time, pretty much move for move in this game, and we're not seeing an obvious difference between them.
Not on the strength on the board, not on the clock so far. And a rook trade being offered. I'm glad you didn't take the bet on retreating moves. Knight f3 did happen eventually, trying to defend against that f2 pawn, which was pretty soft there. And here we see Jan Krzysztof Duda, you know, he's even offering a pawn, it looks like. Rook takes rook, bishop takes rook takes pawn. Why are you giving a free pawn? It comes with tactics, as it usually does when it's Jan Krzysztof Duda. That bishop would have come to c5, a tender spot on f2, and which was, again, a weakness you couldn't control. So Nordebek decides to keep the rooks on the board, attacks b7, and the bishop on f8, still pinned.
Yep, some deep calculation. And this last move shows that Nordebek is the one trying to win. Duda was offering a draw, essentially, if the rooks had disappeared, if pawns had also been liquidated. But suddenly, given the fact that Nordebek declined that rook trade, the 2 black rooks on the second rank look mightily strong.
But this is sort of passive-aggressive, right? One aggressive move, and then you go rook to f1, you defend f2. The knight went forward to d4, and then back on the next move.
My favorite style of behavior, as well as my favorite style of chess, passive-aggressive.
It absolutely is here. The rook just shuffling across to b2 here, basically because you want to move the black king out of the way so that you can play bishop c5 to further bolster this attack, but you don't want the rook taking on b7 to come with check. That extra tempo would be incredibly frustrating. So that's why you saw rook b2 first, but still looking very equal here.
Normally you would say that the bishop with pawns on both sides of the board is the preferable minor piece. The white knight struggling here to really get in the action. Another knight retreat. He went back, he went forward. But it's all about the rook activity and the fact that the black bishop is currently tied down, but no longer. It gets into the action.
This is getting scary for Nordebek Abdusattorov. You know, he should have pulled the brakes when he had the opportunity. Now one pair of rooks goes off the board, but the B pawn is still alive. That's a passer. That goes up the board. Time goes down, and you're suddenly panicking. You know, it's not over, this one.
When things clarify, even if the position is objectively, like dynamically equal, I see a plan for black, because I see a passed pawn that I just need to keep pushing. I need to keep generating opportunities to push. I'm looking for the plan for white now. You know what I mean? So suddenly, in terms of time usage, in terms of clarity of plan, I feel like Duda has a better idea of where things are going.
Exactly, and it's a matter of time before he starts pushing that pawn. The only reason the black b pawn hasn't pushed so far is that the white rook might be able to give some checks from the side. Duda, meanwhile, retreating his own rook. I'm going to say it's still a 3-result game, depending on how much risk both sides want to take, how the race turns out when black starts pushing. But for now, a threat on the white pawn.
Draw the most objective result here. You know, but Duda's got chances because he's got the B pawn, and it is a draw. That was quick.
The most objective result, the fastest caster curse we've had in this tournament so far. Tanya, you absolutely called it. The players happy then to move forward and go to Armageddon. Now, I have to say, this match so far, surprisingly peaceful. We've been throwing words around like firebrand, like the best defense is a good offense. We've been putting a lot of hype into how unbelievably aggressive both of these players are, and they can be. But so far, you know what? A little bit reserved, maybe keeping something in the tank.
Yeah, some very clear risk aversion from both players. Uncharacteristic in that regard. Making us feel foolish, of course, but Armageddon does promise a decision, a winner ultimately, and those two games, very balanced, very high quality, very high percentage accuracy, 98% for both, and a draw, a fair result. Although both players rushing to Armageddon, one of them will live to regret that decision.
So, risk-averse so far in the first two games. Who's going to take the bigger risk and have the black pieces but withdraw odds in the Armageddon game? We'll be right back with that game set to begin. Don't go anywhere.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon, the ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants White more time on the clock, but in return, White must win. A draw secures Black the match point. White will start with 10 minutes. Each player submits a confidential bid with the amount of time that they are willing to play with to take Black and get those coveted draw odds. The lowest bid gets to play Black and plays with the amount of time that they bid. The opponent gets the full 10 minutes. Let the Armageddon commence.
One more time before we close out day 2 of chess at the Esports World Cup. It is Armageddon. Duda versus Abdusattorov. Twisted Minds versus Navi. And one game to decide who will move on to the quarterfinals and who will get his key crushed on this stage straight after the game. The stage is set. We're getting ready for the match now. What do we think these players will have bid? Do we still think 6 minutes is a bit too much? They were using time pretty much equally in the first 2 games, so I feel like maybe risk averse is the way to go.
How low can you go? That's the big question to get the black pieces. I say nothing below 7 minutes should be legal.
Yeah, Group D, the group of death, we've been calling it. It will be the death of someone's chances here in Riyadh. But ultimately, there have been no clues as to who the better, more informed player is today. They've just been equally impressive.
Well, we're going to be tipping the scales slightly in just a moment because one of these players is going to get draw odds. A draw would be the equivalent of a win for them, and we can now reveal that the bids, again, extremely close, not quite 4 seconds, but very close. It is Duda who will be playing with 7 minutes and 18 seconds on the clock. So he will be playing with the black pieces, but critically, if the game is a draw, Duda will advance. Nordberg Abdusattorov bid 7 minutes 25 seconds, just 7 seconds more, but it was enough to lose the bid. So he'll start with the white pieces and have 10 minutes, but it's a must-win situation.
And guess what? He's been there before. This is his second Armageddon of the day.
Yep.
This is the second time he starts with the white pieces, and
Absolutely.
we all know how the first one went, taking down a Fabiano Caruana. Can Nordberg do it again? These are the 2 giant slayers. Both have defeated Fabi to get to where they are right now.
Yeah, if he stuck to his bid from earlier against Fabiano Caruana, Nordberg just went a few seconds lower, he would have won this bid. He would have got the black pieces. 7 minutes plus is the sweet spot, but that experience earlier today of an Armageddon, especially with the white pieces, must win. He was successful. You would think that that tips it slightly in Nordberg's favor, but here we go. We're off. It's the 4 Knights defense again, and look at this. Early decision, early sacrifice for black and a mouse slip.
No!
Oh my gosh!
What happened in D5? He had to push that pawn 1 step forward. Is he going to resign? Jan Krzysztof Duda with a mouse slip. He has eliminated. Unbelievable.
For the first time, a mouse slip instantly decides the outcome of a game at the Esports World Cup. This is an occupational hazard for esports all over the world, but this is the first time we've seen it in such a crunch situation in the Armageddon game. This nobody was expecting.
Wow, this is a normal opening trap. Black temporarily sacrifices a piece only to push a pawn with a fork and win it back on the next move. Quick action replay here. Knight takes pawn is a sacrifice. Knight takes e4, recaptured. Pawn to d5, wins back the material with a level position. Pawn to d6, he's just a piece down. He gives up though. Incredible drama.
This is absolute heartbreak to see Jan Krzysztof Duda after the fights that he's had here in Riyadh to go out like this. But you know what? Mouse skills. That is all part of the battle here at the Esports World Cup. Nordberg Abdusattorov, what a gift this has been.
That is unbelievable. And the pressure, look, the pressure gets to everyone. In high pressure situations, in all sorts of esports, you get mouse slips, you get someone clicking before they should, maybe peeking a corner that they shouldn't have, a little bit too early. This is the equivalent in chess. People saying there might be comparisons with that. This is exactly the sort of situation you need to avoid.
Yeah, I've never seen this before in my career. I'm surprised he even resigned. There was a chance that Nordberg would have let him off there and given him a reprieve, saying, okay, let's play on as if the game had not been kind of seeing that mouse slip and as if it were normal. But wow, I'm lost for words.
With so much on the line, do you let them off at that point or do you take advancing to the quarterfinals? We won't know because it was a resignation. Let's go over now to a very interesting interview indeed for Nordberg.
Yeah, last game of the day. I'm just going to ask you straight away, brother, because that just hit us all like a truck. What were you thinking when you seen him very clearly mouse slip? You guys were back and forth those first 2 games. What was going through your head?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite unbelievable what happened right now. Yeah, in general, I'm very happy to qualify for the finals, Final 8. Yeah, this has been incredibly tough way. Yeah, I think it's gonna be even tougher at the finals.
Top 8, baby! Top 8! You were telling me beforehand, oh, I don't know if I can do it. I can't believe I beat Fabiano. Top 8! I'm excited for you.
I mean, taking down the number 3 in the world and then qualifying now to top 8, it has to be an incredible feeling for you. But you were already talking about how difficult that next step is going to be. So I have to ask you, your next 4 opponents, it's either Magnus Carlsen, Arjun Erigaisi, Levan Aronian, or Alireza Firouzja. Is there any, I mean, I think it goes without saying you'd like to avoid Magnus Carlsen maybe, but is there anyone that you'd like to play?
Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, a rematch against Magnus would be also great, I think.
I mean, look, the storyline would be phenomenal if we had you against Magnus Carlsen, but congratulations, top 8 at the Esports World Cup. No one could have expected something like that to happen within the first couple of minutes, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. This is the way chess goes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our final 8 at the Esports World Cup. Gentlemen, boys and girls in the studio, tell us, what in the world just happened? Break it down.
I'm rooting for you, man. Let's go, baby.
Your guess is as good as mine, Sandstorm. Disaster strikes here on the EWC stage as Duda, with the mouse slip in Armageddon, chucks the game away just like that.
Let me tell you, I play a lot of Bullet online. I know how it feels to lose to a mouse slip when I'm playing at home. I can't imagine playing for 90G and making a mouse slip. That is as disastrous as it comes. And unfortunately, as much as I picked Nordebek to win, nobody wants to see him win like this.
Yeah, my worst mouse slip I ever did was also on the D file. He tried to play D5 and he played D6. I tried to play queen takes queen on D1 to trade queens. It was like move 6 or 7. And I played queen D2 check, hanging my queen to all of my opponent's pieces. So somehow that D file, that's a bad file for mouse slips.
Yeah, and there's just no coming back from that, right? You saw immediately the reaction, immediately the resignation. Like you say, it's not necessarily the way that we wanted to see it happen.
There was a very funny graphic just on that says specialty, no mouse slips for Norderbeck.
Oh, that's rude.
Adding to the brutality there.
Man, they got him good.
Adding to the brutality. It was. I mean, that was a $25,000 mouse slip.
That hurts.
At least.
At least, because you go on, you might win some more, and there's more money to come. To walk out of here because of a mouse slip, Duda is just like, are you for real? How could this have happened? Especially after all he did to get to this moment in the first place. And then to make a move like that, it's really
potentially
sucks.
That's a $200,000 mouse slip.
That's true too, right? If you believe you could have run the entire gauntlet all the way to the finish, then yeah, you're really kicking yourself for that. So I mean, Norderbeck, look, he already had an exhausting day. He had to fight through. Fabiano Carr wanted to earn himself that match. He will rightfully be placed in the top 8 as a result, yes, of that mouse slip. But my goodness, what a way for us to end the group stage. I think that's the thing. We're all still sitting here just a little bit stunned.
And you're not surprised that Nordebek made it, right? Like, It's Nordebek. Come on. The guy's one of the best players, World Rapid champion, one of the top players in the world. There's no surprise. But this way, you don't want to see happen.
I forgot about mouse slips when I was watching the tournament. I'm like, oh.
Right, we hadn't seen one yet.
We had not seen one, but it could happen. It could happen. Unfortunately, it did, and there's nothing you could do. They made the mouse slip. This is just a reality of esports, playing without a live board, touching pieces and moving pieces. We know people have blundered even when they hold the pieces in chess. Happens once in a while, but here it just was the worst thing that we could see for the players.
Right, that's it. It's kind of the trade-off. We get the speed of being able to move on the digital board, but with that comes a lot of risk. You make the wrong move, you get punished for it here, and unfortunately, John Krzysztof Duda gets punished for it. We're going to Mike Klein as he interviews Duda on his way out of the tournament.
We're here with the tough luck loser, Grandmaster Jan Krzysztof Duda. Not a very eventful first or second game, but we had a very unfortunate way to end this game. Tell us about the moment where you played D6 instead of D5.
Yeah, I mean, I also did mouse slip actually in the first game. I played King F1 instead of Bishop F1, but that time it wasn't fatal. I mean, this time, okay. I mean, for a second I thought if there is any sense playing, but there wasn't, so I just resigned.
Yeah, I also wasn't sure in that moment if Norderbeck was going to do something sportsmanly, but I'm not sure what sportsmanly thing he can do in an Armageddon game. It wasn't your call to make, but was there any thought that might happen?
Yeah, I mean, even if he plays like A3 or H3, it's like adventurous for him, but I wouldn't expect him to do it, of course. So I mean, that's a charm of online playing.
Yeah, he's within his right, of course, it's part of the game. Lastly, what about your bid? It sounded like you really wanted to play Black. Black has been doing well in Armageddon, not counting that Fabiano match that you just saw. So talk us through your thought process about bidding 720, whatever it was.
I'm not sure I really wanted to play Black. I mean, because before in an Armageddon game between Fabi and Dirbeck, they betted, I mean, both bet lower, I think. So actually, than I did because I bet 718. So yeah, and there was, I think, 716 and 712. So yeah, I mean, okay, if you mouse slip, it's like, it doesn't matter which color you play.
Right, the mouse slip was the story. Well, thank you for talking with us. We don't like to see chess end this way, but it's part sport and part science. So we'll see you next time, Jan Krzysztof Duda.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, and massive respect to Duda there for being willing to take the interview out after what is a brutal and stinging defeat and exit to the tournament. Here you have the final crystallized picture of our group of death. It was Magnus Carlsen who booked his ticket yesterday. It's going to be Nodirbek Abdusatorov over Jan Krzysztof Duda to move into that advances to playoffs as the winner of the lower bracket. We now officially have our top 8 players here for chess at the Esports World Cup. But of course, we do still have one more key to crush before the day comes to a conclusion. Nodirbek last time, he went for that 2-finger, 2-hand key crush. Let's see this time around. He prefers the left.
He's in the left.
Now he's got a handle on it. Ooh, this never gets easier for me. I can't imagine it's easy for the players.
That's a good key crush.
Definitely. Ooh!
Yeah, it's loud. It's loud, and he heard it.
It's loud. There's a
no matter if you know it's coming, it's going to hurt a little bit in the ear. But there he stands proud that he's got this key, and he's got to feel happy inside, giddy. I just picked up at least 90 grand, and at the same time, you're walking out going, yeah, okay, it's just what it is.
Yeah, I wish I could have shown a little more on my way to getting that 90 grand, but we now have all top 8 in the books. Let's take a look at our results from today, where 4 of our 12 players managed to go through to the top 8. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi over Artemiev. We had Nihal Sarin over Anish Giri. That was their first round matchups before they had to play again. Jan over Yesipenko and Nihal over MVL. So those guys absolutely having to run the gauntlet to get their tickets to the top 8. We go ahead to the next set of matchups, and there we saw Wei Yi taking down Sindarov for a chance at Hikaru Nakamura. That one went to Armageddon, but Hikaru will join his teammate Alireza Firouzja in the quarterfinals. And then Nodirbek gets it done in double Armageddon play to close out the day. So again, really the guy who had to run the longest of marathons, if you will, here on our second day of the group stage.
Much respect to the players, though, who had to win 2 in a row, because somebody was waiting, resting. Like, you would have said the odds are that the people who were resting and waiting were the ones who were going to win. But actually, players went and won twice. Nodirbek did, Nepo did, and Sarin also did. So out of the 4, 3 of them had to
that's
play
right, Maurice.
back to back to back to back.
How about that? I know it's a little bit of a small sample size, but that's kind of interesting that the guys who had to play more.
I would bet against that. Although I would also bet against the mouse slip on move 4 or 5. But that's why esports is so exciting. 1 minute you're in the green room relaxing, waiting for the game to end in a few minutes, and the next second you're running through the hallways trying to get to the studio because the game ends suddenly. And these sudden ends to the game can happen anytime, and you have to be ready for that.
That's a good point. We got thrown for a few loops today with the action that we saw take place on the stage, but at the end of the day, we had to say goodbye to 8 of our 16 players. I mean, it really was a brutal day, and here you'll see every single one of the key crushes. These will play a role in the winner's trophy as well as the overall totem come the end of EWC.
People are hurt today, of course. We saw a massive outgoing of players, and I'm not sure who feels the worst. Is it Fabiano Caruana losing on his birthday? Is it this game we saw where you mouse slip your way out of the event? Right now we see Sarin getting hurt by listening to the loudness of those keys being crushed, but he's a happy guy for sure. But yes, 8 players had to go. That's how it is. But now we have our final 8.
Yeah, Nepo stepping up for his second honors of a key crush as we relive his journey to that top 8. Again, he got it done early in the day. Wei Yi, He'll get his turn to crush a key. Unfortunately, after that, it will be his key that goes down to the likes of Hikaru Nakamura.
Yes, and our 3 picks before the event, Hikaru Nakamura, Ali Reza Farouja, Magnus Carlsen, all made it to the final 8. So maybe our predictions aren't so bad after all.
Our favorites are looking good. It's once you get further down that graphic, maybe you could call some stuff into question.
You mean we don't get everything right on this show? What are you saying?
If we chat had their way, we would have to get everything right?
Well, the cream rises to the top, that's for sure. And so we are seeing some extremely good players who are playing. We even got the dark horse in Nihal Sarin, right? And nobody probably had him on their bingo card. So we got a lot. We were privy to maybe a little bit from our experience, and these players showed why it is that the pundits were saying they should be here.
Yeah, Nihal is a name that we're going to have to talk about a bit more, and probably we'll do that tomorrow to kick off the day, because he was over on the B stream. We didn't get to really see too much of his run through the lower bracket here on the A stream, but regardless, he was one of our early picks as a dark horse, someone with his speed on the mouse could really make a mess of this tournament, and I think he's living up to that so far. Of course, there was tons of action across the board today, and we do our best to catch it all, but what we can't catch, Kadia does a great job of catching for us. Let's see what they had for us as the top plays of the day. We'll get that up on the screen as quickly as we can. We can relive some of the highs and lows. I know that you have some, each of you, in your mind for what were highlight moves of the day. Let's play a little predictive game. You have any idea what's going to show up in this highlight package?
Well, I got to see Nakamura's Rook H1. I thought that was an absolutely brilliant boss move in this tournament. Although, when we saw what resulted in that game, it came chaos at the end. But that move was truly special. He was showing his stuff up until that point. I'm not sure they're going to show the bad move.
I think the bad moves of the day were more interesting than the good moves today.
That pre-move, I mean that finger feller with the mouse slip, that's a big moment, and unfortunately, that would not be one we want to highlight.
Not playing Queen Takes Rook on E2. That would be one of the moves of the day that was missed.
Exactly. We're about to get there.
Oh, this move. Oh, my goodness. He could have taken
when
this
he played C5 in this position.
Absolutely. And a Rook E5.
Rook E5 was a great move.
And then the rest followed. Just bang, bang, bang. I just wipe you out for missing a good move.
Double exclam. So this was kind of a combo, right? It did take maybe a blunder on one side, but then pure capitalization on it on the other side by Nepo.
Absolutely. Nepo showed his stuff there in incredible style after that. And this game by Wei Yi, he definitely did show some stuff, although there were some chances indeed for Sindarov, but Wei Yi taking that piece, it was unfortunate for Sindarov. He just got shut down, and he just had to resign because he didn't find the best way to continue.
Yeah, from there we go to Wei Yi now stacking up against Hikaru Nakamura.
Hikaru's so super smooth, this guy. You know, when you gave him a second chance, I say it again, Hydra. You cut his head off, guess what? 2 more grow. And look at him just bobbing his head like, hey, you should never have given me a second chance. I'm going to take you down.
From banging his head to bobbing his head. That's
right.
How he went from near defeat to total victory. Now we go to Noterbek Abdusatorov over Fabiano Caruana, the first of the 2 marathons he had to run.
And this one, as a matter of fact, he was just trying to find something to do to win, and then Fabi just slipped, and the snake just bit him right on the head.
And that's what you got. I mean, in this format, again, it implores you to find that one opening, right, and absolutely pounce on it.
No, and it's not only that, it's amazing after winning the first game with black and then losing to Fabi with the white pieces that he was able to eventually win against Fabi in the Armageddon. And you can't really predict from one game to the next what's going to happen. You might have a mouse slip. You might have your flag might fall like Wei Yi's did against Nakamura. So you never know what's going to happen in the game. That's why we play the games. That's why we have favorites. That's why we have the underdogs. And I think that the cream rose to the top and the best players made it to the final 8, and I can't wait for the matches tomorrow.
The cream rises to the top. Now we got to pick one person, though, out of that creamy crop. to be the Sony MVP of the day. And we're going to go with none other than Jan Nepomniachtchi in this one because, again, after falling down a little bit unexpectedly on day one, he again had to win 2 back-to-back matches, one of which was that revenge match against Yesipenko.
Absolutely. Nepo showed his stuff. He came in looking a little bit shaky, that's for sure. He looked uncertain, but when the moment came and he had his chance, he played that magic move, Rook E5, and was able to smash through with a vicious attack. Man, he was spilling water on himself but as well. But it's this we're reliving this exact moment when he was just cold cut busted. But right here, his opponent made a mistake, and he did not miss the chance to actually sacrifice his bishop and take down his opponent in a vicious attack.
I love that. I love showing that moment because, again, if anything, to me, that is all the nerves, all the pressure in the body, trying to find a way to exit. And it tells you the kind of position that he was in until he found that opening. And then he showed his absolute world class in that moment.
That's right. It's not just that he played the wrong move with C5. It's that Nepo was then aware enough of the situation to find the move Rook E5 and take advantage of the chances that he was given.
And players don't play perfect chess. Let's be very clear. Players at this level, people think they're grandmasters. They're making perfect move. No, we don't make perfect move. We do make mistakes. But the key trait of a strong player is resiliency. When you give a second chance, you better watch out because the comeback will be on and then it'll be a tsunami coming your way.
Yeah, there is no perfect athlete in the world, and chess is no different, even at the absolute top tier of it. And I think, again, this event is doing a phenomenal job of displaying the intensity, right, that the game, kind of has boiling underneath it at all times. And then again, is rewarding the players who make the fewest mistakes, who can perform within all of those crazy variables and environments.
No, you're exactly right. And that's why the favorites all went through, and the people who went through are all very deserved. Even if it was a mouse slip, to be in that situation where you're playing for the last spot of the 8 spots, you deserve to be there when you're there. And he already won the previous match. It was an amazing event so far, and I can't wait for tomorrow and the last day. We're going to see more great chess.
We're definitely going to see a lot more great chess. We don't have the matchups just yet for tomorrow, but I want to try and start thinking about some of them. Of course, if you cannot be seated into the same side of the bracket as someone else from your group, right? So upper bracket qualifiers will not have the opportunity to play a lower bracket qualifier from the same group until they make it to the finals. With that in mind, and with Noterbeck's interview in mind, where he said, "Give me Magnus. Why not? Let me take another shot at Magnus." I'm already kind of hoping for that as a final because we can't get it unless he runs it all the way back to the final. It would have to be the final. And how nutty would that be?
That means it's easy to say now.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
Yeah, I'll take Magnus.
That's true.
Give me him tomorrow. Oh, I can't have him.
Wait, I can't have
really?
him.
Hold me back. Hold me back. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we got you. So a little bit of bravado on his part there.
Yeah, well-timed bravado.
Yes, indeed. But whoever you get now is a monster. Like, no question about it. Nihal Sarin, we didn't have, dark horse maybe, but everybody else you look at it, you're like, damn, oh my goodness, I got to play him? You know it's going to be rough in there. So they know they have to bring their A game or else. And I want to say about mistakes. There's a famous quote in chess. The player who wins is the one who makes the next to last mistake. And that's what it's all about here. Just keeping your nerves. You mess up, but hey, your opponent is just one move away from doing the same thing, and you got to be ready for it.
And that's an interesting distinction with chess and some other sports, right? Where it can be who makes the least mistakes in other sports, but not quite the same thing here in chess. We've got the schedule for tomorrow. Let's go ahead and take a look at it, what we have in store as we dive into the quarterfinals here for chess at the EWC. Here are your matchups for the quarterfinalists. Noterbeck Abdusattorov up against Ali Reza Firouzja. Jan Nepomniachtchi is going to try to take on Arjun Erikaisi. Magnus Carlsen against the dark horse and Nihal Sarin. And then, of course, Hikaru Nakamura against the guy who seems to be having the hottest month of his life in Levon Aronian. Which matchup jumps out to you, Ben?
Wow, all 4 matchups jump at me. I like the Hikaru Aronian matchup. Hikaru, one of the favorites, obviously. Aronian having the month of his career. I think either result can happen in all the matches, but that's the one I'm looking forward to looking at tomorrow.
I'm thinking that Magnus Sarin match looks like a heavy favorite for Magnus Carlsen, although we had Nihal as the dark horse, but Magnus is Magnus after all. I'm not a fan of the fact that the two American teammates, Olympic teammates at that, have to play against each other. That's slightly unfortunate, and these guys are like, dang, dude, I'm sorry. I gotta send you home. But the top matchup, I think it was Nordebek against Faruja. That's gonna be on with those two young players.
Speedy game between those two guys. Yeah, Magnus though, Nihal, I'm looking at that one. Everyone's a fan of a good David and Goliath story, even if it's gonna be tough for David in this situation. Either way, that's gonna conclude our group stage here for chess at the Esports World Cup. 16 players entered, 8 have already exited, and 8 are still in contention for $250,000, 1,000 rather, club points, and we'll get ever closer to that final bout with tomorrow's matchups. We're going to be here same time, same place. You better be there too. And until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
Thank you.